Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, March 28th. It is 9:17 a.m. We got uh 15 minutes before the opening bell here. We're about 12 minutes now before the opening bell, you guys. Want to say good morning. I hope you guys had a good weekend. No LCAOD did. Didn't get a chance to go live with you guys Friday. Took a day off. Um, but I'm here. I'm back. We here. As you can see, really nothing really happened Friday. Giving you guys a recap here. Nothing really went down too much on Friday. A little bit of consolidation in the air. Still was proceeding on that pullback. Um, but now we're seeing the market move here a little bit here. The ETFs are still in the same area as they was from the weekend. So nothing crazy happened over the weekend. But we do got a bunch of news here, ladies and gentlemen. We got a bunch of news. But before we get started with it, I do want to go over the disclaimer with you guys. Um, this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. Live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the action here. Let's get into the action here, you guys. So as I told you guys, the market is about to open here. I do apologize. Like I said, I wasn't able to go live with you guys on it looks like what was that, Friday? Yeah, Friday. Didn't get to go live, but we are back here now, ladies and gentlemen, and we're feeling better than ever. We're feeling better than ever. We're feeling like Will Smith, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, we're feeling like Will Smith this morning, and that's what the market is kind of doing to some people here this morning. I do see a short squeeze over there at Tesla. It looks like that's what the bears are getting. The reaction to the bears are getting Chris Rock right now over there at Tesla. Tesla is up about 5%, ladies and gentlemen, and this is off of the news of speculation. They might be having to split their stock again, ladies and gentlemen. LCAOD participated in the 4-to-1 stock split, or 5-to-1 stock split, excuse me, in 2020. Hit really big on that, came up, changed LCAOD's life, changed clients' life. But man, it was amazing. But they're talking about doing it again, you guys, and it's only been a year or two later. But I think they want to do it off of the speculation of maybe Amazon talking about their 20-to-1 and Google. But it's a lot of hype around it, man. It's a lot of hype around Tesla. I've seen a lot of news with Tesla. They say Elon might have COVID, and there's another factory in China that might be shut down because of COVID. But that's only for a day, so keep in mind with Tesla. It's a lot of news here with that. But really, I would say I wouldn't be trying to play it to the downside right now, just because off the simple fact, it's a crypto stock as well now. Considering Elon owns a lot of crypto, you guys, he owns a lot of Bitcoin, Ethereum, things of that nature, Doge, and that stuff right there rallied off of the weekend. Crypto had an amazing comeback. They finally cleared out the losses for this year, ladies and gentlemen. So we're back at the 2021, the end of last year. That's where Bitcoin is at. They wiped out all those gains and regained them here. They wiped out all those losses and gained them back here. Ethereum is doing the same thing, kind of heading back towards the same direction. Not fully all the way to the top, but like I said, they wiped out the gains from this year, ladies and gentlemen. So that's from January, February, March. All that selling in the crypto market has been brought back here, and it's right back up here. We can need to go higher here with the crypto market. We don't know here yet what's going to really happen here. I'm not seeing too much action with the normal overall stocks here. Just really the hype right now is with Tesla. They got a speculation that might announce a stock split, or they're talking about it. So it just really brought the stock up. So I would just really keep your eye out on that. That is your biggest market mover right now. I'm not seeing anything else be up this much here. I would do my due diligence before I would just get into it though. But the stock is up 5% here in the pre-market, so that's a gap up. Really a short squeeze. Tesla has been short squeezed. They just ran from about 700 all the way to $1,063 now. So that's really a short squeeze action there on Tesla. Uh, you had the opportunity to buy that dip, man. I was trying to test people around me. You want to go long? You want to go long? You want to go long? Maybe they didn't believe me, or maybe they just was going to do it, and maybe it just moved too fast for them. I have no idea what they were thinking, but all I do know now is you might be too late to load the boat here now. You probably can still do it, but you want to see what's going to happen next at this point. You do have a lot of bulls eating here. Obviously, they've been buying the dip since 700. So just take your time with it now, man. Stay cautious. I would say that if you didn't buy at the lows, I'm not going to tell you to buy at the top here. This is how my strategies work here. But I mean, at the end of the day, what fits you best, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? So do your thing. But I do see the video up about $3. No, not even, about point 0.2 here. Excuse me. So yeah, nothing really moving like Tesla in the pre-market here. Like I said, they're up 5%, ladies and gentlemen, in pre-market. Nobody else is moving like that here. It looks like we might open up mixed too. The Nasdaq is green, the Dow's red. So it's mixed up here. S&P's red. So we got about a kangaroo open here. It looks like we're about to have. There is a lot of economic data here. Let's get into it. Top 5 things I would consider you probably should know here this week would be the Russia-Ukraine headlines, U.S. jobs report, U.S. inflation data, Q4 GDP. And we got some earnings, ladies and gentlemen. MU Chewy, WBA, Lulu, Xpeng report today after hours. We got that OPEC meeting coming up soon this week. So this is all the market news you're going to have to know here if you want to make some cash here this week. This is the economic data. Joe's job opening Tuesday. ADP non-farm roll payrolls on Wednesday. Q4 GDP third reading Wednesday. Jobless claim Thursday. Core PCE price index Thursday. Non-farm payrolls Friday. Unemployment rate Friday. ISM manufacturing PMI Friday. Vehicle sales Friday. So yeah, sees a red candle that stimulated Jerome Powell. So yeah. Yeah. So we got a lot of fair speakers this week too as well. That starts tomorrow. Let's see. This is the most notable earnings I think I've highlighted here. Like I said, Xpeng reports today after hours, and Dave & Buster's. Well, Xpeng is already in the pre-market, excuse me, and Dave & Buster's is after hours here today. So you want to see what they're gonna do here. You're gonna see what Dave & Buster's is wanting to do here after hours today, and then we got a couple names tomorrow, and we'll get back to the earnings throughout the day. You know how earnings is. See, hit or miss here. So it's been lately anyway. But we got about 4 minutes to the opening bell here. It does look like Tesla is not selling off, but they're pulling back from the pop here. They tagged the high of 1,079.59 here. That was, like I said, when they announced it over the morning here, about 4, 5, 6 in the morning. They announced all that they might be doing a stock split again soon, and it got that initial pop here. It closed Friday at $1,010, and now it's up here at 1,059. So it's still a huge gap, even though it's pulling back from the high of where it landed. But that just means that probably was resistance right here at 1,080, and that was expected. People know what resistance is. I mean, this means the wall of sellers is right there. So it might test that again here in the open market here in about 3 minutes, or it might not even want to look towards that and just come straight back down here. So we're going to see here. We're going to see what's going to happen with Tesla. We're going to keep an eye on them all day. Like I said, I'm not really seeing the indices go too crazy for Tesla to really be even going this crazy. So we might see a bit of a profit taking here. We might just see Tesla just continuing to short squeeze. They just doing their own thing right now. They're in their own lane. They're not even contributing with their overall market here at this point. They're just like basically still getting corrected to the upside. They feel like they probably were oversold, and that's probably the case here. But you know, like I said, we're gonna see what it do here. We're about to open the bell. We got to open the bell in about 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck here today, man. Good luck here today. Like I said, I've showed you everything that you probably need to know to make some cash here today. Then the rest is all on you, man. Use your brain, use your thoughts. You guys are smart, man. You guys are smart. Y'all can do it. Seen some comments out here in the Discord this morning. People was asking me Tesla stock split. Well, like I said, it's speculation. It could be a bother rumor sell the news event, or this could be really true here. They might really do it and announce it sometime this week. Now, when they did it back in 2020, let me remind you guys, they said they did it the same way, and it really came out. It was really real, and then they really did it, and it kept going. So just be cautious, man. Just be really cautious. The pre-market down, the SPY is down though, 451. So we'll see here. VIX is down. We don't know what the VIX is gonna open up at. IWM in that case, everything, all that. We don't have any market data right now, currently at this moment, but you know how it is. When they go live, we go live. So this is the Stock Market Live with CAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 minutes before the opening bell. I'm gonna shut my mouth. Let's get into some vibes, man. Let's get into some vibes here. I want to hear some music, man, really quick. Well, 1 minute. We got about 1 minute to the opening bell. So matter of fact, we ain't even gonna do it because we want to see how things gonna open up here, obviously. But yeah, what we'll do is, what we'll end up doing is, we'll take a break here shortly since we were here with you guys on pre-market, and this is what we just gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Okay? But yeah, the market's about to open, you guys. Let's get ready. And it looks like, here we go. We're off to the open here. Okay, so we're off to the open here. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to really happen here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going to really, really happen. Oh, right here. So Tesla opened up with a huge red candle at the opening. Obviously, everybody hit the sold button right at the top there. So book their profits, of course. Now, I think it might do something different here. We'll see. We'll see. Let's give it some time here. SPY's just getting going. Everything's just getting going. So you want to really see here. You want to really see here which way the SPY is going to go and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Before you just jump off the bridge too soon. You know? You know, lads? You know, lads? But looking really good here. Looking really good so far. Can't really complain too much. But you want to really, like I said, stay cautious here. Let's see. It was nice right there. Let's see. Okay, here. So Tesla picking up here. Look like the first chance of the upside here. Triple Q's going up here. It started out. They still getting warmed up though, as you can tell. Nothing really going on. They trying to really figure it out. They're trying to figure it out. Let's see. Still haven't got a chance. It faked like it wanted to go to the upside. It came back down really fast on Tesla. So just a lot of volatility. Of course, it just got short squeezed. So you expect that people jumping in on it, some people jumping out on it. It's getting crazy. They're gonna figure it out here sooner or later. Once they do, it'll start to make sense. It'll start to make sense, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, so good on the Tesla here. It looks like 1068 might be the top there. Might be resistance at 1070. You guys, they might not even make it to that level that I'm thinking. 1079 in pre-market, they might not do that. Well, at least not yet. So you want to just really be cautious. It's only been 3 minutes here. Just give it a chance to, warm up here. As you get out the bed, you stretch and you yawn and you gonna brush your teeth. Stocks kind of do the same thing. So let's just see what it wants to really do so far. Little pullback, pullback, pullback. Um, hmm, deeper pullback here. So we got a little pullback here. Hmm, 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 hmm. hmm. So we do have a pullback here uh, at the opening so far. Not really doing nothing, kind of consolidating. They're trying to they're backfilling. They're backfilling the gaps here, as you can tell on some things, um, some areas here. Let's see what number two IWM. Let's see. Let's check with Amazon. Amazon, big pop. Amazon, you guys, 3314 over there. That's really good. Big pop on Amazon, 3317. Um, yeah, man, a lot of nothing so far. A lot of nothing so far. So just kind of the same area support here. Amazon's picking up. Triple Q's is going up. Tesla's yanking that needle there. But as they did offer the green candle, the people did take profits as I figured. And it's still kind of holding up, you guys. It's only been 4 minutes. You probably want to give this some time. Give it a second at least. Still in that same area. But Amazon is on the high over 33. Chipotle is life is up. Let's see here. Ethan picked up here in the open market. That's good for Ethan. Not only Ethan picked up, but Bitcoin's picking up here in the open market. So that's good. That's really, really good. That is really, really good, you guys. So yeah, nothing going on so far. Let's see if we can have some briefings. I don't think we do. Uh, uh, just kind of consolidating right now at the opening here. Just like I said, still trying to wake up. Just still trying to wake up. Let's see. Let's see. So looks like the spot is finally picking up here, making its first direction with the triple Qs, and we do see Ether. Everything's picking up. No live briefings yet. Okay. Yeah, nobody's live. Going on in the White House. Let's see. So it looks like Biden will be announcing. It looks like Biden will be announcing his budget for fiscal year 2023 coming shortly. And it's like the Secretary Andrew Bates is speaking in Jen's place because Jen has COVID, you guys, and her secretary had COVID apparently. So we're getting some real big candles here at the opening. on Tesla, but it's expected, you guys. It's up 4% here. I think they want to figure out if they want to continue this or consolidate it here. But let's let the economy and the market figure that out. We don't want to jump into or jump off a bridge. Excuse me, should I say? Adobe's up $12 here. Let's see. Google's down. Lulu's up here. I'm not seeing that much green, but it's kind of mixed up, kind of like where it wants to be green is holding. Nvidia's at 279. So Tesla is holding up. Amazon, let's see where they're back at here. Ethereum's going up still. Amazon 33.30, you guys. So Amazon's rocketing now. Amazon is glowing here, you guys. 33.30 at Amazon here. Tesla's starting to pick up with that, you guys. Let's see, man. Let's see. Let's just see what's going to really happen here. It's only been 8 minutes, you guys, so I wouldn't, like I said, I would stay cautious here. As you can see, things are fine here. Just things are trying to consolidate to the place. Amazon's rocketing now, though. Things are going towards the high end here. Tesla's on the high here, 1072, just touched it. So we just tagged 1072, but it got rejected really quick here. So let's see if they try to pull that back. We're going to see here. Let's see if they really do that again, because that was nice. I saw 1072, but it got rejected so quickly. You got to think it's going to try to do that again at least. That's crazy. That's crazy that they're not offering that so sudden here. Amazon's still going though, you guys. Amazon's at 33.40 here. So they're hitting that level, 33.43, 33.50 level. They're getting very close to that. Keep in mind that Stock Split News is still on board over there at the Zonions. Tesla's starting to pick up here. SPY's going up. Triple Q's is too. So looking really good, man. Looking really, really good so far. Tesla's still picking up. Amazon's still going. These are your leaders here. That's why I'm calling them out the most. These are your leaders in the overall market here. As of right now, this is what's moving the market so much here. So Tesla's picking up still riding 1070. Looks like we might have resistance at 1070 or 80 here. I can't really tell yet. They're moving a little too fast, and I'm just trying to stay calm. Yeah, we're picking up though here at the Tesla 1072. So there you go. They filled that. They definitely filled it. Let's see here. Let's see if they try to retest it again. They're not really trying to hold it too sudden. I'm noticing. But they are feeling it here, you guys. It's getting there. Yep, it's getting there. Yep, it's getting there. Yep, it is. It is. It is getting there, you guys. Okay, so now it's getting over. It's getting over where it needs to get to. That's really good at Tesla. So let's see if they really get rejected at the. We're looking at that 1080 level. We're looking at that 1080 level. For the rejection there, but we don't know yet. Let's just stay cautious, you guys. That's 1075. Still picking up here. Portfolio up 32% today. Like I said, in the pre-market, I had a 100% bag winner here with Tesla, and this is still running right now. But I don't really want to daggone. I don't know. I think I'm about to tag out here. And just reposition. But at the same time, right, you have a winner. It said hold your winners. So I think I might let that be an example today of just holding my winner here today. Super early here, only 9:41, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, the market is feeling like Will right now. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Yeah, it's Leonard P. Cousin of Shaq. Hey, my cousin, man, we back with this shit.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
You gotta go get it. We some go getters. Lately we ain't have much, but now we got all the riches. And they tryna get it, cause we ahead in my city. They still doing parties at the hut, knowing that's a death wish. Rest in peace and treasure, and McGee dad got recently hit. I shed a few tears off the love and strength. Now I just keep a sack, call me Warren with it. My foreign going too fast, got you haters furious, man. My mindset like Joker, I'm asking what's so serious. Y'all a bunch of joys, it's cause y'all just acting curious. I like my bitch ass fat, long hair, like delicious. I hold on to my money, yeah, I cherish it.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it. All my niggas with it. I gotta go get it. Even when we split it. Been on the ticket. Had a chance and I missed it. I missed that Russell Wilson. A young nigga after digits. Spent the whole band on some throwaways and got them off. 35 on the shrooms. Wild as shit. Now the shit I baby had to drop the bands when a nigga got coke. I put in a couple weeks. I'm praying that they let me out. Let me in my eyes. You can tell I done been through it. That's why I stay gassed up and pulled up on that fluid. Nigga, I don't need all that heat. I'm trying to cool it. Nigga, you the police. Who you think you fooling? I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping Zans and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
Get it. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. It's been 15 minutes here, and we got strong momentum towards the upside. So,
Little
the
skeezer,
Bulls,
little horse, little jump. Yeah, horse.
the Bulls are remaining their momentum from last week. Right now, so far, you got the VIX just moved up here, so it looks like stocks are just testing their resistance here. We're just testing their resistance so far. It looks like they're starting to figure out where they might be at. Amazon just really hit 33.67, and they came right back to 33.46 here, so they're cooling out. Tesla's just creeping on up here. Look, they kind of gave up their dip this morning, and they're offering a little small one now, small window now. They might bring it back down. Who knows? I don't know. But as of right now, it looks like we're getting that first dip here. It dipped early this morning, went up. Now we're getting another little small dip here. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this might be a short squeeze, man. This might be a short. Well, it is. It is. At this point, it's a short squeeze, but and it's a bull market. But I'm saying like to continue this momentum all day. It might happen because I'm starting to see some names, big names, not even green yet, and all this action is taking place. So really, only two names are leading the market here right now. That's Tesla and Amazon, kind of competing with that stock split action there, and Google. But Google's actually down here in the red. So yeah. By only $4 though. But you see what I'm saying? When we start to see everybody turn green, then I think you'll see more green out of more names. I really do think you'll see more green out of more names. But at the same time, right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's really nothing you can be doing but looking at buying opportunities. You do want to be buying here. Um, this is not this is not where you want to be. Just like when when it was a bear market, you didn't want to really be buying calls. You know what I'm saying? But now the trend has reversed. The trend is your friend. You see what I'm saying? And we have a trend reversal. So you want to be going with the trend here. People are buying calls now. Nobody wanting to buy puts here. You don't want to be shorting the market while it's going up. You're losing. just as you didn't want to be buying calls going long when the market was coming down. You see what I'm saying? So we do have a trend reversal here, ladies and gentlemen. Whether or not you believe it, numbers and charts don't lie here. So that's what we're looking at here. Spots picking back up here. Might be retesting the high of the day here. We don't know yet right now. It looks like things are coming back on the high here. Amazon is chilling out here. Tesla's holding up here. Let's see what's going to really happen though. We don't really know here. It's still early. It's only 9:48, man. It's only 9:48. Look at all this action so far here. Um, you stay blessed and stay patient, you guys. It'll come to you. It'll come to you. That's just all that it's really about. You got to have some hope and some faith here. But most importantly, it's all about love, man. Love and respect, man. You got to learn to listen, love, and respect. But yeah, man, that's really what it's about, man. Being a trader, this is what it is here. I don't like really being a trader, but you know, to each his own. It's not really about the title here. It's about the action. So that's really all that matters. But other than that, man, SPY's holding up right now. Market is trying to get all in the green here. We're still mixed up here. The Dow's down. NASDAQ is up here. S&P 500 is up. The NASDAQ's up 76%, leading the way. S&P 500 is up 1%, so if they can get on the green train, they'll be fine. The Dow is down about 45%, so the Dow is kind of holding everybody up here, making it a little bit limited to the point where it's like, it might be switching here, especially if the SPY nobody's buying into the SPY here. But it looks like all the action is taking place with the leaders here in the NASDAQ, so it should be fine. As long as the NASDAQ can hold up all its gains that it just gave in. I think the overall market, people start to figure out what's going on eventually. But yeah, we're in a bull market, you guys. It's going to be little small pullbacks, but at the end of the day, the trend is your friend, ladies and gentlemen. As long as you're on the right side, you should be fine, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about the outcome. It's on the income.
Hey, I mean,
Feeling about the fucking flex.
I will not date the hoe. No, I will not rape the hoe. No, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, I will not date the hoe. No, I will not rape that hoe. No, really I hate that hoe. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah, I will not date that hoe. Nah, I will not rape that hoe. Nah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, really I hate that hoe. Yeah, yeah, I hate it for the mistake she chose. Yeah, this bitch is trying to pose. But that hate, she gon' get exposed. Yeah, I am chosen. You better learn and you better listen. I'm getting my intuition. I'm stacking there high. They say is he moving chickens. I don't know why. Why you in my business? I'm trying to stack it high. Get it high. I will not date the hoe. Nah. I will not rape the hoe. Nah. Really I hate the hoe. Yeah. Really I hate the hoe. Yeah. I will not date the hoe. Nah. I will not rape that hoe. Nah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. I will not date that hoe. Nah. I will not rape that hoe. Nah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Really should eat her, I don't need her. True. She a skeezer. Yeah. I never eat her. Shoulda never beat her. I don't like a heater. She be blowing like a steamer. She coming like creamer. You a dreamer if you think she really wants you. Tap your pockets till they through. Yeah. I will not date the hoe. Nah. I will not rape the hoe. Nah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Really I hate that hoe. Yeah. Hate that hoe. Really I hate that hoe. I hate her, bro. Really I hate that hoe.
Young Flossy nigga in that foreign. All this polo man call me Ralph Lauren.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. It is 9:52 a.m. Spot's picking back up here, 4:53 on the spot here. So that's the high of the day right now. Amazon still holding up its gains, you guys. Tesla holding up here. Those are your leaders. Looks like let's check in with some other names here. Looks like Adobe is up here about $9, holding up its gains. AMD's trying to turn green here. They're witching bad. They want it. They want green. You can tell. Best Buy is trying to flip here green. A lot of stocks trying to flip green. Basically, BioNTech is up. They got earnings this week. Booking Holdings up 16 here. Chipotle's up 10. Coins up 12. Coinbase is on the high here. Keep in mind on Coinbase here. You know you got crypto up here, so that's the correlation there with that. Just figure out where they're trying to hit there. I know they had a target at 200. It looks like they right there at it at this point. People really want about 225. That's going long here, but at this point, you can see it's a bull market. Anything's possible here. KG voice. Etsy's on the high here, $3. You guys, Etsy is a good retail stock there. Facebook, only up about 65 cents here. Facebook's holding its gains though, not going anywhere. So that's what I'm noticing. I'm noticing if the name's not moving, at least it's holding its gains. That's what I peeped here. That's what I check out the most is price action, you guys. Price action, charts and numbers. So that's really what it's about the most. The VIX was coming down. That was my sign that the market was about to reverse there. No matter how much it was dropping, I did know at one point the trend was going to change. And as you can see now, it has, and it's just consolidating slowly back up here now. Stair-stepping it, taking it one day at a time. You got to understand more and more investors brought into that dip. So that's just what it is here. They're getting their reward for it. But at the end of the day, will it hold? You can tell it won't keep hold. It won't hold. It won't hold for long. But what it's doing is re-chasing this area. So it is technically holding, ladies and gentlemen. Charts and numbers don't lie here. So yeah, when it's going up, yeah, people are taking the profits instantly, of course, but people are behind the dip so fast, it's going right back to the same spot, and we're in the air. So we have not seen the trend reverse here. So we're in a bull market. With that being said, stocks got short squeeze. They were holding puts too long. That's what happens when you hold puts too long. Puts are limited, ladies and gentlemen. So learn that when you're trading and you're doing options, that is, and you're trading, puts are limited. So keep that in mind. Now, calls are unlimited, but as you know, you can lose either way. It's just about your research, about what you think. You know what I'm saying? About what you think and what you get out of it, and when you buy in, obviously. But, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the market is it's witching here. We still got a kangaroo market here. The NASDAQ's leading the way about 57% now. The Dow's down 40%. The S&P 500 is turning red, green. So we got a kangaroo market here. Everybody's trying to get on board which direction. We still want to take it here. So far, so good though. Have taken it up since the weekend on Friday. Some numbers, but most of the numbers, if they didn't go up, they're holding their gain. So that's a good sign too. It's only 9:56 a.m. No market data, as you can tell. It's a lot of the important people got COVID here. You people around with that, so y'all be careful with that stuff, man. Y'all, even though they let the mask mandate go, I would still just stay cautious with that stuff out there, because you see people can still obviously catch it. I mean, just wash your hands, you know what I'm saying? Wear a mask if you feel like it, but at least wash your hands. Try to stay clean, man. Try to stay healthy here. Drink some water, stay hydrated. ladies and gentlemen. But I would say if you're standing at the screen or if you're standing at your phone, get up, move around. If you're laying down, you should probably be waking up here. If you're tired, now if you're doing multiple things, you get a rest. There's nothing wrong with that. But still, here at the end of the day, you probably want to be moving around here, not staring at the screen so much, or just laying down for too long. Get the blood moving. You guys know, jog in place, move around. Go check the mail. Wake up, brush your teeth, get up. You know what I'm saying? Fix some orange juice. Even do something. Move around. That's, you know what I'm saying? Get the blood flowing. Eat some cereal, something. Don't stay too focused on the screen there for too long. That's not healthy for the brain. You do want to be moving around as you're doing your thing there. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market is going up so far. Slowly, you're holding these gains here. Not seeing too many stocks move though. But leaders today right now, Tesla, Amazon. Crypto market is going crazy, you guys. Ethereum is going up higher now that the market has opened. I'm noticing Ethereum and Bitcoin there. So that's really the top categories here today. I would say Tesla, Amazon, and Bitcoin and Ethereum. They're going crazy right now, leading everything here. But other than that, the market's overall chopped up, mixed. So stay cautious, you guys. But this is the Stock Market Live with SCOD, and we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back, y'all.
Yeah. Let's get it.
Okay. Chicken and finessing, girl, I got it for the low. Whipping up the way, I whip it up just like a snow. I ain't Johnny Depp, but you know I got the blow. You already know. Yeah. Chicken and finessing, yeah, I got it for the low. Whipping up the white, I swear it's white just like a snow. I ain't Johnny Depp, but you know I got the blow. Bitches wanna ride, shawty, I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. Is you fucking me and is you fucking for the low? When she shake that ass and she twerk it on that pole. I just wanna know.
Let's go.
Girl, keep on doing that sexy thing you doing. I just wanna fuck when we done, get back to it. We can really fuck, shawty, wetter than some fluids. Yeah, she
like the way I do it.
The way I kill it in this music. Yeah, shawty going twerking. Yeah, she turn up for the star. Yeah, I'ma fuck a broad in that foreign car. Yeah, we be whipping hard. All my niggas got them bricks. Yeah, I be getting chips and I get it with the dip. Yeah, fucking with your chick, you know she sucking on the dick. Yeah, busting on her face, you know I got it on her lips. Yeah, a nigga tripping, think I'm going on the trip. Yeah, but I never slip. Yeah, money I just flip. Yeah, I be fucking bitches, I be fucking all these hoes. Yeah, I be getting money, I be banking on the road. Young nigga killing it, the reaper want my soul, but I cannot go. Yeah.
No bag of salary reloaded.
We get money.
And if we talking bread, I got loaves. And if we talking guns, no reload here. And all that big shit don't condone it. I'm like, show me an opponent.
Where they at?
I swear to God, you pussy niggas don't want it.
I swear.
I stay getting them zones in.
I'm zoned in.
And I can stay by my lonely. Nigga, I handle my business. Shitting on the competition, need a janitor. Niggas can't really handle this.
Can't get out, man.
Nigga is talking to the feds.
He is?
Nigga fucking pops feds. So that means that nigga is dead. Don't fuck with him.
No way.
Cut him off quick.
Snip.
Like Shy Glizzy.
Cut it.
Cut it, nigga.
Cut it.
All I do is cut checks. And go see the bank teller like Johnny Depp. And if your product good, then it'll sell itself. Life's just a game. Royal Rumble.
Drinking and finessing, yeah, I got it for the Lord. Whipping up the wet, I swear it's white just like snow. I ain't Johnny Depp, but you know I got the blow. Is you gonna ride, shawty? I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. Is you fucking me and is you fucking for the Lord? The way she twerk that ass and she working on that pole. I just wanna know. What?
Want some more of this. I just want some more of that. I know that you want it. I know that you want it.
Come take a trip with me. Come take a trip with me. Going off that ecstasy. Going off that ecstasy. You sitting next to me. Girl, that's especially. Take you if you let to me. Girl, is you let to me. Come take a trip with me. Come take a trip with me. Going off that ecstasy. Going off that ecstasy. You sitting next to me. Girl, that's especially. Take you if you let to me. Girl, is you let to me. Yeah.
Is you letting me, girl? Well, I know you're coming. I knew that. I fucked her. Call her a track star. She was running. Taking trips with me, girl. I can take you all over the entire world. Let's go. Come and take this trip with me. Carry your bags. Girl, if you take this trip, don't fall, baby. Don't slip and fall. Cause I ain't gon' pick you up, no way, no how. I'ma just fuck you and drop you off at the house. My nigga bosses, we don't take no loss, no. We did that shit, we don't care about the cost. How much it was, baby. They rape my cousin? Well, damn. I feel sorry for them niggas in the end. Bow, bow, bow.
So you wanna take a trip? It's time for a trip, shawty. And this shit is so lit, and I bet if I hit, swear to God I won't miss, shawty. And I got them headers pitch, shawty. You can see the wrist glitch, shawty. And I got my glizzy on me. Yeah, it's posted on their hip, shawty. Now I'm flying out of Vegas. Yeah, nigga ain't ballin' in the Matrix. Swear to God the game taking cause they hatin'. All the shit they betrayin', they be faking. I be pulling through my city in the drop dead. All the niggas hatin', tell them drop dead. And I just got that new shit. Yeah, nigga hopped in the new whip. I be taking over like I'm J-Ho, and the wait's over, and I'm paid now. Niggas hate cause I put in work, yeah, I'm working hard like a slave now. It's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah. And I swear I been on mine. Swear it's on the grind, yeah, nigga shine. Yeah.
And I shine. I've been to Miami several times. Ooh, don't you remind me? You couldn't find me. Lonely, never that. I got bitches hella bad. Ass is hella fat. Yeah, you know I'm into that. Yeah, and I'm into that. No tease, you don't talk to the preacher. If the cops come, you don't talk to them either. If them niggas come, you was not a believer. Just one of them people who was out here to see
Take a trip with me. Come take a trip with me. Going off that ecstasy. Going off that ecstasy.
You sit next to me, girl, that's especially. Take you if you let to me, girl, if you let to me. Come take a trip with me, come take a trip with me. Going off that ecstasy, going off that ecstasy. You sit next to me, girl, that's especially. Take you if you let to me, girl, if you let to me.
Trip with me. Come take a trip with us. Come take a trip with us.
Stock Market Live with SCAOD. We are back from the break here. It's 10:08 a.m. Market's on an uptrend here. Took a little dip there just now. Looks like it's back in the race here. It's back up for the fight here, ready to battle. Was getting punched down there for quite a few minutes there. But as you can see, these dips are high dips here. The trend is going towards north. It's going to obviously take a while because people are going to keep taking profits, and then you got people that are going to keep shorting it, obviously. So we're going to have some patience here, ladies and gentlemen, because that's what this market is all about here. Patience pays setting up your prey there for the target is just really what it's all about. That's really what this all is about. You can also accumulate shares of the company. Say like if I wanted to own one share of Apple, for example, I would buy either a full share or a fractional share, meaning the full share I would get the price you see Apple is here, which is this right here, 174. I would pay that full price have ownership of the company by owning that full share. And whatever Apple does, they'll pay you, basically. They'll pay you. Now, Apple got dividends. It's best to, in these situations, ladies and gentlemen, you want to have a little decent amount of leverage to really be seeing a lot, of course, obviously, but that's where options come into play here, and they can help boost your account there. So you can be able to afford the shares, ladies and gentlemen, if that makes sense. So this is really how it works. But also, you know, they know things are serious out here. People got laws to bills and things of that nature. This business is real out here. So it's legal. This is how people really get money. There's no other way to it here. But yeah. This is real in here. This is live. This is the Stock Market Live, and the crypto market here is going up here so far. So good with everybody. But yeah, names holding up so far so good. But not seeing no continuation to the breakout. More towards the upside right now. Just seeing more of a little bit of, we got a top boom now. They're consolidating here. That's what we're getting here so far. So just a little pop to the upside and consolidation so far. Little small dips in the air. So you want to be patient here. Like I said, we don't really have anything striving this right here at all besides the weekend news, things I told you. Russia-Ukraine headlines. Be on the lookout for that. If you hear about anything with that. The Nasdaq's up though, 48% here. The S&P 500 is up 3%. The Dow's down about 29%. So we still got a mixed market here, you guys. Still got a mixed market here. But other than that, you guys, things are looking good here. Look like a short squeeze over here at Tesla. Because like I said, that's a huge gap up from 1010. And it looks like they're not trying to even think about this whole area here that just got squeezed at all. So that's just what it's about. That's why I got short squeezed. And maybe, like I said, it's not maybe where it happened because, like I said, people was just like the short squeeze headline said, they shorted it. They shorted it too much. They shorted it for too long, and that's not the direction anymore. And so when basically that opportunity, when people see that, they jump on it pretty fast, as you can see, and they've just been rallying from 700 all the way to what you see now, back up there to 1,000. So it was just basically overcorrected towards the downside. Maybe some people felt left out. Boom. Then they got back in. Boom. But as people got out, you can see people definitely got in, as you can see. So it still really can run, though. It's not even near all-time highs at all. All-time highs is about 1,200. It's getting about close. Some people would say because they're excited, but that's not really close. It's going to take a while to really get to that. I would be long in that position. They do got delivery numbers coming out next week, and they do have something coming out too with like a Houston a day or something with Tesla. It's an event coming out basically. They got a bunch of news at Tesla right now, So the squeeze was destined to happen, whether it was now or later, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. No news still at all, but we do have a live briefing going on here. The UK officials to discuss the Ukraine and Russia, and that's live here.
So previously, when we were using spreadsheets, we were heavily meeting dependent. It took us hours to.
I think.
Yeah, they started this about 30 minutes ago. We're going to tune into this now.
To begin Ukraine's transition.
This moved the market definitely. Yeah, it had an effect.
Would have in itself been a very overt step on the way to Ukrainian NATO membership. Discuss whether or not that's a good thing. But the right thing to do in those circumstances was to grab stuff that was on the shelf, immediately available, and could be brought to bear immediately in the defence of Ukraine. And that's exactly what we did.
Question 15, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainian armed forces have robustly resisted all Russian axes of invasion, conducting effective ambush and artillery strikes on Russian military convoys and maintaining air defences that are limiting Russian air superiority. Ukrainian resistance is significantly restricting Russia's ability to deploy combat power against Kyiv. It is unlikely that Russia has achieved its planned objectives at this stage of the invasion.
Andrew Jones. Yeah, my right honourable friend for that answer. Constituents in Harrogate and Knaresborough have told me they want to see the government continue to support the Ukrainian resistance in three ways. That's humanitarian in the region, welcoming refugees here, and of course military aid. We've seen the news that the Ukrainian army is retaking parts of their area from the Russians. So as the Ukrainian need evolves, will my right honourable friend ensure that our support evolves to meet that changing need?
Mr. Speaker, I certainly can reassure my honourable friend that that is the case. We are looking, as I said in response to a question a few moments ago, a week, 2 weeks, 2 months, 3 months ahead in order to give the Ukrainian strategic depth, to bring to bear our technological and industrial advantages in order to be able to provide them with the kit that we think they'll need, not just in the next few days, but actually in 3 months' time, so that they can continue to make sure that President Putin fails in his endeavours in Ukraine.
17, please, Mr. Speaker.
I would emphasise that decisions on equipment are in response to requests from Ukraine, and we consider how best to address their needs. The anti-tank weapons provided to Ukrainian armed forces thus far have been taken from existing UK stocks to ensure speed of delivery. The MOD continues to pursue options to rapidly meet Ukrainian requirements, including through UK industry and by actively convening our global partners.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been contacted by manufacturers of military hardware in North Devon who work with the MOD and can rapidly move to provide items like helmets and body armour. Are there any plans to make an emergency streamlined procurement process to help speed this up?
I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. I would just emphasise that these are Ukrainian decisions, and I would urge UK companies to contact the Ukrainian embassy as well as other routes. However, in parallel, the Department for International Trade is meeting with defence-related trade associations such as ADS and Make UK on a weekly basis to rapidly consider industry offers for Ukraine and how they can be assisted, and UK manufacturers of military hardware may also therefore wish to forward their offers to their trade association.
Capital Alex Norris.
Topical number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, but I've had a number of honourable members inquiring, so just that the Defence Secretary wouldn't want it to be thought that it meant a discourtesy to the House. He's had a brief brush with COVID. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that on behalf of the Department, the Armed Forces and the Ministers here present, that it hasn't neither stopped him nor slowed him down over the last few days. He's had his second negative test today, and I'm assured that by this evening he'll be as present physically as he has been virtually over the last few days.
Alex Norris.
The Ministry of Defence continues to deliver against the objectives of the IR and Defence Command paper, which recognise that Russia remained the most acute threat to our security. We remain on course to deliver more modernised and threat-focused defence. We do so alongside our international allies, just as we've worked with them on Ukraine.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent weeks have only reinforced the need to invest in our defence. This is important for our economy and vital for our security. With this in mind, why won't ministers give a clear commitment for British built by default in defence procurement?
The events of the last few weeks show the absolute critical importance to having the right kit in the hands of our armed forces. On many occasions that can be met by British supply, but I would not write off the kit that we can procure from our US and NATO allies, and nor would I wish them to write off the prospect of buying kit from us. We are part of an alliance, and I'm absolutely convinced our approach of supporting British industry, supporting British investment, supporting through DCIS their capabilities, but also keeping a weather eye on what else is available to ensure our armed forces are well armed is the right approach.
By the Secretary of State for Defence to send lethal defensive military aid to Ukraine before Russia's invasion was inspired and probably one of the very best decisions he's ever taken. What is the initial assessment by the Minister for the Armed Forces of the operational effectiveness in theatre of the next generation light anti-tank weapons that we've sent to Ukraine?
Mr. Speaker, one pauses because every time one of those weapon systems is effective, it kills the entire crew of an armoured vehicle. But the honourable gentleman will take no pleasure, but will be interested to note that they have been prolific in their success, and the Ukrainian armed forces value them enormously. They are accurate, they are reliable, they're deadly.
Secretary of State John Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK's anti-tank and anti-air weapons are proving vital to the Ukrainians in fighting the Russian invasion. And at NATO last week, the Prime Minister pledged that we would supply a further 6,000 missiles. Both NLAW and Starstreak are made in Britain by British workers, and as the Minister said in response to the member for North Devon on question 17, but has production yet started to replace British stockpiles of these missiles?
We are working closely with industry. There are some lines that have continued, but I'd rather not get into operational details of as and when stockpiles will be replenished. But suffice it to say, we are in active conversations with industry, as the right honourable gentleman would expect.
Mr. Speaker, it's 40 years ago this coming week of the invasion of the Falkland Islands, when the violation of British sovereignty by Argentina. It's 5 weeks since the violation of sovereignty by Russia in Ukraine, and as China eyes up Taiwan, will the Minister agree with me that it's time the government started to plan for an increase in defence spending, maybe 3% of GDP?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear what the honourable gentleman, honourable friend says. I note his concern. It's clearly something, as the IR made clear, we always look at this from a threat basis, and what is required, we fund. But I would also remind him we are the biggest defence spender in Europe, the second biggest in NATO, and we were pleased to receive a £24 billion uplift in the current spending period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Scottish Affairs, I had the pleasure of visiting Lossiemouth earlier this year, and Lookers Airfield in my constituency is still maintained as a backup site for operations. Given the current situation, can the Minister advise on sonar radar upgrades, because it's important that backup facilities are also fit for purpose?
I thank the honourable lady for her question. I think I wrote to her last in November of last year on that issue. I'm afraid we haven't moved on yet. We're still studying exactly what radar configurations will be required, but it is actively being looked at, and I certainly commit to updating the honourable lady when I can give her an assurance one way or the other.
Fleeing for their lives when Kabul fell, some Afghans with UK connections entered Pakistan without documentation. Will ministers urgently devise a practical plan safely to bring to the UK those Afghans who have entry visas to come to this country, but who are still being hunted by the Pakistani police, whose government apparently wants to hand them back to the Taliban?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman knows that I've been engaged in this for him for some time, and I'm told from my phone that the High Commissioner has, I think, now reached out to explain the situation. But for the benefit of the wider House, there is a challenge where those who arrive in Pakistan with eligibility to come to the UK under whichever government scheme they are intending to come, but have not entered Pakistan legally, the Pakistan government is taking a view on limiting our abilities to process those people. We are working hard to persuade the Pakistan government to take a different approach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joram is a veteran and a constituent who came to Britain in 2001 and served in the armed forces with tours in Afghanistan and Iraq that left scars. He suffered from PTSD and took to drinking, and as a result served time in prison. But he turned his life around. He's now a painter and decorator and a father of two. But the Home Office is seeking to deport Joram to Zimbabwe, where he has no connections, and when he was last there, more than 15 years ago, he was tortured for having served in our armed forces, and that risks happening again in the future. So will the Minister intervene to stop Joram, a veteran, from being deported?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would be very pleased to review the details of this case and correspond directly with
Okay, Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is vitally important that we protect our veterans from vexatious legal claims, something we've already put in place for those who've served overseas. Would the Minister agree to work with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and the Government to ensure legislation is also urgently brought forward to help protect our Northern Ireland veterans?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are grateful to all veterans of Op Banner, and we seek to give them closure with honour and finality, and I'm pleased that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland will in due course bring forward the requisite bill.
Speaker, thank you. The most effective deployment of our submarine forces in response to Russian deployment is surely intelligence dependent. Now, the membership of the Joint Expeditionary Force is not synonymous with that of NATO. Can I press the Minister and say, are we making every effort to glean intelligence as to Russian naval deployment from these other countries?
Mr. Speaker, our intelligence of Russian submarine movements is, as on the Right Honourable Gentleman imagines, some of the most sensitive, but he will be reassured to know that we are absolutely working with allies to make sure our understanding of where Russian submarines are is at the best it could possibly be, and that we are postured to make sure that we meet whatever threat there may be as a consequence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend will agree with me that Poland's recent decision to award Babcock the contract for the Arrowhead frigates for the Polish Navy is a brilliant example of British shipbuilding capabilities being used to support our NATO allies.
I'm delighted to join my honourable friend in welcoming that down selection. There's still a process to go, but if they've finally got over the line, as I hope, that'll be great news for Babcock, great news for Scotland, and great news for British shipbuilding. I've been on multiple occasions to see opposite number in Poland and to host them here in the UK. I think they're making a great choice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents, a British and Afghan dual national, travelled to Afghanistan in June last year to visit his wife and 3 children aged under 10. During the evacuations, they were advised to proceed to the Baron Hotel, but were not processed before the suicide attacks. Since then, they've been trying to get to the UK, but the FCDO say they need a visa, and the Home Office say they're ineligible for the resettlement scheme. What urgent action can the Minister take with colleagues in the Home Office to ensure that my constituent can return safely to the UK with his young family?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady's question implies, I think, that her constituent was not eligible to come under the Ministry of Defence administered ARAP scheme. I know there'll be no consolation to him nor his family in Afghanistan. We're working hard with other government departments to make sure that those who were called forward under the Leave Outside the Rules scheme that was in operation during Operation Pitting still are looked after, but is a discussion that I'll need to have with other ministers, and I'll ask one of them to write to her with an update on that case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that Starstreak anti-aircraft missiles are being made available to Ukraine. Can I ask my honourable friend, could this kit be used to protect humanitarian corridors and nuclear power plants?
Mr. Speaker, they certainly could be. They're a highly effective weapon system, but we are not seeking to be in any way prescriptive with the Ukrainians about how they are employed. They will understand their plan better than we do. We give them these weapon systems confident that they will bring them to good use, and thus far that's been proven to be correct.
Mr. Matheson.
Speaker, does the Minister share my concern that the agility and mobility hoped for in the Future Soldier programme will be thwarted if those soldiers are stuck in traffic on the M6 near Wheaton Barracks. Wouldn't it be much better to keep the Dale Barracks in Chester open and have a wider operational footprint for our future soldiers?
Very nicely done, Tristan.
It's an ingenious construction, Mr. Speaker, and one which we always think about, but we don't have any plans to change that element of the DEO, I'm afraid, at this point.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Ukraine is becoming one of the most contaminated countries in the world with explosive weapons, landmines, cluster munitions, and unexploded ordnance posing a threat to military and civilians alike. So will a minister meet with myself and leaders of the UK EOD and Mine Action community to discuss how we can plan for the enormous decontamination task ahead of us?
Mr. Speaker, I certainly will. I've had the, I'm not sure it's misfortune or good fortune, but to visit a number of countries that have been heavily mined in the past, and you see the tragic human cost that comes from countries where they have been heavily mined, but also the hope that comes with a meaningful demining programme. I'd be delighted to meet with the organisations he suggests.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Security Vetting Services have never played such an important role, and the skill there is incredibly high. So when will the Minister announce that it will remain in York when they move forward with their plans for the Info Barracks site?
I can't give any form of commitment on that right now, Mr. Speaker, but I will write to the Honourable Lady.
Dr. James Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, I was pleased to see 2 Royal Navy vessels join 5 other Joint Expeditionary Force nations in escorting British and Danish supply ships. They successfully delivered military vehicles and equipment to the UK-led NATO battle group in Estonia. Does my honourable friend agree that as well as playing a vital role in NATO, it's important for the UK to continue to lead the Joint Expeditionary Force?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly do. NATO has been the absolute cornerstone of Euro-Atlantic security since the end of the Second World War. Long may it continue to do so. And the JEF, nor the EU, nor anything else should be seen as an alternative. But there is a market, I think, for complementary organisations like the JEF, which don't require consensus. And I think the JEF is showing absolutely its value in the way that it's being used at the moment.
Speaker, the Veteran Strategy Action Plan includes a commitment to address the historic hurt or disadvantage that sections of the veteran community have experienced. Can the Minister confirm if this will include compensation for LGBT veterans?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to announcing further progress on this review in due course. And I don't want to preempt the terms and conditions of the chair, but I think it will be reassuringly broad.
James Gray.
Thank you. While it is perfectly true that any sensible person in the West would rather President Putin were not the President of the Russian Republic, would the Minister not agree with me that it's vitally important that we should reiterate every second that we can that NATO is a defensive alliance amongst 30 people, that if there's one boot that goes over the line onto NATO land, we will react. But in the meantime, the person of the presidency of Russia must be a matter for the Russian people and not for us.
My honourable friend is correct. NATO is a defensive alliance. We're working very closely together. As my honourable friend, the Minister of the Armed Forces, stated earlier on, we're undertaking measures to ensure that NATO retains that deterrence and that defensive posture which is appropriate in these times. But we are focused bilaterally on Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. That is the focus of our policy.
Andrew Gwynn.
At the last defence questions, I got what I hoped was an encouraging answer on behalf of the nuclear test veterans in what will be their 70th anniversary since the first nuclear tests. Can the Minister update us where we're at in terms of recognising these veterans and their families for their sacrifice?
Speaker, this continues to be under review, and I look forward to updating you in due course.
Ministers have already said that we've supplied 4,000 NLAWs and other equipment and deployments, that we're supplying 6,000 more. Meanwhile, Germany says that they will supply 1,000, and France hasn't actually stated what they're going to supply. And as far as I know, nothing has actually been supplied. So what advice do we give to our colleagues in Europe about how to actually get their equipment into Ukraine?
Mr. Speaker, it's not just advice. We offer a service whereby we will go to countries around Europe, pick up stuff, and make sure that it gets forward to Ukraine. And at the International Donor Coordination Centre in Stuttgart, which I had the pleasure of visiting last week, the UK 104 Brigade headquarters is the global lead on coordinating how all of that lethal and non-lethal aid arrives in countries that neighbour Ukraine and how it is moved on thereafter.
Thank you. Richard Holden.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. With the next generation Challenger 3 turrets being built in the North East, supporting hundreds of jobs, the Defence Science and Technology Centre, working with Newcastle and other local universities, and Crook Defence Systems in my North West Durham constituency, providing the armoured vehicle tracks for not just British tanks, but also those of our allies across NATO and Europe. Will my right honourable friend continue to ensure that the North East firms and workers remain at the heart of British defence procurement?
They are, and I had a great day last Thursday opening the AI hub for DSTL in Newcastle and pressing the button to start the production of the turrets of our Challenger 3 tanks, which my honourable friend refers to. There's a great history of defence manufacturing in the North East, and it's going to have an even greater future.
Right, that's the end of defence questions. We now come to the urgent question. Can I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Louise Haigh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Transport if he will make a statement on the conduct of P&O Ferries, Chief Executive and Board, and the action they will take to safeguard jobs.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the whole House has been left appalled and angered by the behaviour exhibited by P&O Ferries towards their workers over the last week. As a government, we will not stand by and allow hard-working, dedicated British staff to be treated in such a manner. This morning, my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, wrote to the Chief Executive of P&O asking him to pause and reconsider and offer his workers their jobs back on their previous terms, conditions and wages, should they want them. This is because we will return to this House to announce a package of measures that will ensure that the outcomes P&O Ferries are seeking to achieve through this disastrous move to pay less than the minimum wage cannot be seen through. As a result, they will have no reason left not to reconsider this move. As I said to the Select Committee last week, Mr. Speaker, as soon as this package of measures has been finalised, we intend to return to this House so that members can rightly scrutinise them. In the meantime, we are continuing to review the contracts that P&O Ferries with the government and the Insolvency Service are continuing to investigate the actions of Peter Hebblethwaite, who brazenly admitted to breaking the laws before two committees of this House last week. I am clear that P&O Ferries cannot and will not be allowed to get away with their actions. I hope the whole House will now support our efforts to do just this.
Louise Haigh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. As he said, on Thursday, the Chief Executive of P&O Ferries made a mockery of the rule of law in this country. As a result, 7 of P&O's 8 ferries are now stuck in port, and on Saturday, the European Causeway was seized, the only passenger ship in Europe to be prevented from sailing over safety concerns. P&O Ferries must face the most serious consequences for their misconduct. I know the Minister and the Secretary of State feel the same way, and I appreciate the contact they have made with the opposition and trade unions. But every available tool at the government's disposal must now be used to force P&O Ferries to reinstate workers on the previous terms and conditions. So can the Minister provide some urgent clarity? Firstly, the Prime Minister said very clearly on Wednesday, we are taking legal action against the company concerned. So has the Secretary of State given his direction to prosecute? If not, why not? Second, given the Chief Executive has shown no respect for the law, will he seek his removal under the Directors' Disqualification Act and all those who unauthorised this unlawful action? Third, the Transport Secretary has said he will review contracts, but livelihoods are on the line now. So will he suspend all contracts and licences of P&O and DP World today? And why is DP World still listed as a member of the government's Trade Advisory Group? Finally, Mr. Speaker, time is running out. The deadline set by P&O for this Thursday for workers to agree severance amounts
severance amounts to extortion and has no legal basis. What powers does the government therefore have to extend that unlawful deadline? These workers, as he said, must be reinstated on the same terms as before. Many are paid above the minimum wage. So will the Minister commit to working with the unions and all ferry companies to agree a binding framework that would prevent a race to the bottom to the lowest international standards? I know the House agrees we must send a clear message that rogue employers cannot get away with trampling over the laws of this country. It's time to throw the book at P&O and save this loyal workforce.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Honourable Lady is quite right that P&O must face the consequences for their actions. We are looking at every tool that is available to the government. We're doing that as fast as is humanly possible. We're looking to bring forward a package of measures, which I apologise I can't go into in any more detail at the moment. Some of these are the complicated matters we need to go through, but we will be speaking to members of the House. We will be speaking to the unions as we put this together. Secretary of State for Transport's made clear his views very clearly. I did, of course, when I came to the House when the announcement was made, as I did in front of the Transport Select Committee as well. The Secretary of State letter that he's written has been absolutely clear of what view we take of the actions that P&O have taken. And we will be acting upon that. There's a number of other matters. She's on the contracts. We continue to review any that may exist. We continue to can take any action we can on things like trade advisory groups. I hope she'll pardon me at the moment, simply because.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I would like to thank my honourable friend and the Secretary of State for working so closely with me and with others since this disgraceful decision by P&O. Does my honourable friend agree with me that the minimum wage proposal is a floor and not a ceiling? It would put the ferry workers in the same position as other workers in this country. It defeats the P&O agency foreign workers model, so that they should just reinstate the Dover workforce on their current terms now. And does he agree with me that the government's measures coming forward this week will support ferry operators, ferry workers, and safeguard the Dover-Calais route for the future?
Mr. Speaker, may I first of all pay tribute to my honourable friend for her fearless championing of her constituents. There is no one who speaks out with more persuasion, with more force and more passion than she does for the people of Dover and her constituents. I pay tribute to her for that. She asks whether the national minimum wage is a floor, not a ceiling. I'm very keen to say there's a package we're considering, Mr. Speaker. We'll come to the House and explain what that package is in due course, and I hope the House will look forward and will welcome that when it comes.
SNP spokesperson Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I, through the Minister, thank the Secretary of State for what he said in the content of the letter he and his colleague at Bayes have sent to P&O today. These actions have been utterly reprehensible, but I do have to ask, where was this progressive zealot intent in protecting jobs when British Airways threatened to fire and rehire 30,000 staff? If some action had been taken at that point, we may not be in this position today with P&O. It is, however, better that a sin of repentance, Mr. Speaker, and the government is indeed on the right side of the road now, which I very much welcome, because the actions of P&O have involved not just everyone in this House, but right across the country. He did say in his response to the Labour front bench he can't give any details now, but I can please reiterate that the deadline is on Thursday. This place breaks for recess on Thursday. This is of the most urgent nature. We need details on that as soon as possible. And the chairs, just my final question, Mr. Speaker, the chairs of the Transport and Base Select committees have written to the Secretary of State today with a number of points, but stating the government should prosecute P&O ferries and remove its licence to operate in the UK. What consideration is he giving to this action, ensuring P&O cannot operate where it does not abide by the law?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. I mean, he's quite right. In reality, this is something that unites the House. You know, whatever party, wherever we come from, whatever our politics, we're all disgusted by the way that P&O have behaved. And he's quite right. I'm very aware that the deadline is pressing. That's why the government's working so hard on this. As soon as we are able to do so, we aim to come back before the House and to update the House on the package of measures we're looking to take. That'll include all of the Honourable Gentleman, he's reminded me of one of my feet, a couple of questions I haven't answered, which I'll consider the point that he's raised around licences in particular. That's what we can consider that as we're going along. I know there are some letters that are being written. I haven't yet seen those, but I'll be very keen to see the suggestions that are made in those as well. As I said when I was in front of the Transport Select Committee last week, very keen to work with the Select Committee and the unions with any constructive suggestions they've made. There have, Mr. Speaker, hope you pardon me just taking a second more to say this, some very constructive suggestions from all sides of the House.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stena is one of the largest employers in my constituency of Arnismore, and Holyhead is the second busiest ro-ro port in the UK. The news last week regarding P&O was felt with palpable anger and shock. I've spoken with Stena seafarers like David Gwatkin and Mark Harrison on the Stena Adventurer, who are quite rightly concerned about their jobs. Will the Minister confirm to my constituents that he and the Secretary of State are doing everything they can to ensure that this despicable, callous behaviour never occurs again?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady also speaks with enormous power and passion for her constituents in Arnismore. Can I pay tribute to her for that? The distress that has been felt by seafarers of all companies is absolutely palpable over the course of the last week. We clearly, of course, those at P&O are in our hearts and minds, but equally those who are worried about their livelihood from other operators. Precisely the point why we're taking the time that we are is because we want to be able to provide the reassurance to others, no matter where they work or who they're employed by, that their livelihoods will be secure.
P&O Ferry's been on the advisory group and he look at that as part of a package. Can he just tell us today, is part of that package going to take DP World off the government's advisory body? That would send a fantastic message right now to that company that their behaviour is unacceptable. Send that out. Will the Minister send that message out now? Not let's wait for the package.
Mr. Speaker, I do apologise to the Honourable Gentleman. I know that he would like me to say a number of things that can send that message now. The message will be sent. I hope he'll forgive me. I want there to be a package which we announce to the House so the House can scrutinise it, rather than announcing things piecemeal. So we will come to the House and we will explain what all those are.
And Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for the strength of the government's response to the moral bankruptcy of P&O Ferries, as demonstrated at the Select Committee last week. I welcome the government's commitments to protect seafarers in the future. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that every step needs to be taken to ensure that seafarers are properly protected into the future?
Mr. Speaker, moral bankruptcy is precisely the point. I think my honourable friend precisely puts his finger on it. We are taking every step. We will come forward with a package. We want to make sure that we get this right, and we are keen to make sure that people are protected.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the unions met with P&O Ferries on Friday, and unsurprisingly perhaps, the company were treating those unions with utter and complete contempt. Now I think the reason is this: the penny for P&O Ferries hasn't yet dropped. That legislation will come in to force very soon, which will remove that incentive to exploit foreign agency workers at the expense of British seafarers. So would the Minister pick up the phone to P&O Ferries today and ask the Chief Exec Director to extend the clock for accepting these, what are essentially illegal offers? It's not redundancy, it's illegal.
Can I first just start by thanking the Honourable Gentleman for his input. He's been extremely constructive and very grateful for the input he's put into this issue, which I'm taking very seriously, considering all of it. I hope you won't mind if I say that at the outset. Secretary of State's already done more than that. In fact, Secretary of State has written in no uncertain terms in public, asking them to do precisely that. I'm not surprised that P&O have treated the unions, as he says, with contempt, because that's the way we've seen them behave across the whole of this matter. It is deeply regrettable, and I'd urge them to treat the unions and their workers with respect.
Steve McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, I come from a family of seafarers, and the behaviour of P&O has been arrogant, disgusting, unacceptable. I'm grateful to the Minister for the strong action himself and the Transport Secretary have taken. Will they send a strong message to the Chief Executive of P&O and say from the dispatch box he should resign for his behaviour?
Yes. Absolutely. The Secretary of State's been absolutely clear about that. He said so in terms. His position is untenable, and I agree.
John MacDonald.
Can I just raise again the fact that the shipping companies have received over £2 billion worth of tonnage tax concessions? P&O have been a major gainer from that tonnage tax. Could we have the assurance from the government today that no tonnage tax relief is being paid now to P&O, and that if necessary, we should seek to receive back some of the tonnage tax concessions that they gained, what for? As a result of a commitment to protect.
You're tuning in now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. You see the spies taking dips in the air here. They're talking about the Ukraine and Russia situation here. Sounds like they want to use their tools to maybe have peace, but I don't know when that will happen. But we do see Tesla on the high, getting short squeezed, still continuously to the upside. Amazon's on the high. Everything's on the high, you guys. Be cautious, though. Be cautious. Those are the leaders. Those are the leaders. Everything else is trying to catch up. Be cautious. 20K Club. Oh! 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 I'm about to start. Oh, shit. I'm going to start punching shit. You better put that 20K back up. I'm going to start punching shit like Will. There you go. Niggas didn't want that Will action. I'm telling you. Put it back. That's what I thought. Now leave it there and don't touch it no more. Stay above this the rest of the day. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla's on the high, 1087. Wow. 1100 is definitely in the play. Are you holding or are you selling, ladies and gentlemen? Somebody let me know. Let me know something. I need to know something now. You still not saying nothing. Fuck that X hour shit. Do you want to hold or sell? I need to know now. Oh, you should be hitting that then. Time is ticking. You're moving a little too slow. That chart is moving. That needle's moving, ladies and gentlemen. 20K Club. Shout out to Elon. Shout out to Elon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. I'm about to start punching shit like Will. Oh, so that's how you exit, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter if it keeps going. You know why? Because the name of the game is to book profits. That's what we do here at LCAOD. We don't care if it keeps going. We'll fit in with the next wave. That's what you do, ladies and gentlemen. Elon just invited me to the 20K. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is funny, man. We might have so short, but we got to laugh it off. We got to laugh it off. It's okay. Sometimes you got to laugh at things. Just to know it's going to get better. You feel me? Just to know it's going to get better, man, ladies and gentlemen. But man. That's how you do it right there. I told him I was going to start punching shit. I told him I was going to start punching shit like... Will! Motherfucker. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Short squeeze action at Tesla, ladies and gentlemen. We're live here. We're up 38% today, you guys. Portfolio is going fantastic. Fantastic, man. Let's tune back into this briefing here. I don't see anything else going on. I really don't. The market's still mixed too, you guys. So that's what I'm saying. It's only action. It's really Tesla and Amazon right now. Looks like they're about to break 1087 Tesla. They're trying it. Oh, oh man, I gotta laugh. We gotta laugh. Let's laugh one more time because they're gonna get us. I know they're gonna get us. Tesla is gonna try to go to 1100. It's going to do that. No matter what you think, whatever you thought you needed, they're going over it. And that's where you gotta have patience, you guys. At this point, I wouldn't be buying on a high. I wouldn't tell you that. But I mean, I'm saying you would probably want to catch the next dip. That train is rolling over there. It's rolling. But sometimes you got to book profit. That's the name of the game. That's what it's all about. A flip. A legal flip, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw it live here. Stock market live with LCLD. Spread the word, man. Spread the word, spread the wealth. Let's laugh it off one more time because I know I just shorted myself on that Tesla. But it's okay, though, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not tripping here. Let's tune back in. Let's tune back in. The market's mixed here. The market's mixed. Let me update you guys on the indices. Real quick. It looks like the NASDAQ is at 0.36 here. S&P 500 is still going red, green. 2% now green. S&P, the Dow's down 40%. So we got a kangaroo market. Be cautious. Try to catch the dip. Uptrend. Bull market. Not seeing the sell-off yet. Uptrend. Buy the dip. Be cautious. Chart some numbers. Oh, Tesla just broke it. Oh, 1088, 1089. Whoa. It's still going. 1100's on the board, you guys. 1100 is on the board. That's where they're trying to go next. Be cautious. Stay calm. Let's tune back in. Euro code's approaching in about an hour. No, excuse me, 30 minutes. I'm sorry. Time is off. 30 minutes.
Because they want the government to show that they really are on their side now and not to leave any doubts about whether they're on the side of billionaires from Dubai.
I can be absolutely clear now. We're on the side of the workers. We'll be explaining what we're going to do in the House later this week.
Mark Paulson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate the Minister on the robust approach the government is taking to this matter. But, Mr. Speaker, many small business owners and managers work long and hard to get personnel matters right and to do the right thing and to comply with employment law. Would the Minister consider what signal it will send to them if P&O ferries get away with willfully ignoring the law?
Well, that's a signal that we cannot have. We cannot have any company willfully ignoring the law. We want to make sure that every company knows it has to do the right thing and they must do the right thing.
Mick Whitley.
Speaker, the government's response to the mass sackings of 800 P&O workers has been shameful in my view. Ministers failed to step in and save jobs. They refused to support Labour efforts to outlaw fire and rehire in October, and they're not seeking disqualification of P&O's chief executive from holding a company directorship for brazenly and knowingly breaking employment law. Now, many of my constituency employed in the maritime industry are afraid that their jobs could also be under threat. Will the Secretary of State urgently commit to bringing forward legislation that will guarantee the strongest employment protections are available to everybody working in the UK maritime industry, so that no one is ever treated as contemptible as the 800 P&O workers were?
Well, I don't agree with the honourable gentleman's way of describing the government's approach to this. I don't think we could have been any more robust. But the overall thrust of his point that workers should be protected, I agree with. We will come to the House and we will explain how we're going to do that as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's statement, but two of my neighbours and constituents with a combined service period of 51 years were laid off by email last week and are understandably upset that they do not know where their money is coming into their household going forward. Can he assure me that the package of measures that he will be introducing, and I understand that he cannot go into detail, but can he make sure that at the heart of that package are workers' rights and that in future no company like P&O will be able to take these actions going forward?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what we aim to achieve.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. I was heartened when the Minister in opening said he will not stand by and allow workers to be treated in such a manner. But P&O's arbitrary and illegal deadline of 31st of March this Thursday for all SAC ratings to sign the severance package, which effectively buys their jobs but also seeks to use a legal device to muzzle them, that's this Thursday. So when the Minister says he's going to bring a package to this House as soon as possible must be before Thursday.
The honourable gentleman's point, it's not on the way that these people have been treated. It's absolutely unacceptable. This is complicated, so there are a number of things we just have to go through to get this right. As soon as we can come back to the House, we will. But in the meantime, the letter that the Secretary of State has written, it makes precisely the demand that he asks.
Richard. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Secretary of State and the Department for the robust way in which they've really taken on P&O over the disgraceful actions over the last few weeks. But can they confirm a couple of things to me? Firstly, that all the contracts and relationships P&O have with the government are going to be under review. Can they secondly confirm they will block the outcome that P&O are after, which is specifically trying to pay workers less than the minimum wage? And thirdly, can he agree with me that the CEO should either resign or be sacked immediately?
The honourable member makes a number of excellent points there. We will consider those as part of the package, but I can assure him that the thrust he's seeking to achieve is the same as the government.
Dan Carlton.
Mr. Speaker, the problem we have here is we've had fire and rehire with British Gas, we've had fire and rehire with British Airways, and I remember warm words from ministers just a few months ago, but no changes to the outcome. And the words of my fellow Liverpudlian Frank Cottrell Boyce, that Tory MPs protesting the behaviour of P&O bosses is like your neighbourhood arsonist offering you a flask of tea over the smoking ruins of your house comes to mind. I wonder if ministers now will look at whether they could commit to securing a collectively bargained fair pay agreement for the entire sector.
We'll be considering all of the suggestions that have been made by honourable members across the House, and I thank them for it, and will announce in due course to the House the measures we propose to take.
Alan Dorrans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, what discussions has the Minister had with the Scottish and other devolved governments to discuss the impact of the P&O's actions? And what efforts has he made with Cabinet colleagues to end the utterly despicable practice of fire and rehire?
So at a time like this, Mr. Speaker, conversations take place across government and across the devolved administrations as well to consider what action we can take together.
Very comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. I hope he brings forward legislation very quickly. In that legislation, will he also take on board the scandal of the way in which seafarers are treated in international waters generally? Low wages, poor conditions, terrible working arrangements that they suffer, which has been exposed by this scandal of P&O. We need to address this issue of fairness and justice for all seafarers, and as a major seafaring nation, we can take the lead on that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the country absolutely is a major seafaring nation and has taken the lead already. For example, during the pandemic, where we were the first country to declare the seafarers as key workers, where we took the issue of their rights to the International Maritime Organization. So I am very keen that we continue to take the lead in that, and he puts his finger on a number of really pertinent issues.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before entering Parliament, I was an employment rights lawyer for more than a decade, and in all that time, I don't think I've ever seen such a blatant disregard of the law and contempt for workers' rights. This government says it's wrong, but the reality is it's been allowed to happen under their watch. They've failed to ban fire and rehire, failed to extend national minimum wage to seafarers. If it wasn't from the legal challenge from Unison, we'd still have fees for the Employment Tribunal. No wonder employers think they can get away with it. When is this government finally going to stand up for workers' rights?
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is just wrong in a number of points she makes. I mean, for example, in 2020, the national minimum wage was extended to the vast majority of seafarers working on the UK continental shelf. She's just wrong about that. It's the regulation from 2020. There is an issue here that we are seeking to address, and we are addressing it.
Very good.
After admitting to the Select Committee that he had broken the law and would do so again, the nation has concluded that Peter Hebblethwaite is not a fit and proper person to be a director, not just of P&O, but of any company. When will the government also reach that conclusion and disqualify him? And when will they seek to ensure that workers onshore are not treated with the same contempt that these seafaring workers have been treated with, and make sure that people cannot be fired in this way, whether they're working for Weetabix, Tesco's, Sainsbury's, British Airways, British Gas, or any of the other companies that have been doing this over the past 2 years.
So the government has reached the same conclusion as the honourable gentleman with regards to Mr Hebblethwaite, which is why the Secretary of State's written to him in the terms that he has today. It's a matter for a court to disqualify a person, not for the government, which would be an unusual position for any government, I think, to take, as I know he'll understand. We're looking to see what else we can do to protect workers in this sphere, as I've explained. I look forward to updating the House before the end of the week.
Vital Publican.
Can I thank my honourable friend for taking such a robust stance on this issue? But could I invite him, because there
there is some concern that he makes it absolutely clear that the despicable action of P&O Ferries is not connected in any way with P&O Cruises, which is a completely separate company owned by a separate organisation, because they are concerned that they may lose bookings as a consequence.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. There is no connection between P&O Ferries and P&O Cruises whatsoever. They are wholly separate organisations, separately managed. No blame whatsoever for the actions of P&O Ferries attaches or should be seen to attach to P&O Cruises.
Clive Bafford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chief Executive of P&O came into this place where the laws of the land are made and told us that he broke those laws, and it did so in a premeditated way. Then compounds the situation by going on to show scant regard for safety measures on his ships, resulting in them being impounded. So, knowing all that, doesn't the Minister think that the Chief Executive deserves to be summarily dismissed? And shouldn't he be making sure that that's done immediately, regardless of any package that he's going to bring forward?
I share the honourable gentleman's state of shock at the statement that was made by Mr Hebblethwaite in front of the Select Committee last week. I share that entirely. The Secretary of State and I also share the view that his position is untenable, and said that to him that he ought to go, and I'd urge him to take that very seriously on board.
Christian Muffles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend from Hull East is absolutely right. These aren't redundancies because the positions aren't redundant. They still need crew to man those ships. But the fact remains that it is still cheaper and quicker and easier to sack British workers as opposed to workers anywhere else in Europe. So when he brings forward this package, will he also have a discussion with the rest of the government to say that the time has come for proper employment rights in the UK?
So I take on board entirely the point the honourable gentleman makes. The most important thing that we have to do now is to make sure that these workers are seeing their rights protected and others in a similar position as to them. And any lessons that we have to draw in the wider sphere, government will be taking note at all times, but it would clearly be precipitate for me to make any commitment as what that might be at this time.
John Cryer. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's been given example after example after example of fire and rehire this afternoon. Every member of this House, unless they've been living on another planet, is acutely aware of all those examples in the last 2 or 3 years. At what point is the government actually going to say, this is wrong, it should be illegal?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this isn't, as the honourable gentleman knows, really a fire and rehire situation. But we are absolutely clear that the way these workers have been treated is wrong, which is why I've said in no uncertain terms we're bringing forward a package of measures, and I will be able to update the House before the end of the week.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm if the Government has received advice from the Insolvency Service? And if so, can he confirm that P&O, simply by not notifying the flag states of these intended redundancies within the prescribed time limits, means that they would have committed an offence which could and should lead to an unlimited fine being imposed? And if not, will the Minister bring forward legislation to correct the position retrospectively and make that unlimited fine happen?
Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't be normal for any minister to comment on legal advice that's given, but I share the honourable lady's concerns, which is quite why we've asked the Insolvency Service to investigate in these circumstances. And of course, I take on board the suggestion that she makes, as I do from all honourable members. We will update the House on what that package will be shortly.
Richard Bogan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dockers in Rotterdam refused to load freight onto a ferry in support of 800 unlawfully, illegally sacked P&O workers. Does the Minister support that action in support of saving those 800 jobs? And if so, why is it good enough for workers and trade unions in Rotterdam, but it's still illegal in this country to take solidarity action?
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is standing up for workers. We have been absolutely clear about our condemnation of the way that P&O workers have been treated in this case, and we will be taking action, which I will explain in due course.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the P&O pension pot has a shortfall of 147 million. P&O's parent company, DP World, has previously sponsored a golf tournament to the tune of £150 million. So does the Minister agree with me that P&O's parent company should step in and pay up so that workers' pensions are secure for the future? Will he add this to his package that needs sorting out, please?
I entirely understand the honourable gentleman's concern. I think that DP World and P&O should get together, talk to their workers and look after them, which they haven't done so far.
Sir Tony Boyd.
The Minister's response then is an interesting one. DP World are, of course, the parent company and have corporate responsibility for the actions of P&O Ferries. Has anybody picked up the phone to the government of the UAE, who have responsibility for DP World, and said that this is simply not good enough and not good for their reputation?
We've been absolutely clear when we've written to P&O that the decisions that they've taken are absolutely catastrophic for their reputation. And we said the same things to DP World.
The Minister's absolutely right. This isn't fire and rehire because the P&O workers haven't even been given the indignity of being offered back their contracts on lesser terms and conditions. But the flippant disregard for the UK workforce, the contempt for the rule of law, and the disgusting abuse of foreign workers in what can only be described as slave labour isn't just wrong, it's not on. So I hope very much when the Minister comes back to the House with his detailed package, we won't just be tough on words, we will be tough on actions and tough on P&O.
So I agree with the Honourable Member that the way that his work has been treated is absolutely not on. We've been absolutely clear about that, and we are keen not on words, but on action.
Rachel Mask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is worse is that DP World and P&O Ferries were prepared to put crew untrained onto these ships and also passengers onto these ships, and for them to sail completely against health and safety measures. Therefore, there is something at the core of this company's culture which needs to be addressed, which must result in the licence being removed because clearly it is prepared to be unsafe and break the law.
So I understand the Honourable Lady's concern. The thing that I hope will give her confidence is that we have the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, in whom I have full confidence they are an outstanding safety regulator. They inspect all of these ships, and if they aren't safe to sail, they won't sail.
That finishes the UQ. We are now going to come to the next statement, and the statement will be from the Secretary of State for Education, the Right Honourable Nadeem Zahawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will now make a statement on the publication of the school's white paper. Since 2010, we have been on a mission, Mr. Speaker, to give every single child a great education. We have made huge strides, but we know that there is still further to go on that journey. Journey that my predecessors began, and I'm proud to lead today. Too many children, Mr. Speaker, still do not get the start in life that will enable them to go on and make the best use of their talents and abilities. Sadly, disadvantaged pupils or those who have special educational needs are less likely to achieve the standards we expect for them. Since 2010, we have been rolling out many changes to our education system, changes that have driven up standards and have lifted us up the league tables internationally and have given us measurable evidence of what works. We will now put that evidence to use and scale up what we know will create a high-quality system for children, parents, and teachers. We have an ambition that by 2030, we will expect 90% of primary school children to achieve the agreed standard in reading, writing, and maths. In secondary schools, I want to see the national GCSE average grade in both English language and maths increase from 4.5 in 2019 to 5. By boosting the average grade, it shows a real determination to see all children, whatever their level of attainment, do better. A child who goes from a grade 2 to a grade 3, or a child that goes from grade 8 to grade 9 contributes to this ambition as much as a child on the borderline who may go up from grade 4 to 5. So every parent can rest assured that their child is going to get the attention they deserve, however well they are doing. It goes without saying that every child needs an excellent teacher, Mr. Speaker. This white paper continues our reforms to training and professional development to give every child a world-class teacher. The quality of teaching is the single most important factor within a school for improving outcomes for children, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Our vision is an excellent teacher for every child in our country. But if we are to do this, Mr. Speaker, we need to make teaching even more of an attractive profession. To make sure it is, we will deliver 500,000 teacher training and development opportunities by 2024, giving all teachers and school leaders access to world-class, evidence-based training and professional development at every stage of their career. We will also make a £180 million investment in the early years workforce. Teacher starting salaries are set to rise to £30,000, as we promised in our manifesto, and there will be extra incentives to work in schools with the most need. World-class education also needs environments in which great teaching can have maximum impact, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we will improve standards across curriculum, behaviour and attendance, making sure that all children are in school, learn in calm and safe, supportive classes is my priority. All children will be taught a broad, ambitious, knowledge-rich curriculum and have access to high-quality experiences. We will set up a new national curriculum body to support teachers, founded on the success of the Oak National Academy. This body will work with groups across the sector to identify best practice, deepen expertise in curriculum design, and develop a set of optional resources for teachers that can be used either online or in the classroom. These resources will be available across the United Kingdom, levelling up education across our great country. We will continue to support leaders and teachers to create a classroom where all children can learn in a way that recognises individual needs and abilities. In addition, we are going to boost our ability to gather and share data on behaviour and attendance. We will move forward with a national behaviour survey to form an accurate picture of what really goes on in school and classrooms, and of course, to modernise our systems to monitor attendance. We'll introduce a minimum expectation for the length of the school week to the national average of 32.5 hours for all mainstream state-funded schools from September 2023 at the latest. Thousands of schools already deliver this, Mr. Speaker, but there are a number that don't, and that needs to change. Too many children, Mr. Speaker, especially those who are most vulnerable, routinely fall behind and never catch up with their peers. The awful COVID pandemic has, of course, made this worse, and even though I am relieved to tell you that the latest research on learning loss, Mr. Speaker, and recovery shows pupils continue to make progress, but there is still much more to do. That is why today's white paper sets out our ambitions, a really ambitious plan for scaling up that recovery, building on nearly £5 billion recovery funding already announced. I know that my children, Mr. Speaker, are the most important thing in the world to me, and I'm not alone in saying this. All parents want their children to be happy and to grow up to a future that is full of promise. So I'm today making a pledge to parents. It is a pledge from me and from this government via schools to all families. The parent pledge is that any child that falls behind in English or maths will receive timely support to enable them to reach their potential. A child's school will let parents know how their child is doing and how the school is supporting them to catch up. Tutoring has been a great success, and it's that tutoring that is making a difference. It is here to stay, and we want for it to become mainstream, Mr. Speaker, and a fundamental pillar of every school's approach to delivering the parent pledge. There will be up to 6 million tutoring packages by 2024. We know the approaches I have outlined make a huge difference to pupils. So I've asked myself, we have 22,000 schools in England. How do we ensure that these happen systematically in every school for every child? How do we get that consistency across the system? And it's become clear from my 6 months in the department, studying the evidence, that well-managed, tightly managed families of schools are those that can consistently deliver a high quality and inclusive education. It is one where expertise is shared for the benefit of all, and where resources and support can help more teachers and leaders deliver better outcomes for children. With this in mind, by 2030, we intend for every child to benefit from being taught in a family of schools, with their school in a strong, and I underline strong, multi-academy trust, or with plans to join or form one. This move towards a fully trust-led system with a single regulatory approach will drive up standards. We want also to encourage local authorities, if they think they do well in running their schools, to establish their own strong trust, and we will back them. There will be a clear role for every part of the school system, with local authorities given the power they need to support children. We will set up a new collaborative standard requiring trust to work constructively with other partners. I know from my experience both in business and in rolling out the COVID vaccine that the hardest thing for any complex system, whether it's health or education, is scaling up. But I have faith in the brilliant leaderships that we already have in our school systems, in our educationalists, to be able to deliver on this white paper. We want to spread brilliance throughout our country, levelling up opportunity and creating a school system where there's a clear role for every part of the system, all working together and all focused on one thing, and that is delivering outstanding outcomes for our children. Soon, everyone will see what we all know, that this Conservative government is busy making our schools the very best in the world. We should be so proud of how far we have come, and rightly hopeful about where we are going next. And for that reason, I commend the statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I first thank the right honourable gentleman for advance sight of his statement today. It is a little over 2 years since schools were closed to most pupils. It is almost 12 years since his party came to power. And yet, amongst the many re-announcements we heard over the weekend, the big ideas were that 3/4 of our schools should carry on as normal, teaching the hours they already do. That when children are falling behind, schools will be there to help. And that the National Tutoring Programme, described by providers as at risk of catastrophic failure, is the answer to all of our problems. Is that really it? Is that the limit of his ambition for our children and for our country? He rightly stresses the need to be evidence-led. Is that all he thinks the evidence supports?
Order. In fairness, I expect the Secretary of State, which he was held with good order. I certainly want the same good order for the Shadow Secretary of State. If somebody doesn't want to keep good order, please leave now. Secretary of State.
The Secretary of State rightly stresses the need to be evidence-led. Is that all he thinks the evidence supports, or is that all he could persuade the Chancellor to support? Mr. Speaker, the attainment gap is widening. Performance at GCSE for our most disadvantaged children was going into reverse even before the pandemic. And after 2 years of ongoing disruption, it's clear enough where the focus should be. The Secretary of State says he has ambitions, but they are hollow. Hollow because they are wholly disconnected from any means of achieving them. Hollow because there is no plan to deliver them, but also hollow because there is no vision here about what education is for, what growing up in our country should involve, and what priority we should give our children. We are 2 years into the pandemic. 2 years is a long time and an important time. Half a lifetime for children starting school in September. Years of disruption, of botched exams, isolation, time spent at home. We can all see the impact that this has had on our children. Yet time and again, the government fails to grasp the truth that time out of education for children and young people means more than time out in the rest of their lives. Instead, our children have been an afterthought for this government. A government that showed its priorities when they reopened pubs before they reopened schools. A Prime Minister whose own advisor on education recovery resigned in despair. A department that closed schools to most children with little thought of how it would recover the damage or reopen them safely. Labour listened to parents and young people and set out the children's recovery plan our children need and our country deserves. Breakfast clubs and new activities. Quality mental health support in every school. Small group tutoring for all who need it. Our children have waited long enough. When will they see a recovery plan that rises to the generational challenge staring us all in the face? Only today his department published research setting out that in reading in particular, pupils are falling further behind and the disadvantage gap is widening. But Mr. Speaker, this is deeper than just the last 2 years. On these benches, we see the value and worth of every child. We see them as ambitious and optimistic with dreams for their futures. We see the role of government in matching, not tempering that ambition. Education is about opportunity, and we want opportunity for every child in every corner of our country at every stage. We want childcare that is high quality, affordable and available, not a cost that prices people out of parenting. We want every parent to be able to send their child to a great local state school, which is why we would be launching the most ambitious school improvement plan for a generation, focusing on what happens inside the school, not the name above the door. We want to see teachers supported to succeed, not leaving the profession as they are, which is why we have set out plans for career development and thousands of new teachers, because the success and professionalism of our teachers enables the success of our children. We want to see our children not just achieve, but thrive at school with a rich and broad curriculum that enables them to flourish. We want to give children and young people real choices and see them succeed through strong colleges and apprenticeships. That's why we would deliver work experience, careers advice, and digital skills for all of our young people, so everyone leaves education ready for work and ready for life. That's why today's white paper represents such a missed opportunity. But for all the disappointment we feel on these benches, echoed by school staff and school leaders across the country today, and although the Secretary of State in his heart probably feels that disappointment himself, it is our children whose voices are rarely heard in this place who are the real losers today.
Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping for a plan, but there was none forthcoming. She spoke about schools being closed. Labour, dancing to the tune of their union paymasters, wanted the state to keep them closed. If the lady, the honourable lady, thinks that's a plan, then maybe she should go and visit one of these schools, as I did with the honourable member in Newham earlier on today. If she had been with me at the Monega School with the brilliant leadership of Liz Harris there and her team, she will know that actually our reforms are working. That family of trust of schools in a high-performing multi-academy trust is what is delivering for those children, 24% of whom are on pupil premium. Great leadership, great teachers being supported by a fantastic teaching hub within the group that is part of their trust, delivering great outcomes for children rather than playing politics with our education system. I seem to recall that it was her leader who wanted, I think, schools to remain closed, and of course wanted to pause the whole of the vaccination campaign so that we would lose 3 months before we vaccinate teachers. Of course, by not doing that, by many of his backbenchers going against him, we continued vaccinating, we protected teachers, and we got schools back open. She speaks about our standing in the world rankings, where I can share with her that England achieved its highest ever scores in international comparison studies in both reading and maths in the 2016 Pearls and the 2019 TIMSS international tables. That is what this government delivers. It is the introduction of the phonics screening check in 2012 that has delivered. The percentage of year one pupils meeting the expected standards has risen from 58% to 82%. That is what this government is proud, a record of real delivery for young people in this country, with 91% achieving this standard by year 2 in 2019. Of course, we've had a pandemic since then, and that 5 billion into recovery is making the real difference. Again, she questions the recovery and what the National Tutoring Programme is doing, which we have just announced has delivered a million tutoring, blocks of tutoring, that is 15 hours for those children. It will meet its targets because school leaders told us that they wanted a school-led pillar, as well as the other 2 pillars that are also delivering, and we have delivered that for them. And the evidence that we published today, that she spoke about, that since the spring of 2021, of last year, the evidence suggests that primary pupils have recovered around 2/3 of progress lost due to the pandemic in reading, and around half of progress lost in maths. That is real delivery, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of the Select Committee, Robert Halford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I actually welcome this white paper. I think there were the beginnings of a long-term plan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Euro close here. The European market is about to close here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are still live here. I'm here with you guys. Looks like right now the market might just be taking a little bit of a pullback here. I don't see a sell-off happening, but just a pullback. It did rally. You got to think it gapped up. Some stocks, some names gapped up, and it rallied. It continued on here. This briefing right here with the UK officials kind of moved the market the direction it wanted to go, or it's been wanting to go anyway, that is. But other than that, really that's about it. Your names like Tesla and Amazon holding up pretty well here. I do see a lot of opportunities across the board elsewhere, being that when this reverses all this buying here at Tesla and Amazon. But just keep in mind, the buying in Tesla and Amazon might not stop anytime soon, because they're going off of news of Tesla might be doing a stock split again here. They did one 2 years ago. They might be doing it again. Amazon is doing one 20-1. They've agreed. And Google is doing one a 20-1 stock split. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what that is, you can Google that and that'll tell you what a stock split is. I can kind of sum it up here in a little short term. Basically, like for every, so if a company does a 20-1 stock split, so for Amazon, for example, if I was to buy it, the price, let's see, if I get one full share of Amazon here at $33.38, boom, that's mine. They're going to give me 20 when they split now. They're going to reset their price here. It ain't going to be $3,300 no more. It's going to go back to about like 150, but you're going to have 20 shares because you brought it up here at the high 33.35, but it's going to reset. It ain't going to really change nothing with the value. Now, see, as it go up, see, basically it's like a retracement there. Say if you buy it at 33.35 right now, boom, and then once it reset in, I think May or whenever it's going to reset, look it up. Don't take me in on that, but it's if you Google Amazon 20-1 stock split, it'll tell you everything I'm talking about right now. But basically, yeah, Google doing the same thing too, and Tesla might be doing it. They talking about it right now. It's like got a lot of hype to it. That's why Tesla has gapped up here this morning, and they already did one before. And theirs so far has been the best stock split ever. Tesla has. So keep in mind that Amazon's doing it. It's like this is even huge. Like it's even bigger. So it's like them two are competing for the stock split. It's even major. So like you want to like really take heed of what I'm telling you here. Try to buy in if you can. But like I said, if you buy here at 33.33, it reset back to 150. You own 20 shares. So that's what the 20-1 stock split means. You buy one now, you get 20 later. Basically, boom. It retrace back to 33.30 over the years. And after you buy at say you buy 33.30. it reset to 150. It give you 20 shares when it reset to 150. Boom. It go from 150 back to 3,000, and you still got them 20 shares. Man, you would be a millionaire. You will come up. That's how you come up. But that's how the stock split go. And like I said, keep that in mind. Amazon, Google, and Tesla is the ones that's talking about. Well, Tesla's talking about doing it. Amazon and Google is confirmed. They're really doing it. Amazon and Google is really doing a stock split. They're not playing. They already confirmed it. Tesla, they really might be doing it here. They just announced it this morning. They might be really doing it again. Looking at how the speed is, it looks like the one in 2020 when I joined the market. It looks like the same thing here. It looks like they probably gonna have to end up doing it. Why am I saying that? They went up for 8-9 days straight here now. I think 10. They went up for 10 days straight. So now you got SEC. They looking in on it real tight here. You got the legal people. They looking at it real tight here, and they're like, well, if y'all gonna do this, well, we gonna do this, and y'all gotta do this. That's just how it goes. It's just business. It's business. You feel me? So if nobody can continue, if Tesla just don't continue to run out of supply, and everybody just wants Teslas around the world, then yeah, they gotta split that. They gonna have to split that with the government, reset, do it all over again. That's his business. That's how it works here. But like I said, that momentum don't have to stop. They can just keep taking dips until, like I said, they announce it, then it happens, then it'll reset, then the momentum will stop once it reset. So keep that in mind about the stock splits. The momentum don't ever stop. Once it's announced and then they waiting for it or say it's happening, the momentum don't stop until post split. So that means after it reset. So keep that in mind too with Amazon, Tesla, and Google, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. It is 11:34 a.m. We got the Euro market closed here, and it looks like the United States, let me zoom in on the 1 day, 1 minute here. It's pulling back here. They are here. We're in the lower band now. This is the low of the day. So the United States brought it back to the low of the day. European market is closed, ladies and gentlemen, and our country has brought it down here. This first 4 minutes anyway. They might be wanting a piece of the action. The volatility spiked up there. It's at $21.69. They might be wanting a piece of the action to the other side, so they made a dip here. But we don't know. They might keep it here, consolidate, go down. We don't know. We're trying to figure it out here. Just stay tuned. This briefing is still going on. We still live here with the Ukrainian-Russia situation. That's always dropping the market right now as long as that's going on. Until that war is over with, that Russia-Ukraine situation will always have an impact on the market, as you can see. So we're tuning into that right now and trying to see what's going on over there. Just really trying to understand their country and how they do their. You see how this is like their House committee, and it looks like their Senate. This is like their top official people over there in their country. It looks like they want to work things out, but at the same time they know. It's a lot. It's a lot with it. It's a lot with it. So they discussing a lot, and we just tuning in. We soaking it all in like a sponge over here. LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. The resources are free here. We provide an opportunity. If you would like to join the portfolio and sign up here, hit me direct here, or you can sign up. Check out the website if you feel a little skeptical about it. Check out the website at www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. You can check out the website there. I got the link on my social media platforms, or I just told it to you, so you can jot it down here. www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. It will let you know all the sauce there, how to sign up, or just how to take a chance at it at your own. Either way it goes, here is business. It really is happening. It's real. It's not scam. So whoever said it was scams, you're scam. You never had a real life situation happen to you. So keep that in mind. This is real, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let's tune back in here, though. Looks like the indices are still kangaroo hopping around, mixed here. Tesla to suspend factory in China production due to COVID. So yeah, that's what they were. I feel like you see that really had a positive effect there. As you can see with that, but I don't really, you know what I'm saying? It's coming down now, though. The U.S. is bringing the market down here. The spot's coming down here. Amazon's coming down, too, 33.18. So we're seeing a real decent, nice pullback here. Let's see. Let's hope this don't turn into a sell-off. But let's see what it's going to do. It's a nice little pullback, though. Definitely nice buying opportunity here. To each his own, though. But we'll see where it takes it here. It's either one or the other here. It's either a pullback or they're they're going to keep correcting here into the downside. So yeah, see the pullback, they about to dip, boom, shoot back up, or it's a pullback and they're gonna keep going down here. So it's a pullback, they might be consolidating right here. This is either your new top here or this is the bottom. Put it that way, ladies and gentlemen. So what do you think? Do you think this is the bottom right here? Or do you think this is the top right here? We basically just got reset. The United States just reset, wiped out all those gains from this morning and gave everybody a second chance here, it looks like. So if you didn't book there early, you're probably just going to have to wait for the next train. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Just laugh it off, man. Just laugh it off. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You can catch the dip, like I said, or this might be the top. You might want to might possibly shorten here. The market may be overrunning. It might be exhausted here. It might be running out of steam here. I did notice that we didn't break 453.65 resistance at all. Didn't break that at all. So that was a key right there that this could be a top. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, they could be resting here just to refreshing that, get back there to retest that 453. It's only $2 away, so we're gonna see here right now what's gonna happen here. But we still tuned in with this live briefing here. It's 11:38. It's only been 8 minutes to the euro close, so expect another move here in about another 15 minutes. We got the initial move here originally right now until euro close. It's been a sell-off, a little pullback, sell-off, slightly. A little depth sell-off here. Basically wiped out all the gains there from the entire day here and reset here down at 451. So like I said, if you didn't book there early, ouch, you gotta wait now. But let's just see what it do. We'll see what it does next here. It might pick back up. It might be coming back down here, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta see. We're back neutral here. It's still a bull market, but Bulls lost momentum here. Bears got momentum, but we're in a bull market. That's what's going on. Bears got momentum. We in a bull market, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. We live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. Let's tune in to the Russian and Ukraine situation live here. The Nasdaq's up 25%, leading the way. The S&P 500 is down 13%, and the Dow is down 54%. So we got a mixed market, kangaroo market. Stay cautious out there. Head on a swivel.
Tomorrow, suffice to say that actually, again, local evidence and a dashboard and that transparency will lead to much better outcomes for families and for children. On rural primaries, he's absolutely right to say that I have similar high-performing rural primaries. And my message to them is they do an excellent job. If they feel like they want to get together with other rural primaries, then we will support them in setting up a multi-academy trust. Or, of course, where local authorities think they do a great job in supporting their schools, they can set up a trust. So what I'm trying to do with the white paper is make sure we take everyone with us on this journey, because ultimately, if we all remember why we are in this for, and that is to deliver better outcomes for every child in the place, at the right place, the right time for every child, then we would do the right thing.
I just need to reiterate that we need one question so that the Secretary of State doesn't have to answer a number, and the questions do need to be brief, not with long statements beforehand. Barry Shearman will lead the way in how to do that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for those kind words. The Secretary of State knows I admired him in the past as a manager and a man with passion. But this isn't much of a plan, and any plan needs people to lead and deliver it. And we now have weak local authorities. We have a weak central government education department. We have a weak Ofsted. And if he really believes the leadership's going to come just from Academy Trust, I don't think we're going to achieve very much.
I think what this white paper will do will define what the role of each of those stakeholders that he just described is in the system. That clarity, and then the support for good leaders in local government, good leaders of multi-academy trust, good leadership. I would just push back slightly with respect. We have great leadership in Ofsted as well. We will deliver for those children that we all wanted to see, as I know he does deliver for.
Mrs. Maria Miller.
Can I welcome the white paper and the real focus of my right honourable friend on excellence in our schools? But we can only deliver world-class numeracy and literacy if schools are safe places to learn. And the government's own inquiry last year pointed out that every school should assume their students experience sexual harassment and online abuse at school. So will my right honourable friend include as central to his plans the culture in our schools and the rollout of relationship and sex education?
She's absolutely right to highlight this issue. I was in the department when we rolled out the relationship education in the curriculum, and of course, relationship and sex education in the curriculum, teaching young people what healthy relationships are like, and of course, identifying, knowing unhealthy, abusive behaviour as well. It's a priority for me. It's in the white paper under paragraph 18 as well.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State spoke about levelling up opportunity, and in some of the most disadvantaged areas, and I include my own constituency in that, we have the excellent Hull and East Yorkshire Children's University, which provides a rich source of experiences and support for pupils and schools. And I wondered if the Secretary of State could say something about his plans to harness the expertise of organisations like children's universities to give them sustainable funding so they can really get to work with that levelling up agenda that the government talks so much about.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. That's exactly what this white paper will do. That's why the Institute of Teaching is so important to our plan. I'll certainly have a look at the Children's University she mentions as well. Anyone who wants to join us on this journey is most welcome, and we want everyone to come along, because ultimately, if we deliver for every child, we've done something really great for the future of our country.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I warmly congratulate my right honourable friend's white paper and thank him for the fact that Stoke-on-Trent is now an education investment area priority, which comes with additional investment for our local area. And also the fact that the Levelling Up premium to recruit and retain some of the best teachers across the country has been adopted from the Onward New Schools Network report that I did about levelling up education. But most importantly, we want some of the best multi-academy trusts who are too long clustered normally in the south to come up to Stoke-on-Trent. How does this white paper enable that to happen?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend. He's always been a great champion for his schools and actually speaks with real experience as an accomplished teacher in his own right. He's absolutely right to say we need our best high-performing multi-academy trusts to lift their ambitions. This white paper will deliver that, including, of course, additional funding of 80 million to make sure we get that momentum going again. We're about to announce our 10,000th academy. We've got 22,000 schools in England. I am ambitious for every part of the country, and we will deliver that in Stoke-on-Trent as well as other parts of the country as well.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Secretary of State on his choice of Monaga Primary School for his speech this morning. Will he... some multi-academy trusts, though, are a bureaucratic mess at the moment. I welcome his proposal to allow local authorities to set up and lead trusts. Will he, does he have plans, as has been reported also, to allow schools to exit from MATs that don't suit them and to increase the accountability of trusts to local authorities?
Yes, we do. To join us and make sure that we get that framework right.
Stephen Hammond.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 15% of children have special educational needs. Could my right honourable friend set out how he intends to ensure that any conclusions and reforms from the SEND review are aligned and implemented alongside this white paper?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. That is exactly what we have done, and I hope we can demonstrate that in today's work, but also tomorrow's Green Paper, the knitting together of how we deliver that support to parents with children with special educational needs in our mainstream education system, because actually every mainstream school should be a great SEND school, and of course the work we're doing on alternative provision as well. We'll set out more details tomorrow.
Nira Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the first schools white paper in 6 years coming on the back of a pandemic that was so brutal for our children and young people, this really feels like a missed opportunity for children, parents and school staff up and down the country. Where is the ambition in this? Where is this is a unique opportunity to broaden the offer in terms of academic achievement, broader life skills that parents and employers want, as well as well-being. Has the Secretary of State had his hands tied by a Chancellor who's more focused on his own ambitions than the ambitions of our children and young people?
Very good. I'm slightly surprised, the Honourable Lady, because I did brief her personally on the details of the white paper. But nevertheless, if she reads the white paper, she'll see that we're ambitious for a knowledge-rich curriculum. We also have made it very clear in the white paper that we will have a strategy for everything, from sport to music to culture, because it is that evidence of the, everything from extracurricular activities to pastoral care and behaviour that makes the real difference in the high-performing families of school, which I want to see in every part of the country.
Nick Fletcher.
Mr. Speaker, this is great news for the young people of our country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's specifically good news for the people of Doncaster, as Doncaster is now a priority education investment area. And this will give my young constituents the boost they need to level up their opportunities. My only concern is with the welcome again, 500,000 teacher training opportunities. Will this not result in more teacher training days and therefore result in more days out of school for our young learners?
No.
Ian Mears.
Very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, and as a member of the Education Select Committee for just short of 12 years, I have to say that some evidence-led policy would be a welcome departure for this government. But on teacher recruitment and retention, there is a bit in the white paper on aims to improve the workforce, but not on the how and the what with. There's no involvement for teaching universities in the Institute of Teaching, and with recruitment and retention continuing to pose enormous challenges for many schools, particularly in disadvantaged areas, the white paper seems to pay scant attention on how schools in disadvantaged areas will be able to recruit and then retain specialist teachers in, say, for instance, maths or physics.
I'm grateful for the honourable friend's question. We are making sure that those teachers, especially in those areas that are education investment areas, in subjects like maths and physics, actually have that incentive, £3,000 tax-free. Many of them will want to go to those areas if they feel they have the support in place, and that's why we want that strong family of schools working together in a high-performing multi-academy trust to offer that support that we saw so visibly during the pandemic.
Catherine Fletcher.
May I thank the Secretary of State for the focus on outcomes, which is so important for the children of South Ribble. 3 of South Ribble's primary schools have joined with 2 primary schools in South Ribble Borough to form an Axia, Axia Learning Alliance, which is a cooperative trust. Now, I confess I know very little about those. So is the Secretary of State and his ministers going to be considering this as part of his future proposals?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. It is through that family of schools, the multi-academy trusts that are tightly managed and high-performing, that we think we can deliver the greatest outcomes for children. I would happily look at what her schools are doing in their area, but it is that strongly held together, really well managed, sharing evidence that delivers the outcomes.
This white paper says it marks the start of a journey. Quite why it's taken 12 years to start a journey to raise standards will be beyond the understanding of most parents, staff and children. If he wants to learn from the evidence of successful and sustained improvement in schools, will he apply the lessons of collaboration and support from the London Challenge, which transformed education standards in the capital and didn't involve a name change on the badge above the door?
I will look at any evidence and learn from it. I would just remind my honourable friend that he speaks about what have we done. In 2019, 65% of Key Stage 2 pupils reached the expected standard in all of reading, writing and maths. Now, we want to go much further. We want to go to 90%. But that was, in 2019, a 7 percentage point increase in reading and 9 percentage point increase in maths since 2016. That is what we've done.
Martin Vickers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend's statement, and particularly welcome the focus on multi-academy trusts, of which we have some very successful ones in northern Lincolnshire. But education, like the rest of the public sector, find it very difficult to attract the best quality professionals to that part of the country. Could my right honourable friend give an assurance that there will be some focus on that, and he will work with the schools and the councils to achieve that?
Yes, very much so, and that's exactly why in the Levelling Up White Paper, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will know that the most valuable resource on earth is human capital, and that is why we are flexing the system towards those education investment areas and education investment areas plus to deliver those high quality, highly qualified teachers to make sure those schools get the benefit of other schools around the country. I don't believe that people are less talented in Knowsley than those in Kensington. What the difference is they don't have the same opportunity. That's what I am absolutely passionate about making sure we deliver on.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. Can I first of all say to the Secretary of State that education is a big passion of mine, and thank him for his recent announcement that Tameside is to be an education improvement area. With that, the focus on skills, on outcomes and on opportunities is absolutely key, and we can't do that in substandard education buildings. It would be remiss of me not to mention the case of Russell Scott Primary School in Denton, which has been dubbed as Britain's worst rebuilt school. There's a bid into the Department for Education. Can we have that new school that those kids so desperately deserve?
I'm grateful for my friend. I know he's passionate, and I know he wants to work constructively, and I appreciate that. And I know the bid is in, I know the schools minister is looking at all bids, but he makes a very powerful point, and I would happily work with him because I know he'll care about the evidence, sadly unlike his front bench did.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having married into a family of teachers, I know how talented and passionate many of our teachers are, but we also know that many teacher training courses include very little content on learning difficulties or speech and language conditions. Will my right honourable friend make sure that all teachers receive the SEND training that they need to give every child the best possible start in life, both through initial teacher training but also through continuing development?
Thank you very much. He raised a very powerful point, and we are considering an MPQ for special educational needs, as well as, of course, early intervention. He'll hear more about it from me tomorrow in the Green Paper announcement.
Ahmed Yassin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Schools in Bedford and Kempston, like everywhere else, have been through the most difficult period of disruption and having to do so on reduced budgets. Not once in any conversation with heads, teachers or parents desperate for support has anyone asked for more targets. So if we were not meeting them before the pandemic, why the Secretary of State thinks increasing targets is going to do anything but add more stress to children and drive more teachers from the profession?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I hope he was listening when I spoke about England rising up the league tables, international league tables around the world. That's because we're so focused on making sure we back our teachers, we train them well, and of course then we target that effort, including on the such a successful program as the phonics screening check. I disagree with him respectfully. We do need targets, hence why the primary target, 90% in maths and English, is important, and the GCSE average target going up from 4.5 to 5 is so important.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State and I both have excellent Warwickshire grammar schools in our constituencies. Could you say a little about the role of grammars in raising standards?
Grateful to my honourable friend and neighbour. I have 3 grammar schools in my constituency, all high performing, and the DNA of grammar schools is what we want to make sure we spread across the system. There are 165 grammar schools out of an education system of 22,000. Many of them have already joined and are leading multi-academy trust. There's high-performing, strong multi-academy trust. I want more of them to do the same, and they will join us on this journey.
Zeigler.
Thank you. I'm concerned the Secretary of State may be underestimating the damage that's been done to some children caused by the isolation during the pandemic. That's certainly what I'm hearing from schools in Cambridge. And we know that that can be addressed through more interventions and more resources. But in a county like Cambridgeshire, which remains one of the most poorly funded in the country, Is there anything in this white paper to address that?
I'm grateful to Honourable Member's question. Mental health has been one of the areas that we've been looking at with the Children's Commissioner and her very good Big Ask survey of 500,000 children. In May of last year, we announced 17 million of investment to build the mental health support in education settings. And we've also invested further to make sure that mental health leads in over 8,000 schools and colleges have that support and that knowledge to be able to support young people.
Ben Spencer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this white paper, and I thank my right honourable friend for his passion and drive to deliver the best possible education to all our children, no matter where they live or what their background is across the country. I caught up with some of my local school leaders this morning, as I do on a regular basis, and they were interested to hear about what's coming up in this announcement. But naturally, there was a bit of trepidation of further change on the back of the COVID pandemic. Would he agree with me that we make sure that these changes are streamlined to cause the minimum disruption to our school teachers possible?
My honourable friend raises a really important point. The front line, the 461,000 teachers, 217,000 teaching assistants, the support staff, the leaders in our education system have gone above and beyond to deliver, to make sure that schools reopened, stayed open, and dealt with Omicron as well. We've looked very carefully at the evidence, which is why one of the things we have not done is change the curriculum. A knowledge-rich curriculum is important to make sure we deliver for those outcomes that we so passionately want to deliver on for young people.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Secretary of State's going to deliver on his package here, which has been announced 12 years into a Conservative government, we're going to have to fund it. If you want decent teachers in front of classrooms, you're going to have to pay them. So where is the funding for decent teachers in this package? If you're going to improve schools, they need the resources to do it. So is there anything in this package that's going to increase per pupil funding?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. £7 billion, front-loaded £4 billion this year and next year, £5 billion for recovery. That is the investment, that is the commitment that we make when he, as I did this morning, speak to school leaders like the great head at Manega that I met today. She will tell him that this is doable. They are outstanding. They've turned the school around in 5 years to an outstanding school. We want to spread that good practice and that quality leadership across the system.
Richard Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for his ambition and for making Bedfordshire an education investment area, but draw his attention in particular to a point in his white paper that looks to scrutinise and challenge off-rolling from schools. He will know that off-rolling unchecked can undermine trust even in the best system. So can I ask you to pay particular attention to that?
He's absolutely right. And one of the things, the opportunity I have to knit together a system between our white paper and, of course, the SEND and AP green paper is to make sure that behaviour no longer happens. And actually, AP is not seen as a sort of warehousing for forgotten children, but actually high-quality alternative provision has a place to play in our education system.
Leila Moran.
Madam Deputy Speaker, education is the joint top sector affected by long COVID, joint with social care above healthcare. However, I haven't seen anything yet from the department about how maths will help those teachers with long COVID. I'm aware, for example, of a head teacher who's chosen to take early retirement because they kept getting written warnings from the MAT rather than being supported. That's not going to help workforce retention. Would the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss how we can support teachers and heads who have long COVID?
I will happily meet with the Honourable Lady.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ambition for all children that shone through my right honourable friend's statement is to be warmly welcomed, but at the start of his statement he rightly acknowledged that children with special educational needs are less likely to achieve the ambition we all want for them. In my constituency, time and time again, I hear too many heartbreaking cases from families where a cause of that is the length of time it takes for an EHCP to be signed off. Can you give me an assurance that the action that comes from this white paper and tomorrow's SEND review will tackle that barrier?
Yes, I can.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement today. The current pledge that the Secretary of State delivered today is ambitious and entirely necessary. I know the report in Northern Ireland showed children are 8 months behind where they will normally be. The paper today is for England and Wales. but the problem is UK-wide, and so the solution must also be UK-wide. So what discussions has the Secretary of State had with devolved counterparts to ensure that this approach is in every area of the United Kingdom?
My honourable friend will know that education is devolved, but we happily share all the evidence. We share our strategy with our colleagues in the devolved administrations, and I'm happy to continue that in the spirit of collaboration to share the evidence. England has in many ways, been evidencing what works, and we're happy to share that.
Jeff Burton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome Stoke-on-Trent being announced as a prioritised education investment area, and this will help to continue the significant work being done to improve standards in education that teachers have been working on in Stoke-on-Trent. And would my right honourable friend agree that improving standards of education is absolutely vital to both levelling up standards and unleashing the real potential of places like Stoke-on-Trent?
I thank my honourable friend. I would absolutely agree. I am the beneficiary of great education. The greatest determinant is having a great teacher, an inspirational teacher in the classroom. That's why much of the focus of this white paper is backing teachers, making sure that they get the qualifications and the professional development that they need to do their job properly.
Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the positive and progressive statement from my right honourable friend. I pay tribute to the pupils and teachers in my constituency in Penrith and the Border for all their resilience and tremendous hard work throughout the pandemic. But can my right honourable friend reassure my constituents that pupils will receive all the targeted and tailored support and tutoring that they need, and more broadly, the mental health and pastoral support that they need moving forward?
He raises two excellent points. The work that we've done on the National Tutoring Programme allowed us to make the parent pledge because I saw the evidence as to how that focus on where an individual child has got gaps in their knowledge and then the engagement with parents makes a real difference. And of course, his point on mental health I've addressed earlier.
Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a parent and a former teacher, can I say I wholeheartedly welcome this white paper. It is ambitious, but it's also a common sense approach. Can I particularly commend the use of common sense plain English in the white paper, which is very accessible to parents, and perhaps my right honourable friend could pass on some tips to some other departments. I just want to pick up on one sentence that's repeated a couple of times in the white paper. The quality of teaching is the single most important in-school factor in improving outcomes for children. And I completely agree with that, and I welcome the reforms to teacher training. But does my right honourable friend acknowledge that children spend the majority of their time at home rather than in school? And so can he set out how this will work alongside the government's programmes on strengthening and supporting families, because that will have just as important an effect on improving outcomes?
My honourable friend raises a really important question. So I have focused the department, Madam Deputy Speaker, on skills, and the Skills Minister and the Higher Education, Further Education Minister are both on the front bench. I know later on today we'll be voting through what will then become, I hope, the revolution in the skills landscape that this country so badly needs and deserves. So skills, schools, and the schools white paper delivers on what we want to do, what we want to achieve to make sure every child has the opportunity of a great education in the right place at the right time for them, and then families. Because families are important, whether it be in mainstream education or, of course, with children and the social care system. And she will hear more from us on the family hubs that we will deliver in half of England's local authorities.
Higginbottom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since 2010, the number of good and outstanding schools in Burnley and Padiham has increased. And we can see in pupil attainment the impact that has. That's not just numbers on a page. That is life chances improving in our local communities. And that's why we need to drive even harder, because education is the heart of levelling up. So could the Secretary of State set out what this white paper will do for those pupils who need targeted intervention in individual subjects to help drive them forward?
Grateful for my honourable friend's question. He will, I hope, see in the white paper, in the annex, the evidence that strong, high-performing multi-academy trusts really do deliver the best outcomes, and that's what that's my vision for the whole country. On the parent pledge, yes, it is about children who fall behind in English language and maths, but actually teachers that I've seen in those high-performing multi-academy trusts look at not just English and maths, but other subjects as well as pastoral care and curriculum work that makes the difference.
Clark Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his excellent statement today? We also endorse the words of my right honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee, on the importance of oracy skills in schools. And I went to see an excellent initiative in my own constituency at Silbury Park Academy in Burcote. So, coupled with the government's commitment to get 90% of primary school children up to the reading, writing and maths standards by 2030, does my right honourable friend agree with me that driving up these standards in primary schools not only improves outcomes there, but also throughout a child and a young person's entire educational journey and then beyond?
The wise words of a teacher and a great head teacher.
I thank the Education Secretary for his statement, and we now have Foreign Secretary statement. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with permission, I want to update the House on behalf of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, on the NATO and G7 leaders' meetings in Brussels last week. Together with our allies, we agreed to keep the pressure up on Putin to end his appalling war in Ukraine through tougher sanctions to debilitate the Russian economy, supplying weapons to Ukraine and boosting NATO's eastern flank, providing humanitarian aid and dealing with the wider consequences of this crisis, and supporting Ukraine in any negotiations they undertake. Strength is the only thing Putin understands. Our sanctions are pushing back the Russian economy by years, and we owe it to the brave Ukrainians to keep up our tough approach to get peace. And we owe it to ourselves to stand with them for the cause of freedom and democracy in Europe and across the world. It is vital we step up this pressure. We cannot wait for more appalling atrocities to be committed in Ukraine. We know that the impact of sanctions degrades over time. That is why we need to act now. Next week, NATO foreign ministers will meet to follow up on the statements of leaders, and I will be pressing our allies over the next weeks for all of us to do more. On oil and gas, the UK has already committed to end imports of Russian oil by the end of this year. We must agree a clear timetable with our partners across the G7 to end dependence on Russian oil and gas permanently. On banks, we've already sanctioned 16 major Russian banks. We've hit Gazprom Bank and we've placed a clear prohibition on Sberbank, Russia's largest bank. We want to see others adopt these sanctions and go further. On individuals, we've cracked down on oligarchs like Roman Abramovich. Last week, we sanctioned the despicable Wagner group of mercenaries. On ports, Britain has banned entry to all of our ports by Russian vessels. I will be lobbying our partners across the G7 to join us in stopping Russian ships. We must maximise the flow of weapons that are being supplied to Ukraine under the UN Charter of Self-Defence. The UK was the first European country to start sending lethal aid to Ukraine. We are doubling our support with a further 6,000 missiles, including NLAWs and Javelin anti-tank weapons. And we're now equipping our Ukrainian friends with anti-aircraft Starstreak missiles. We're also strengthening NATO's eastern flank, deploying troops to Bulgaria, and doubling the numbers of troops in Poland and Estonia. We're coordinating deliveries with our allies, and we want others to join us in getting Ukraine what it needs. The UK is providing 220 million in humanitarian support to help the people of Ukraine, from shelters to heaters to medicine. Today, we announced our partnership with Australia to fly out more relief, including blankets, cooking equipment, and power generators. And we're getting supplies directly into Ukraine's encircled cities with £2 million of canned food, water, and dried food. As refugees come into countries like Poland, we are working with the UNHCR so they are informed about the UK's Homes for Ukraine scheme. This scheme has already got over 150,000 applications, thanks to the generosity of the British public. We know that Putin is not serious about talks. He is still wantonly bombing innocent citizens across Ukraine. And that is why we need to do more to ensure that he loses and we force him to think again. We must not just stop Putin in Ukraine, but we must also look to the long term. We need to ensure that any future talks don't end up selling Ukraine out or repeating the mistakes of the past. We remember the uneasy settlement of 2014, which failed to give Ukraine lasting security. Putin just came back for more. That is why we cannot allow him to win from this appalling aggression, and why this government is determined Putin's regime should be held to account at the International Criminal Court. We will work to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. We set up a negotiation unit to ensure the strongest possible support is available to the Ukrainians alongside our international partners. We've played a leading role alongside our G7 allies in driving the response to Putin's war, and I want to ensure that unity continues. Sanctions were put on by the G7 in unison, and they shouldn't be removed as long as Putin continues with his war and he still has troops in Ukraine. That is not all. We need to ensure that Putin can never act in this aggressive way again. Any long-term settlement needs to include a clear sanctions snapback, which would be triggered automatically by any Russian aggression. In the aftermath of Putin's war, Ukraine will need our help to build back. In these exceptional circumstances, we have a duty to step up with a new reconstruction plan for rebuilding Ukraine, and we will work with the international community to do this. At this defining moment, the free world has shown a united response. Putin is not making the progress he craves, and he is still not serious about talks. President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people know that everybody in the United Kingdom stands firm with them. We were the first European country to recognise Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union. 30 years on, we're the first to strengthen their defences against Putin's invasion and lead the way in our support. Over the next week, I will be working to drive forward progress in unison with our allies. Together, we can secure a lasting peace which restores Ukraine's sovereignty. Together, we can ensure Putin fails and Ukraine prevails. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of her statement and the continued briefings on Privy Council terms. It's now more than a month since Vladimir Putin launched his barbaric and illegal invasion with horrifying results. Buildings razed to the ground, maternity hospitals bombed, the city of Mariupol turned into a living hell. Ukraine is the victim of a bandit regime willing to use violence in an attempt to subjugate its neighbour. But the 24th of February marked not only an attack on the people of Ukraine, it was an attempt to crush the values of democracy, rule of law and freedom that we all enjoy. There can be no excuses for Putin's actions, and one day soon I hope he will be held to account and I'm happy with what I consider to be war crimes. Madam Deputy Speaker, day by day, it's become clearer that despite Putin's brutal tactics, he is not winning. A month ago, many people gave Ukraine's resistance little chance. Many expected Russia's armed forces to sweep into Kyiv in days, frankly. Yet still, Ukraine's forces hold firm. Their skill, their bravery and resolve has inspired the world. Putin's invasion may have stalled, but the threat he poses remains. Reports suggest he may be seeking a way out. We want to see an end to the bloodshed and the restoration of Ukraine's independence and sovereignty. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will agree with me that any ceasefire agreement must enjoy the full support of the democratically elected government of Ukraine. If an agreement is reached, there will be no return to the previous status quo in our economic relationship with Russia. Putin's regime must still pay a long-term cost for its war of aggression. We must decisively end our dependence on fossil fuels and move rapidly towards cheap, homegrown renewables to support our energy sector. And we must complete the unfinished task of ending Britain's role as the hub of dirty money from Russia and elsewhere As this war remains in the balance, we must do what we can to ensure that we tip it towards Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased the NATO, EU and G7 summits last week have reinforced Western unity. It is right that NATO has agreed to bolster the eastern flank with the approval of 4 additional battle groups, and I welcome the commitment to increase and strengthen capabilities, as well as cybersecurity assistance, financial and humanitarian aid. But can I ask the Foreign Secretary the scale of the UK's contribution? Last week's commitment shows NATO's long-term strategy is quickly evolving. Other European allies who are reviewing defence spending are boosting their armed services. I was in Berlin last week, where our colleagues in Germany have committed to a historic investment in defence. Finland, Sweden and Denmark all announcing reviews or extra resources for the defence. Does the Foreign Secretary really believe it's right at this time for the UK to cut the army by 10,000 in the next few years? If not, will she act on Labour's call to halt these cuts? It's time too for Britain to return to the table when it comes to European security. Will the Foreign Secretary tell the Prime Minister to stop picking petty squabbles with our neighbours on the continent and instead deepen security cooperation that will keep us all safe? Madam Deputy Speaker, last week G7 leaders, EU leaders focused on closing loopholes on existing sanctions rather than imposing new measures. There remain many gaps in the UK's regime. Trusts are not fully covered, many Russian banks are not designated, ownership thresholds are too high, and we need to ensure effective enforcement, including of the overseas territories and Crown dependencies. Can the Foreign Secretary tell us what her government is doing to close these loopholes and whether she plans to put further sanctions in place? Madam Deputy Speaker, a month on from this illegal invasion, the world has changed. The unity across this House, this country and across the international community must endure. But the next few days and weeks will be crucial, and we send all our support to the people of Ukraine. As this war enters a new phase, we must all adapt and hold our nerves. Through the darkness of terror and destruction, Zelensky's democratic government remains in control against all the odds. Bravery is shining through.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right. This is about the future of freedom and democracy. It's about the future of European security. And the Ukrainians and President Zelensky are fighting bravely, and they are fighting not just for their own future, but they're also fighting for all of their futures, and they deserve all of the help that we can give them, both the humanitarian support, the support in terms of lethal aid, and of course the moral and diplomatic support that we are providing. He's also right to say that Putin must not gain from this appalling aggression. There will be no letting up on sanctions. We want to see sanctions tightening, and Putin will pay the cost. He will be held to account in the International Criminal Court. We are working with our allies to collect evidence. And of course, we need to make sure that Ukraine is rebuilt and the appalling devastation that the people of Ukraine has experienced is rebuilt following this appalling war. And he's also right that we do want to see sanctions increase. In the case of banks, the UK has put on the most bank sanctions of any of our allies. We want to see our allies follow suit, and we want to do more in terms of completely de-swifting the Russian economy, in terms of tackling banks like Sberbank, which are of strategic importance. We also sanction more oligarchs now and other entities than either the EU or the US. And we want to do more, we will do more, and we want to see our partners do more. But the most crucial thing of all is cutting off the supply of finance that is provided from oil and gas. That is what will completely debilitate the Putin regime. That is why we want to see a very clear timetable agreed with the G7 to completely end dependence on Russian oil and gas. And we must never go back there. We must never be in a position where we are dependent on an authoritarian regime for core parts of our economic survival. That is absolutely vital. And we do have an opportunity with next week's NATO summit, next week's grouping, to be able to move forward on those plans. And I would encourage all of our allies to work with us on this, because it is the only thing Putin will understand is tougher sanctions as well as more defensive aid. We have boosted our defence spending. We continue in talks with our NATO allies about boosting the eastern flank. And the UK is also leading with the Joint Expeditionary Force, working with our allies around Europe. I talk to my European counterparts all the time. We are committed to boosting European security and working with our friends right across the EU.
John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perhaps for too long, the West has, in a way, harvested the peace dividend. But there's no doubt now that we have entered a new era for the battle for democracy globally. May I urge my right honourable friend to do what she can within government, not only to make for a sustained and substantial increase in defence spending, but also to ensure that actually our soft power capabilities are also adequately resourced, for the very simple reason that George war should always be preferable to war, and we need to make sure it's sufficiently resourced, as I said.
Well, my honourable friend makes a good point about the peace dividend. The reality is that right across the West, not enough was spent on defence. Meanwhile, the Russians were building up their armed forces, they were building up their military capability, and they were also building up their disinformation efforts as well. And one of the things I have done is re-established an information unit in the Foreign Office to tackle Russian disinformation, and we are working.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you're tuning in, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, it's been officially about 1, 2, 3, almost approaching 3 hours. He's tired. He's sleeping there. You saw that guy. I'm about tired, too. I'm about to take lunch. Wall Street about to take lunch. It's about to be 12:30 here. So looks like this briefing will continue here. But keep in mind, this is in the UK here. These are the UK officials here. So they're just giving us a little pinpoint on how things are over there. We're going to bring it back to the United States now. They did move the market, though. You can see it still is moving it. But we're going to bring it back to the U.S. here now, not the UK. So looks like nothing's going on over here in the U.S. No briefings yet. So it looks like Wall Street will be attending lunch here in about 7 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. So we did see a little pullback here. Since the U.S. took control, they definitely pulled the market down. I told you that move was coming. You see it in full effect here. Euro brought it up. Euro got it gapped up here. They tried to ride it out there. The United States got exposed here and dumped it. So it's really us, man. Sometimes it's our own country dumping things here. But they work together here. It looks like they're trying to fight back and at least get back to the channel here. Maybe back 451, maybe. That is a huge maybe right now. It's a lot of resistance right now. We're back at it. So they're back to the fight here, back to the sideways, credit spread, consolidation action, however you want to put it, pullback. Would it be saying bear market? I would be saying bears had momentum, still got it a little bit, but are losing it here. Bulls are regaining their momentum in their market. This is a bull market, ladies and gentlemen. Trend reversed here. But yeah, nothing going on. The stocks just bouncing off their morning lows. We find a support here again here. So they did retest the morning lows. Like I said, the United States got a piece of that action there. The stocks pulled back from the morning lows there. But trying to retest to fight those highs there in the early first 2 hours. That's what it looks like it's going to be today. If it can't retrace it, might stick it here, pin it here. They might even pull it back even more during the lunch break. So keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:25. We're going to go ahead and take lunch now. Like I said, I don't see no briefing, so we're going to take a little 30-minute lunch, maybe an hour here today. We're just going to play some music, man, and charts and numbers, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I know y'all probably tired of hearing that UK official discuss Ukraine and Russia situation, so we're going to take a break from that. We'll just have to hear the rest about it in some articles or whatever they say. I think the main part was important this morning. It was one of those guys they was waiting on to speak here. I think he had some ties with the U.S. But, yeah. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to lunch here. I hope you guys have a wonderful lunch here. As you can see, we're having a wonderful day here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. Eat healthy. Drink water. Drink more water, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take it backstage with Leonard P here. New single, Species Chaser Bag, feature Killer, Trying to Get Away. Go download that or go listen to that on Leonard P. Spinrilla page.
Well, Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? And got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my pack shit. What's the ticket, stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Look, bitch, I'm a blessing, your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bets. Trying to elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm trying to double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm trying to bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you crank, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just trying to stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just trying to maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Oh boy, you ain't going up, nigga. Right, going up, nigga. Right.
Right? Did not know.
Thank God.
But shout out to SCA. Shout out to SCA. Because they provided.
I know, I do. I know you've been going through some things. I ain't here to get your heart, I just only want your pain. I know you're a heartbreaker, you're all the same. I know you're heartbreaking, you just always wanna sing.
I know, I know, I'm good, bueno. The shit all the same though, but these niggas drowning in that same boat. Yeah, I'm chilling in that sandbox by the beach. These niggas damn rocks. These niggas stuck. Put them up like posters. They love it when I play ball. My niggas come and post up. My niggas like post mails. My niggas deliver. These niggas always receiving. What the fuck I'm feeding? My feedback so good, man. That shit so delicious. My niggas say I'm so scrumptious. I only want my fucking riches. Nigga, put you in the kitchen. Have your ass scrubbing dishes. But when you come out, my niggas always be like, I know you been going through some things. I ain't here to get your heart. I just only want your pain. A heartbreaker. A heartbreaker. Girl, let's play matchmaker. I'm painting many clutch. I'm a playmaker. I'm not a faker. Smoke purple like the Lakers. Smoke purple like the Ravens. I thank God that I made it, Lord, and they hating on me, but that's all gravy. It's good, cause I made it out the hood, and they mad that they stuck. They stuck like glue. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's get it. Okay.
The introduction for a new sound, call me number 9. Took a break, needed shit, just thought I push these rhymes. A lot of niggas making music, shit don't flow like mine. A lot of niggas making music, still ain't got no shine. 2 out of 3 just sound the same and forced to wait in line. I'm on the route to get it, you ain't pay your bill on time. Message so sublime and the purpose so divine. All this time getting high and you can see it in my eyes. Better my health, sipping water, veggies tenderized. Can't be no role model, but trust I epitomize everything you expect from who you think up in the sky. Don't believe in no heaven, I know energy never dies. Shout out to queens, they come with melanin in their thighs. Polygamy for like. The introduction for a new sound, call me number 9. Took a break, needed shit, just thought I push these rhymes. A lot of niggas making music, shit don't flow like mine. A lot of niggas making music, still ain't got no shine. 2 out of 3 just sound the same and forced to wait in line. I'm on the route to get it, you ain't pay your bill on time. Message so sublime and the purpose so divine. All this time getting high and you can see it in my eyes. Better my health, sipping water, veggies tenderized. Can't be no role model, but trust I epitomize everything you expect from who you think up in the sky. Don't believe in no heaven, I know energy never dies. Shout out to queens, they come with melanin in their thighs. Polygamy for like holy moly, got like 7 wives. George Soros funded, have a march and fight for their lives. Don't wanna be number 1, you can call me number 9. That's the highest in the entire universe. I was searching for myself, I tripped and then I found this verse. The boy was trying to hit a lick on me, but then he found a hearse. Don't kill her, but don't push, cause I will make your situation worse. Am I going too fast? Let me switch it up. What the fuck? Shout out the rappers for some substance, not talking abuse drugs. Shout out the people I feel off with, just know that it's all love. But I can't kick it, cause you stagnant and I can't remain stuck. If this music never get heard, then stay lost. But I still build a brand that's less work. I'm the boss, the storm came but slow down. Then I turned the wipers off. Rolling with the Jesus with the long hair, just no cross. But we got some weed. Tell me why these bitches want my seed. Tell me how you sit there and tell all them lies to me. Don't want for none, cause the universe gon' send me what I need. Might spark the revolution, see how well we may be. I was gonna start going back in, but I want y'all to hear this for a minute. Let that vibe ride like, let it ride like. You feel that? Check me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and everybody loves the sunshine. Don't worry, I would never lose my mind. Maybe yours you should find, or you can live your whole life blind. Oh, you say you staying on your grind? What exactly is your grind? Give them all your motherfucking time. They take the bills, you keep a couple dimes. Drink my water, hope it's alkaline. Feel like Optimus Prime battling Decepticons. They deceive us, avoid the news that might mislead you. Fuck the NFL, they don't care about the people. Where the hell are all the black leaders? Fucking agents dressing up like preachers. Way too cold for the heat seekers. Shapeshifters, soda missiles miss me. Plus they aim this man's bathroom flow pissy. And that's a metaphor for if a nigga try to diss me. So long to the slaving days, the goal is to get free. I just laugh, do the man, Fisher boy, 3 times 3. Yeah.
Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the job, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the Jeff, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. It really don't, that's why I'm on these songs. I can't do no wrong or no harm with my bones. Get high like Cheech and Chong, yeah, you know what I'm on. I be riding with bad bitches not wearing thongs. She want me to put her on, but I tell that bitch go home. I ain't never home like XXX, I'm all alone. Boy, I'm like satellite, I be so far gone. Never afraid of Jizzy J, but got plans in the dome. God's playing in the dome. Never afraid of Jizzy J, God's playing in the dome. Y'all be playing on the phone. Feds watching, what's going on? I be fucking right. Solo in the Draco in the back, that shit is high. I be fucking slide. There's some shots for lingo, shout out you kept knowledge. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like a draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking sick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Nigga, I did all that checking for you, you ain't do no checking for me. Nigga, I'm doing, got the city on hold, they call their expertise. Them won't get no time for nothing, the nigga just want some peace. They hit my phone every day like a Thanksgiving feast. I'm walking around with fat pockets off 4 on no beats. That's OD, I'm ill, so my money let it spread. I like it fresh, I like it clean. Do you know what I mean? I like it fresh, I like it clean. Do you know what I mean? Shit ain't never been sweet. This ain't no peas, you can go first round pick for your cup of tea. Or I can treat you like it's deep, the blue hood is like the sea. Make your choice, make your pick, what it's gon' be. If it's beef, we gon' eat like it's fucking blown egg. If it's beef, we gon' eat like it's fucking blown egg. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the drive, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around the shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around in shots, bitch, trying to find a lick. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of all this struggle, like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of how this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around this house, we trying to find a link. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of how this struggle, it don't make no sense. Riding around this house, we trying to find a link. Treat it like the draft, gotta make a pick. If you talking slick, then you gon' be sick. Tired of this struggle, it don't make no sense.
The introduction for a new sound, call me number 9.
Still hot, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your trust, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me on my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me on my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, friends, don't you really what I wanted? But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your lie. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you riding now. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me on my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me on my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. Well, right. This busy chasing bag on this, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit been really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that film. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags, I'm gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's when rap home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to stack them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro, bruh. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah.
No, they can sit right where they're sitting.
Finesse, finesse.
We're Acuity Man.
Finesse, finesse, finesse. One right, go spizzy. Finesse, hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse, can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Finesse, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin' chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. But nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift ain't going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chili cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. I'm finessing. 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 One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane. Letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane. Letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options. Who wanna pay? I gotta flip. I gotta save. I'm in a beamer. I wanna rave. I got some tricks. I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess. A nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book. A nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks. All I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power. Got me feeling great. Stock market stupid. Police going crazy. I be in the booth. Trying to find a way. I be in the trap. Trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Spend the money, make the standing. Just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this check, this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rat.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brother, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Brackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slide with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. If we cross in the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. flow like clean clothes. Nigga feeling like Dino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, oh. Yeah, 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 yo. I say, yeah, 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 yo.
I'm about to go back live. Peace out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the lunch break. This is the Stock Market Live. Well, CLD. Looks like Wall Street is back too here. It looks like I seen a little reverse game. I see what they did today. Sold off into the lunch, brought up during the lunch here. Now they're back. They might reject those CETO here, or we might push above VWAP here on the SPY. VIX is a little bit of volatility here. It's back at 21, not at 20 no more. Triple Q's right underneath VWAP as well. Amazon took a dip there, back to 3,300. So just getting used to its new level. You can tell really starting to sense its breakout, knowing that it can break 34 or 35 if it needs to. It is Amazon. But we're back on there. And just everything else, the overall market really just chilling out here. It's kind of a chill day here overall so far. No breaking news lately. We do have breaking news just came by. Matter of fact, 5 minutes ago, excuse me. It said stocks making the biggest moves midday. Tesla, Coinbase, AMC, Beyond Meat, and more. I think GameStop was on the high earlier too. Yeah, they are. They still are up at 171 right now. So, yeah, keep in mind this stock just had earnings and it was clapped down here about $90, $80. Now it's running up here about 170. These are meme names here. It looks like I remember I told you guys one of my streams here. If you've been tuned in, I told you. Yeah, these meme names, you can be laughing until there's nothing funny anymore. So yeah, that's what's kind of happening now. Looks like the bulls are laughing on their way up here now, and the apes there, because they took back over there with AMC too as well on the high today at $25. So it looks like we're getting a short squeeze pattern here. Just keep in mind, it's coming up springtime, summertime in the U.S. Listen, a lot of people like to watch movies and do things. There's been a lot of movies dropping here lately. So like all this stuff is starting to pick back up here. This like might be the first leg up here. They might try to short it here in the little short midterm here, but I do think it's prime for the long term here. AMC and GameStop and all these names here, they're going to get their chance to shine here. because some big names are about to reset, like Amazon and Google, things of that nature. Tesla, they're talking about another stock split. We don't know how true. Well, we do know it's true. They want to do it. It is true. They do want to do it, but it's to the point where they got to just confirm it. You know, Elon got to call the shot on that. He would have to confirm a tweet or something, as he's been doing. He hasn't said anything about a tweet the company did. They said they was going to do a meeting. So I think I'm going to pull that up here, show you guys what Elon was talking about. This is what's driving the market. He stays on Twitter, so this is his Twitter. So here you go, right here. Reuters it's crazy. Reuters is reading my mind. Right here, Tesla to seek shareholder approval for a stock split. So they're seeking it, you guys. So it's kind of a buy the news, maybe sell the news event, or maybe it might be buy the news true there. And you feel me? Their approval might get approved for the stock split, but it would have to go through Elon Musk himself here. It would have to go through Elon Musk himself on his page. He would probably have to confirm it. He's not even into it right now. He didn't say anything. He's talking about memes, and he said he had COVID. So he said he had COVID and with no symptoms. So he has COVID with no symptom. Elon Musk is not even nowhere in the action right now. He's nowhere to be found. He's MIA. He might be playing an investor role here today. Maybe why the market's moving up here for him and his stock. But other than that, he's memeing here. Babe, will you please turn on Google Maps? No, ancient instinct will guide me. So that was his last tweet. We all been there. Let me see. I see if he got a little heart. He got a heart for that. That was funny. So yeah, we have all been there. But this is that event I was talking about right here, that cyber rodeo in Texas here. So One Tesla Road, Austin, Texas, April 7th. I think this event is really going to push the stock higher, or it might even make it pull back a lot, because it's a lot based in with this event here. Condo-wise been driving up now on Tesla. So just keep in mind, just doing my research. This is just clues in here, facts, situation, you know. But yeah, Tesla, they announced it from their main page here. It says Tesla will ask shareholders to vote at this year's annual meeting to authorize additional shares in order to enable a stock split, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what it is there with the news on Tesla there. But yeah, man, that was exciting. So yeah, they can obviously retrace 1,200 here now at this point with all that hype. Or they're either going to pull back here at least come on, $40, give it back. Come on now, that was huge on the gap upside there. They might consolidate. So we're going to see a next big move there on Tesla soon. They're really fighting resistance right now at about 1096. They didn't want no smoke with that 1100 right now, but that don't mean it ain't coming. You know what I'm saying? I think LCLD was to exit at about 1095. Yeah, we popped it at about 1095 that first try. It failed. It came back down 1085 after we sold as well. And then it just double topped us right at that 1096 and retested. It failed again. Now and then it just came all the way back down to 1072. So now it's fighting again, trying to break back to the 1096, 1095 level. So it might happen. It's still early in the week. It's only Monday, you guys. It's a lot of movement there, a lot of volatility, obviously. Like I said, the market ain't really moving in the direction they need to. Overall market, the other stocks are just kind of chilling, not really doing too much. Really credit spreading and not really even moving. It's really awkward today. It's only they're only letting like certain names that really they pick on a lot. They're letting them eat today. Amazon, Tesla, it's a day for them today. They're just letting them eat. Ethereum's going crazy in crypto, Bitcoin. They're letting these names really go hard today. And they don't usually do this, man, but shout out to them for letting them do it, man. The market has been getting killed, though. Let's be honest. It has been getting oversold. It was time for it. They just have to even things out. But the Dow right now is in the red. It's down about 56%. The S&P 500 is down 21%, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla's on the high, 1091. The NASDAQ is up 11%, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, we got a mixed market still, kangaroo market. So this thing can really still go either way. We don't even have no briefings or nothing striving the market here anymore. The Ukraine and Russia event is ended. Now, they're probably going to take their lunch. Might see another dip here shortly because of that. But other than that, man, y'all stay cool, stay stay chill, stay tight, stay patient, stay relaxed out there. I hope you're learning something. If you ain't learning nothing, I hope you're earning something. If you're doing both or something. But at the end of the day, just stay calm, relax here. There will be another move here. You didn't miss anything, really. Like I said, only really 2 leaders here today as far as stocks. Other than that, crypto is going crazy here. Bitcoin, Ethereum is really going crazy. So, yeah, keep in mind, it's still early. It's only 1:12 p.m. No briefings yet, but I'm pretty sure the White House will have something here shortly for us. They always do. They always do. But in the meantime, between time, we're going to take a little quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll be right back.
All right. Take me to a level. I'm on another level. Ooh, tell me, is you ready? Tell me, is you ready? You be Jason, I be Freddy. Right with my train. On another level. Right in my dreams. Yeah, tell me, is you ready? Tell me, is you ready? I tell you that I'm ready. She getting so wet. Somebody broke the levee. She throw that ass is heavy. I swear I'm always ready. I'm on another level. Where you on another level? Don't nobody understand. And when you getting all this money, all your family asking what the fuck they trying to spend. For the money, yeah. But I'm on another level. I swear they never ready. I swear she throw that ass. I told you that it's heavy. I'm high fucking dance. She gon' call her friends. Getting all this money, boy, that's what I recommend. And I don't condone that shit that they be on. She call my phone. She can't even get the tone. And every dog need a bone. I swear every dog need a bone. Yeah. Macaulay Culkin. Girl, cause I be home alone. Yeah, now I got you in my spaceship. Swear my place was spacious. Yeah, she in my face. I swear that I'm too gracious. Yeah, that's all amazing. The shit that I'm containing. They box me, let me out the cage. I can't be caged in, cause I'm a fucking monster.
And I'm a fucking beast. Jealousy the devil, homie. Getting cash till I'm old and grumpy. Stack a star where you know I'm hungry. 10th grade, I caught my first spelling D, but I kept it going like boat paddling. I knew this world was cold, but not to this degree. To agree, maybe you gotta disagree. Best to keep that 9 like Drew Brees. I don't think you need a song just to see. If they hatin', let them drown. Let them sing, and all that hating shit is getting pedigree. Cause all that hating shit ain't my cup of tea. So one move can get you vanished in a fucking blink. My trap just drinking cause my hotline blade. So don't talk to me if we ain't talking ching ching. Cause all that's on my mind is defeat and succeed. LCAOD, that's my team. You know that's my team.
I be Michael Myers, nigga, this is Halloween.
And fuck all your dreams, nigga, we be getting money. And I don't even care in the shade while it's sunny. I mean sunny, she tryna sign me, no papa shit. I'm on my Lady Gaga shit, that lightning bolt. I don't give a fuck why you laughing, you ain't got no jokes. My nigga, keep the fucking knife and your ass will get poked. I keep that motherfucking sniper and they come with the scope. My niggas always deep. My niggas so deep, we always go with the flow, man, something like seeds. But back to that bullshit, keep a fucking flag and a full clip, just to lay them back down. Oh, I'm on another level, tell me is you ready? Tell me is you ready? Tell me is you ready? I'm on another level.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the quick little break here. So I do see what the media is pulling here. All these politicians, they're staying away from the press today, but they're signing a lot of stuff and they're in the community today. But they're showing them around here. Right here, you got the governor from Florida here. He's doing stuff in the community of Florida. Obviously, people really just not paying attention to the media. Like I said, not in the main office here today. Nothing live going on. So people are kind of around. Will Smith, Chris Rock. As you can see, trending on Twitter at this hour, Will Smith is trending at this hour, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing else really. I really think he smacked the market up here. I really think he smacked the market. Yo, they need to make an anime, freeze it. If you can make an anime, freeze it as he smacked him, but like he really got like 1,000 smacks with that one. It just sounded, it looked like this to me, like. Oh man, then he proceeded to tell him, "Don't talk about my wife, man. Don't do that." I said, no. Rock got rocked now. I'm telling you, that was one of them. If you from the hood, you know that was one of them. If you from the hood, you know that was one of them punch slaps. You know, everybody done been in the hood, been in the circle, done boxed out the homies. Yes, sir. All the brothers, you got punch slap. Yes, sir. But that was one of them. Fatality, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Will Smith right there, surrendering women empowerment, supporting women empowerment, excuse me, and not surrendering to the cowardness. That's what I was trying to say. I'm laughing. It's so funny. Oh man, that was hilarious. Some people just need that in life, and then they try to stage it. Y'all see afterwards. Hold on, they try to stage talking about some lawsuit. LAPD asked him, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. Police always trying to show up on some op shit. This ain't even, bro. We do this in the hood all the time. Motherfuckers get smacked every day. There's people out here bigger shit going on. He got smacked on live television, and y'all trying to motherfucking get him to press. Or ask him, they don't even ask him nothing like that, man. Y'all done dead wrong for that. Y'all know that. Figure out other stuff that's going on, man. Y'all know that was wrong. That woman got something going on with her hair condition. She's still a beautiful black queen. Y'all tripping. You feel me? Y'all trying to press. Man, LAPD, y'all funny, bro. Y'all funny. I seen that, though. I was like, wow. Chris Rock knew. He knew not to say nothing. He like, what? Hell no, because he knew he would have said, yeah, something. What? Man, it would have been on. Right there would have been another altercation, ladies and gentlemen. It would have been backstage part 2. You did, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here, man. We're going to take a quick break. Top news right now, Biden's 2023 budget would hike taxes on ultra-rich and boost defense spending. Oh, so that might be why we're in the red and pulling back. And just trying to, probably top investors, more smart money here. We're just trying to figure what that really means. I've seen that news come out over the weekend. Just trying to look into it some more, though. It says ultra-rich and boost defense spending. So Biden's 2023 budget would hike taxes on ultra-rich and boost defense spending. So I guess investors just trying to digest that. Like I said, you can see the politicians there on the move here. Oh man, they talking about the Will Smith slap, you guys. Hold on, let's tune into this.
Took to the stage to accept the award for Best Actor in King Richard amid a standing ovation.
We're gonna rewind it back. We're rewinding this back. We gotta see this one again.
The hour of Good Morning America.
GMA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion.
The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has issued a disaster declaration after a wildfire burned more than 1,000 acres in Medina County. Residents were forced to evacuate. 3 homes were destroyed and more than 100 people lost power. Thankfully, Medina County officials say no one was hurt. Meanwhile, a fast-moving wildfire in Colorado also forced evacuations over the weekend, with more than 19,000 people displaced. Boulder fire officials say the fire was about 35% contained on Sunday afternoon. There are no known injuries or reports of damages to structures just yet. And a second black box has been found from the China Eastern flight that crashed last week. Investigators hope the 2 devices will shed light on what caused the Boeing 737 to plummet 29,000 feet, killing all 132 people on board. And China has started placing Shanghai on lockdown to try to control a growing COVID outbreak in the country's largest city. Shanghai has a population of 26 million people. This is China's most extensive lockdown in 2 years. And this week, the FDA is expected to okay a second COVID booster shot for people over the age of 50. It comes as infection rates are ticking up in the Northeast. ABC's Eva Pilgrim has the latest from a vaccination site in Brooklyn. Hi, Eva.
Diane, we were told the FDA could authorize that additional booster for Americans over the age of 50 as soon as tomorrow. Now, sources tell us this 4th shot will likely be offered, but not formally recommended. The details of it all are still being worked out. The general idea that the shots would be available for those people to choose based on their personal health and age. The move, an attempt to get the most vulnerable their second booster ahead of any surges this fall or winter. And this is something we have seen previously happen in this pandemic, offering the shots to the most vulnerable and then later to the general population. Now, health officials saying they will continue to monitor if another booster is needed for those other age groups. And it's important to say at least 82% of those eligible have had at least 1 dose of this vaccine. But there are 57 million eligible Americans who are still completely unvaccinated. And we're not seeing a crush of people going to get a vaccine. Matter of fact, right now, we're seeing the lowest rate of vaccination since the rollout began. Diane?
All right, Eva Pilgrim, thank you. And thank you for joining us. I'm Diane Macedo. Stay with
officially law. Those who are opposed, though, they feel right now that this is an attack on the LGBTQ community, and you'll hear it a lot. They feel like Florida is going backwards.
We'll continue to follow it. Appreciate you calling in, Victor. Thank you.
You got it.
And coming up, the Oscar for Best Drama goes to a slapdown that deserves no statue. Straight ahead.
Seeking Alpha presents Stock Rating Alerts. Go to your portfolio, click on the bell icon, adjust alert settings. Done. Never miss the right moment to trade stocks. Seeking Alpha, be a better investor.
Just the front legs are pedaling. It's just pedal. That looks just like it.
The most powerful stories of our time
anytime. Nightline.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know, need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it? Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
GMA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
it's all about you.
I know what happened, and I'm not guilty.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
Revealed Chad murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion. The ending's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find unless you try to find it.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms.
And welcome back. Were you up late last night? Well, if not, you missed one of the most shocking moments in Oscar history. Will Smith actually walked on stage and slapped Chris Rock after the comedian made a joke about his wife and her shaved head. Jada Pinkett Smith has publicly shared her battle with alopecia. And then later in the show, Smith went on to win the award for Best Actor. It all kind of seemed to be overshadowed. But in his speech, he apologized to the Academy and his fans, but not to Chris Rock. TJ Holmes has more on what happened.
Hollywood's biggest night. And this was not an accident.
Wow!
Will Smith slapped Chris Rock on stage at the Oscars. The tense moment happened just seconds after Rock made this joke about Smith's wife, Jada's shaved head.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
You can see Jada roll her eyes, and then Smith gets up on stage.
Oh, wow!
But this is what you didn't hear at home, but aired on some international feeds.
Nick Mike's name out your mouth. Wow, dude.
Yeah.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm going to, okay? That was a greatest night in the history of television.
About 45 minutes after slapping Rock, a tearful Smith took to the stage to accept the award for Best Actor in King Richard amid a standing ovation.
Richard Williams was a fierce defender of his family. I'm being called on in my life to love people and to protect people and to be a river to my people.
Smith apologized, but not to the comedian.
I want to apologize to the Academy. I want to apologize to all my fellow nominees. Love will make you do crazy things.
Smith took to Instagram, making light of the slap, commenting, "You can't invite people from Philly or Baltimore nowhere."
All right, TJ, thanks so much. Well, coming up, a fourth booster for 50 plus. More on the FDA asking for.
Wow, so that is headlines right here, man. Just think about that. That's headline on ABC News, bro. He headlines across ABC. Oh my gosh, y'all. And as y'all can see there is another about to be another booster shot. They're trying to do for age 59 or 58 or something like that. Some more booster shots here. Apparently they want to do that here. We got BioNTech report earnings too this week. interesting. BioNTech report earnings this week, and we got all these booster shots coming. I know this is one of the top ones right here where they work with Pfizer and they compete with Moderna. They work with Pfizer, they compete with Moderna. So keep that in mind right there. It's one of your top vaccine stocks. They got earnings this week right here. This can move big here. It really can. But yeah, Moderna, yeah, they all trying to get that shot approved there. So we'll see what that happens. Lulu's on the high here. They got earnings this week too. I think tomorrow after the bell. Yeah, tomorrow after the bell. I ain't never show y'all the earnings list there. Oh yeah, I did. I'm gonna re-show y'all the. Yeah, I did. Comment section lit here. Yeah, talking about Roblox. What y'all got going on? Talking about Roblox. It's 5 years older than Minecraft. I mean, dumpster fires. I ain't talking about nothing. I ain't talking about stocks. Okay, sorry. Yeah, earnings this week. Dave & Buster's. Looks like, yeah, it's gonna be a play after I was here. Now tomorrow, there's like we got Micron, MU, Chewy. We got Lulu. They all report tomorrow here after the bell, after the close. Academy Sports report tomorrow before the open. But yeah, Restoration Homes, they report tomorrow. Five Below BioNTech, Paycheck, they report Wednesday before the open. So if you want to, you know what I'm saying, you got to see how it work out. Yeah. Yep. But that's pretty much it. It's all the best ones I would say. I'm gonna pinpoint here for this week. Would have already been XP, and we're gonna check in with them. Let's see how they did here. Okay, so nothing too crazy. Look like a little. Oh, they got clapped. It looks like they got clapped and back. They got clapped about $2, maybe some cents, maybe. They down though. Ain't nothing too big about them. But this is a consumer stock. It is really it's for a consumer. It's a consumer durable stock for motor vehicles in China. Designs, develops, manufactures, and markets smart electric vehicles. So it produces environmental friendly vehicles. That's why I like this stock. But they had earnings today. It's a good little long term right there. I think Kathy Williams, don't quote me on it, but she did just buy into that. She dumped Tesla and bought Xpeng and NIO, if I'm not mistaken here. But Dave & Buster's is another good one to look at long term. Obviously, pandemic hurt them, but they came back here. Small plays right there. These are small plays, but long term they can turn out big here if you load them up. Academy Sports, like I said, what's this guy? It's like the salt and pepper symbol right here. I'll be seeing this. It's like a lot of stuff that goes with this. MK. Where's it? Their ticker symbol was MKC. So yeah, MKC. I think pretty much what it is right here. So yeah, Xpeng Play. Yeah, MU, Chewy, Lulu. What I say, MKC, Love, Sendai, SNDL, Com, all those, UNF, all those are good ones. BNTX, Five Below, all these are good ones for this week. Decent ones, good value earnings plays can turn big. I would load up if you are doing it. Post earnings may be probably your best choice. It's tend to move. Some of them they do, some of them they don't. I don't really know if the whole factor is here this week. But maybe on something they maybe on a Lulu, maybe or a Five Below. I don't know. Maybe a BioNTech. We'll see though. But yeah, they definitely gonna sit there. So you just want to kind of catch it either pre or post there. But just keep your eye on these earnings here this week, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing else going on right now. Let's get back live. We'll catch up live speed here. Okay, so the new peace talks set to begin. Details, terms, a possible deal with Russia. Ooh, that's breaking news. Would that be the latest breaking news? Yeah, it would be. That would be the latest breaking news here. Yeah, that's live. That's live from over there, so yeah. Yep. So yeah, man. Yeah. Ain't nothing really going on right now, though. It's 1:36 p.m. The SPY bouncing back up here. We did bounce off of 450 support. Now, it was resistance at first, then it turned into support. Now we're back a little bit above VWAP on the SPY here, 452. The VIX is selling off here, coming back down to 2134 here. Triple Q's going back up above VWAP, trying to get back above the upper band. They all are. Spot Triple Q's and stocks and the Dow. Let's check with the TLT. We can check with TLT what they doing today. I'll keep them in mind. They chilling, they going down. All right. They went up. They rallied up there, helped push the market there this morning, bring it down. Okay, cool. TLT has it with the IWM. Let's see, pull back, came down, pull back home, pull down. Here. Okay, so yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's just what it is here right now. So the market is on chill here. Looks like still overall the same kind of anticipation from this morning. Amazon's picking up the market again back up here at $51 here. So Amazon's back above the upper band here. They're just bust out of it again. And Tesla is your leader here today. Amazon and Tesla still competing here with the stock split news here going around, circulating with both. Amazon's true, Tesla's confirmed, but is it true yet? But it's getting there. But they are competing here, and it's going up here. Both of those names are leading the market, have been all day. The overall indices are mixed up here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a mixed bag right now. We got a kangaroo market here. Market's going both ways, playing both sides right now, trying to stay neutral. Not wanting to hurt too much more feelings that they already had. Stocks fall slightly to start the week, following 2 weeks of gains. The Dow is down about 47%. S&P 500 is down 6%. The Nasdaq's up 43%, leading the way. So the Nasdaq is really holding this rally here at this point. Would hate to see the Nasdaq turn red, then this thing will probably reverse. But let's just see that not happen and say the other two indices get green here, then we see higher highs. So we just waiting on that movement here to confirm, and we don't know yet, but we're going to wait patiently and find out here. Charts and numbers. In the meantime, between time, we're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to get some water. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be right back.
Yeah. It's Lynn and P. In here with Bang. Hilly in the parks.
I ain't trying to be your man, only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one and go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man, only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one and go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man, on time for the weekend. So you gotta understand, baby, one night stand. I ain't trying to be your man, on time for the weekend. Trying to see if we can. One night stand.
You pressed about another bitch, you a bitch. Leo's ain't lucky, cause Leo snitch. I tried the one night stand, but she flipped the switch. She consulted me while dating, she professionally hit. So come and biting back if finesse that trick. Come and biting back if finesse that chick. Come and biting back if finesse that trick. Come and biting back if finesse that bitch. Oh, baby girl, I'm not trying to be your man. I'm not trying to be genuine, but just pull down your pants. Make that pussy my land, dear, that pussy my prance. I'm sticking it in too deep, she can't even get out of sentence. Will accept that cause I'm Leonard. I'm a soul survivor / sinner. And these other busters beginners. They small chicks, they pretenders. My realness don't feel them, so my realness just blend them. I still wanna fuck you, girl, in the backseat of the rental. But this case got my mind and it's controlling my mental. I can't mistake no more because I'm forgiven. And I pray this prayer to all of you children. Do not hit women and just quit them, cause what's hitting gon' go missing. And God forbid that you'll seek vengeance. And God forbid you'll seek vengeance.
I can't stop thinking about you. You're on my mind, cause I can't let you go, you're so fine. Do-do. I can't stop thinking about you. I said you on my mind, on my mind, on my mind. I ain't trying to be your man, Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one and go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one and go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. So you gotta understand. Baby, one night stand. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. Trying to see if we can one night stand.
I was just trying to see if we can one night stand. I pulled up at your grandma's house, told you to get in the bed. That was it, straight like that. You started giving me head. You was spitting, slurping on this shit. I said you did this buffet. Yeah. Is anyone coming home? Oh. No one, so I'm about to beat it more. Oh. Yeah, the neighbors know. Hey, I hope they don't kick in the door. I hope they don't smell the dro. They know that I'm a pro. I'm a professional. Gotta do what I gotta do, pork foes. Nah, fuck that pork ace and a 2-liter to Joe. Lean in, kickstand, niggas can't do what I can. I can fuck your bitch, yes I can. You know what I do, man, I'm the man. You know what I do, man, I'm the man. Hey, it ain't no talking. It ain't no talking.
I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one and go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one and go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. So you gotta understand. Baby, one night stand. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. Trying to see if we can one night stand.
Real trap shit.
Trying to tell y'all niggas, man, you better hide your hoe, man. You talking that bullshit, nigga, take your hoe now. Smooth criminal. Yeah, I can take your bitch and you know I'm gonna beat her. I don't even want her, so I don't gotta keep her. I don't really need her, cause I know that she's a eater. I said I know that she's a eater. I can take your bitch, yeah, I don't really need her. Put her in her place and I ain't gonna keep her. I don't really give a fuck, I know that she's a eater. I said I know that she's a eater. I know your bitch a eater. Yeah, she a cheater. You a dumb nigga, man, you might wanna leave her. You the only fool that's out here believing the shit that she say. She playing your dumb ass every day. Hey, me and my niggas just ran a fucking train. She's a fucking fool, gave the whole clique brain. Yeah, she did her thing. Yeah, she is a fool. Then you kissing her in her mouth when she go to school. When she all the way, she let the click beat them walls down, man. She's a dirty bitch, yeah. You's a fucking fool for loving that hoe. I'ma give her back though. I don't really want her, cause I know that I can beat her. And I ain't gon' keep her, cause I know that she's a eater. I don't really give a fuck, I know that she's a eater. I know that she's a eater. I don't really want your bitch, I know that I can beat her. And I don't really care, I don't really need her. You can have that bitch back, I know that she's a eater. I know that she's a eater. Beating down your thigh, beating down your thigh. Beating on the box, beating on the box. Why cause she's a hoe, why cause she's a hoe. She be doing the most, she is not my hoe. Had to tell that bitch to go, had to tell her go. Bitch, you not my hoe, bitch, you not my hoe. All I wanna with the thought, you're the fucking thorn. After you did the thought, bitch, you had to go.
Real trap shit.
No, bitches capping, I don't play. Do a little dead, then I had to spray. Like this. This is sucking on my dick.
She's sucking on my dick. Dick, this ain't no dance, but I stick. She told me to go down. Lead. Maybe I should've listened. I shouldn't even pay the fucking attention. But I took it too far, and you got into it. So now, bitch, you into it. You a little eater.
Yeah, sipping Henny, man, my Henny coat was sitting outside, making plays all day. What you know about that? Same shit I had on from yesterday. Took a shower and shit, right back to the streets every day. Gotta make plays, you can get 3 for 5. You know me how I do, I'll serve you right here in front of your eyes. Quick, fast, in a hurry, now I gotta go. No look, and look, this tape about to drop. A lot of shit gon' get real when shit start dropping. Mixtape dropping, videos and all that. Now everybody wanna get clout, trying to say can they get on off of this and that. Nah, I ain't having it, you asking now. When I was trying to let you in, you started backing down. Fuck, I gotta keep going, chasing check. DP done put me on, now we back to brace the check. Really back to catch the check. Catching plays like Larry Bird in the 80s. Getting mad cause we serving soft like we in the 80s. Niggas sipping Hennessy, thinking that it's all good, but really they be losing. A lot of bread need to save up and get your money right. Go then, get the pack, flip then, get that 360, bring it back right now. Ran into my main man Max today, told him got the key to everything. Just hit me, we gon' make it. Get him out of here. He said just stay, keep your head up and chase your dreams. Make sure the money keep coming and you chasing green. Make sure you family straight so you can feed your team. Everything gon' be green when you wake up in the morning. I told bro keep it G, we gon' get up in the morning, blow some trees, meditate, think about some shit we can build in a couple days. Money gon' stack up, people gon' love us. Everything all good, I'm eating and we made it, cause we gon' make it. Haters.
Man, we put this down. Try to be Thanksgiving and shit. Happy Thanksgiving. 2016 like that. Hey. It's on the top, so I ain't I say, yes, I'm ballin'. Fresh, yes, I'm all that. I ain't with none of that. You talk shit, you get clapped. Straight like that. Niggas acting all weird and shit. It's either you want something or you don't want it, nigga. Which one you gonna do? Yeah, my business, nigga, you need to mind you. Stay in your own lane, cause I be in mine and I'm going too fast. We are not the same. Nigga, yeah, you already know that I'm insane. Yeah, clips straight to your brain if you try to play. Nigga, this ain't no game. Nigga, we ain't playing around, nigga, we in the field. Yeah. My nigga fly to Cali and come back with that pack, and you already know where we got the streets attached. Yeah, and these niggas wanna attack, but I tell them fall back, don't mind that. I call that girl up and get all in that. Yeah, I'm with that, we ain't playing now. Yeah, I hit that. Then she say, man, you got a big dick. I tell her, yeah, just tell your friends, tell your girls, yeah, and they can join in. Now she try to fucking bitches. I said, yeah, I don't know. DNA gonna tell the truth though. Yeah, that's real, that's facts. And I just know what I do. God got my back. I ain't worried about nobody else. God put me here, so I'ma do the best. Straight like that, I didn't come from the west. I didn't come from the east, I came from me. Yeah, just in one seat. Out my mother and pappy. Straight like that, nigga, don't attack me. Yeah, cause we gon' make it. Let's get it. Yeah. Let go. From a small town, they don't know about us, but they talk about us and they wanna be us. I feel like they're taking sign from us. I feel like they're trying to drown us. I feel like they're trying to down us. I don't be up, I be downed up, I be down there. Taking them down as I can't sleep. Man, I be so geek. I be me. I I was living, chilling by the beat. That was the age of 18, 19, yeah, and I did that. Then I left that fucking dream, cause that dream killed me. I saw some things I ain't wanna see, but it's okay. I came back, relapsed, then I'm back, I'm OD. OD, yeah, I'm OD. Niggas cannot coach me. Niggas cannot coach me. They know I'm ballin' like Ginobili. Yeah, retired with the money. The money long so old. Shit so old they want it. They can have it though. If you want it, you gotta show me that you're real for show. But the shit that you pull, nigga, don't mean that shit so. Yeah, they don't mean that you're short. Niggas is some dorks. Playing games, they dorks. I don't give a fuck about them niggas talking about a shooter, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll see, okay, underlay one day, mate. Yeah, we'll see, okay, when that day meet the fate. It'll be okay, nigga, I don't give a fuck what they say. I'ma do me, nigga. Shout out to them Atlanta niggas, trying in his own six with it. Yeah, he fucking up whipping, yeah, he whipping up the kitchen. Niggas running down the block, niggas know what's up. My niggas all hot. We don't give a fuck about y'all niggas gon' flop. Yeah, no, I'm gon' get through, nigga, gon' prevail. Yeah, that's my little secret she won't tell. Yeah, I said that's my little secret she won't tell. Yeah, I still get it that through the mail. Yeah, I don't wanna talk, okay. Yeah, I'm going up. I'm getting older, growing up. They just going down. I don't see they light no more. My light gon' shine forever, dog. They say they bored. I got boredom. I said I got boredom. Yeah, let this sing, let that harmonize. Yeah, niggas sneak dissing on my timeline. Yeah, I knew you was a fan. Feeling like Truth Cap. Feeling like the fucking man. But it's fucking Lil P. And I know I got them bands. Yeah, I'm that one. They can speak on my tongue, yeah, and then it come to exist. Yeah, come to resist. Then I had to resist. Then I had to take a lift. Oh, yeah, run through the shit. I don't give a fuck, no, I ain't about to kill me here. I'ma pull up where I'm gon' end up in. If they do it right there in front of them, at least they gon' tell them that I surrendered and they shot me in the pelvis. But they ain't fucking had to do it, nigga, so I just kept on prevailing. Told them a little joke, now I got them all smelling. Niggas know that I'm the real one. Niggas know they can't kill shit. Niggas know they ain't killing me. God taking me, that's real shit. Nigga, yeah, I'm the realest. Niggas still hating though. Niggas staying with their mama. I can buy my mama home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. Oh, Marcus picking up here. Woo! Move. You in trouble for real. Come on. What you doing over there at that gate, boy? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Marcus picking up for real. Excuse me right there. Marcus picking up for real. Woo! Yeah, so, oh, man. Oh, man. So, yeah, SPY holding up here. But VWAP, that's what we at right now. Coinbase on the high, right at 200. It's going to be a long week, man. It's going to be a long week. We got a lot of economic data, coming out here this week. Top 5 things to know here is, Russia-Ukraine headlines. It looks like they're trying to end the war. We got Biden coming here shortly. He's going to announce his budget for the fiscal year 2023. That's going to probably move the market right there. It just sounds like it will. Financial services, yeah, I know it will. But U.S. jobs report here is coming out this week. U.S. inflation data, earnings, OPEC meeting this week. All that. We got it here live with the stock market. Live with LCLD, we got it here. You know what I'm saying? As long as it's live, we got it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the economic data for this week here coming out. So again, Caesar Ray Candle, let's stimulate Jerome Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all the information that's coming out here this week. Joe's job openings Tuesday. So that's tomorrow. ADP non-farm roll payrolls. ADP non-farm payrolls on Wednesday. Q4 GDP third reading on Wednesday. Jobless claims Thursday. We got core PCE price index on Thursday. So Thursday's a really big day. Non-farm payrolls on Friday. That's going to be huge too. Unemployment rate on Friday. That's straight. ISM manufacturing PMI on Friday. Vehicle sales on Friday. So we got a lot of economic data that's going to move and shift this market upside down, left, right, down, around and around and around, bring it around town. That's what it's going to be doing here, ladies and gentlemen. So you want to be patient, stay cautious, fit in when you can get in, exit when you can exit. I have no idea what that was, but just try to do that, exit when you can leave, if that makes sense. Just try to make it rhyme there. It didn't rhyme, but whatever. That's a new word, Bixit. Bixit. You better Bixit. Bixit. Really, I was saying backseat, but it's really accent there. Really a lot of foreign there. It's Bixit. But Amazon right here on the high, up 45, you guys. Tesla really is still holding up too, man. 1,090 here. So yeah. I had posted on my social media, you guys, should I hold? I had a 1,000 call. I said, should I hold till Friday? It was expired this Friday. I said, should I hold till Friday or sell? A lot of people said sell. So we took that advice. I had a client wanted to sell. So we took that advice, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see here, portfolio got a little stiff, but getting used to new heights here. Wanting to get a little bit more out of this, but overall looking good here in the past month, in the past week here so far. With LCLD, man, been doing really good here with investing here in the past month, man. In the past month, you know what I'm saying? We're up by 19% in the past month. So it's really, really good here. But today, we're up 38%, and that's really, really better. So, yeah, Tesla's back on the high, though. They were asking me, do I buy back? If I see another rocket breakout, I probably wouldn't. I don't want to risk to say, oh, it might gap up again to what maybe people were thinking 1,200 or maybe 1150 or 1140. It might really do that, but eventually, due to these gap ups, majority of the time they have pullbacks, ladies and gentlemen. People are going to eventually take profits once they see it's not breaking certain numbers. Once they take profits, then it'll realize, okay, let's retry this again. Then it might really gap up like you've seen this morning. But this morning was just a straight speculation with the stock split news there that they announced on their Twitter account. And it just gapped right up. Yeah, man, I woke up. It was like 1070. I was clearing my eyes. I thought I was tripping. I thought my phone was messed up. But I was like, oh, man, this is real when I seen the articles come behind it. So it stuck. It was real, you guys. They held it till pre-market, till opening. They shook some people out there. Some people said they couldn't handle it, got out there early. Ooh, but if you would have just had a little bit of patience, my friend, you would have got the top number there. We had the top number here at SCOD. We got 1,095 exit. So we're just waiting on it to see it pass that. And even I know it's going to pass it. It's going to really probably touch 1,100 plus, you guys, here at this point, $1,100 plus. I can see it happening. But I'm not worried about it. It's all about booking profits in here and just really maintaining the focus of what you need. It's all about you, the investor. It's not really about that company there. Yeah, you invest with that company to make profits, but once you do it, it's it. You need to fall back there and let them do their thing because they're going to obviously do what they're going to do anyway. When you see profits in front of you, of course, book it because you don't know if they're going to come back and take it, or you don't know if they're going to keep going. That doesn't matter. More than likely, they're going to keep going, but name of the game is to book profits. That's what investing is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Making a flip, making a dollar stack. Ladies and gentlemen, so yeah, it is 2 p.m. We're waiting on Biden here. He's going to be live here in about 40 minutes from now. So nothing really going on, striving this breakout here, but just a lot of positivity, really, with the Russia-Ukraine situation. Sounds like they want to possibly might end it or at least have some type of peace talk or something. So that's what might be pushing the market up here a little higher as well too. But yeah, other than that, man, I'm just chilling, man. I'm chilling here. Baked in my daily, more than my daily profit here. So I can't complain. I'm not greedy. I just thank God, man. I'm blessed, man. Or, you know what I'm saying? If you don't believe in God, you believe in somebody higher power, you need to thank that. And you need to believe in that. You need to have some hope in that. Because that's what's going to strive you to become a better person in life. No matter what, it's never about money. Money isn't everything, but it is temporary happiness, ladies and gentlemen. And you want that in your life to succeed long term. So keep that in mind. If you're not doing this, you should be working for your income. If you're not doing both, then what are you doing? So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, tell a friend, tell a foe. They got to get tuned in. They got to get involved. Snap out of the, the government's against me thing, or the, it's not real scam thing, because it's real. I'm showing you, we were live here every day, Stock Market Live, with LCLD. We've been live here since the beginning of the year, 2022. We're going to keep doing this for a while here. Now, we're not going anywhere. We've been doing this without going live since about 2020, but I was doing it on my own here since about, looking into it, since about 2016, 2017. So I got a little bit of experience there, just doing my own research and doing my own due diligence. I found out it was real. I had to put my pride to the side, my ego to the side, and step in to the realm here because I didn't want to work anymore for anyone else. I wanted to work for myself. I wanted to make my money work for me. I wanted to become self-employed here. And you can too. We all can. We all have the power to. We all have the ability to. Like I said, some people, I'm not the smartest of them all. You can do this, ladies and gentlemen. We all smart here. Some people are smarter than me or smarter than others. You know how it is. But just that ego, it just can block them from their blessing. So you want to always push your ego away, because that's what even brought me into doing this. I don't even think I was really honestly smart or capable enough to really take my mindset to do this. But when I pushed my ego away and I really did put my mind to do it, I realized, hey, I can do this. This is easy. Anybody can do this. So that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. There's always an opportunity out here to make money. Money isn't anything. It isn't everything, but it is the only thing when you need it for survival or exiting purposes. When I mean exiting purposes, ladies and gentlemen, there is a beginning life and past life. Remember that. You're going to need money for living and dying out here, ladies and gentlemen. If you ain't tuned in, if you ain't know, now you know, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break here right now. The indices are currently mixed up still. It looks like we got a mixed bag. So if I'm rolling the dice here, and boom, the dice hit the wall, and boom, it looks like the Dow still red at 48% down. The S&P 500 is down 3%, still witching, going red to green here. That is your biggest kangaroo, the S&P 500. It can't make up its mind. The NASDAQ is still leading the way up about 45%, so that's kind of holding it slightly green here, but we got a mixed market, you guys. We got a mixed market. Just stay cautious, you guys. Like I said, Biden is going to probably be the next market mover here. We're going to take a quick break here with LCLD. We're going to I use the bathroom, and we're going to play some music, man. We're going to play some music. But I hope y'all learning something. I hope you're earning something here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you can, like, share, and subscribe on the YouTube channel, Devin Parks. If you can, share this. It's on Facebook here. Spread the word here. If not, man, if you're tuning in and you're just learning something, you don't got time for all that. Oh man, ain't nothing wrong with that either, ladies and gentlemen. I support you. Regardless if from afar, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't tripping. However you learning and earning, as long as you're tuned in here, give me a view or something, a comment or something. I ain't tripping, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, it is what it is. We're gonna take a quick break, man. We're gonna be right back. And let's play Universe Was Seen by Leonard P. We're going to go straight to Price.
On the track.
No love living. No love lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, why people take you off. Gotta keep the hating, then graveyard coffee. Cheaping just like cancer rolling off football. Gotta keep the hating, then graveyard coffee. Cheaping just like cancer rolling off football. Hey, this decide how I'm gon' face it. Can't decide how I'm gon' make it. Every day I'm just tryna make it. Making and baking. Blue faces. I love honeys, I love money. Bitch blowing me up, what you want, honey? Phone always motherfucking jumping. I can't never get no peace, man, I just want it. But I'm just chiefin'. Man, I seen some demons. Hey, demons being deacons. Not Wake Forest, but you get it. No love, living. No love, lost. It costs me the boss. Right price, my people take you off. Gotta keep the hate in their graveyard coffee. She be just like cancer rolling off footballs. Gotta keep the hate in their graveyard coffee. She be just like cancer rolling off footballs. Hey, bitches like my post, man, they know I'm the most. Yeah, they can't wipe me out, no shore ocean. Yeah, but she water floating, and I'm swimming in it. All the motions, all the waves, tired of it. Cannot take me back, you can't wife me, bitch. Cannot take me back, you can't knife me, bitch. Cause I always turn my back on snake shit. Money doing that weight lift, and these niggas doing that snake sniff. With the rats. Never ever been there, always got chest. What the fuck you talking about? I ain't get into you. It came from the motherfucking soil. Hey, I'm your highness, I'm royal. Hey, I be getting oil. Wait, I be getting oil. Dab the more. Nigga, I be oil. Tempo. Lift up. Where you ain't cold? What's up? I ain't got no boat. Never sunk. Float. Whenever it happen, hope. No love, living. No love, lost. It costs to be the boss. Right price, my peoples take you off. Gotta keep the hate in their graveyard coffin. Cheapin' just like cancer rolling off footballs. Gotta keep the hate in their graveyard coffin. Cheapin' just like cancer rolling off footballs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break here. Stocks picking back up to the high end. They're retesting the highs now. SPY trying to break out here above the upper band here. Looks like the indices trying to flip green here, possibly. Mixed bag here. S&P 500 up 1%. NASDAQ up 47%. The Dow still down 42%, but stocks picking up here now, though. Not really moving quite firm with the overall ETFs here. The SPY like that is I think the stocks will pick up higher. We can see the SPY really break 453.32 today. I think that's the resistance level for holding the stocks back. At least that's what I'm seeing. I'm adding it up here with the charts and the numbers here. It's starting to correlate here to me. So this might be a good time to, swing here. Volatility it's definitely here. It's definitely here. The volatility is here. I would definitely be looking to swing something. There's an opportunity, but you don't have to. You can really wait until and see what they're going to do by tomorrow. Ain't nothing wrong with that either. They might not do nothing, you see what I'm saying? But I do see it might be an opportunity there if they can't break this 453 level. And if they do, it still will be an opportunity. I'm seeing both directions here. So I'm kind of playing it neutral here. Tesla kind of like up here at this level, they kind of did that. They double top there, triple top. It looked like it was failing. Boom, then they shot up above it. So I'm seeing that same kind of pattern here. I see like maybe a 1, 2, 3, 4 pattern, maybe a quadruple top. It might come back down, or this might break out here at this point on the Tesla. Looking at them, looking with Amazon, it looks like about the same here. Maybe they had a little double top here, boom, boom. And then they came down, had a little sharp bottom here from the opening, really. And then shot back up here. They got a triple top going on right now. Maybe starting at 4th top here, quadruple top, or this could be a breakout to the upside. SPY is reversing though inside the upper band, so might be coming back just to the middle here slightly. Nothing more going on though other than that though. It's 2:12 p.m. Let's see here. Other than that, we do still got a lot of opportunities on the board, man. A lot of good name stocks are in the red, you guys, and we know it ain't gonna last like this forever. So this could be an opportunity. Like I said, this is a pullback. If look at the overall names that are going crazy, and now you see the other stocks not really keeping up here. There will be a rotation, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's called. Rotation is like it's like a sport sub. You feel me? Substitution. There will be a rotation for all of this. Bleed at. That's why I'm not really chasing the Tesla here, and I exited at 1,095. So far today, I was actually right. We were actually right. Me and the client were actually right. We kind of topped out there. We really called the top there so far. But I just still feel deep down, and all in all, they got delivery numbers coming up. That event I showed you next week, all that stuff. I just really feel like they're going to top it. They're going to really test $1,100. They're going to test it. That's why they're sitting right here. We're not stupid. We know what they're capable of. But now if they can break it and run, then that's when we'll look at consider maybe a buyback, maybe. But at this point, I'm looking to maybe possibly short them here in the short term here, because I just knowing what I know people are gonna take profits once they get tired of fighting this resistance. Their stuff gets aggravating. Yes, it does. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, mixed market here right now. Still mixed up here. We're gonna take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We're gonna be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel about you. 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 It's your real life, folks. I feel about you. Rest in peace, folks. From the swamp to the zoo. Be safe, play it cool. Stay down, stay true. Don't ever try to walk in the next man's shoes. And my pops told me that, and I heard what he said. I listen to him and I abide by them steps. And I keep my Smith & Wesson. Still like that, you heard what I said? Don't try me, I ain't playing. Damn, Rose is going. What is going on? I don't give a fuck though. I know what's going on for real. It's all about the spiritual being. It ain't about how you feel. You get caught up, that can lead up to death. And you don't wanna die in the early stage. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. Yeah, real life. Yeah, real life. Oh. How I feel about you. How I feel about you. Oh. Fuck a rainy day, I need a sunny day. I remember I was broke, that shit was yesterday. Guap called and said he had a BOA. I hopped up in the wheel and when we sped away. Smoking gas on our way down 85.
hit shorty, grinning up like real fast. Then we got back and bought a lot of cash. I told my baby girl I had to get the cash. Every day I gotta hustle, every day I gotta eat. Keep me a fresh fade, that's just how I gotta be. And I'm smoking good tree. And best believe I got good tree. And that Glock on me, you can never take me. Smith and Wesson throw away, nigga, that's a closed case. That's a closed case.
You said you dreamt that we'd grow old together.
Yeah, our time together. I have to let you go.
We getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, and we getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke, we like to smoke.
Yeah, I like to smoke up on that dope. When I roll it, yeah, my nigga, yeah, I like to take a toke. Yeah, I pull it, yeah, my nigga, I with that toke. Yeah, I smoke it, yeah, I roll a doobie. Yeah, I roll a doobie, kick back and watch a movie. Yeah, I'm just laid back, chillin', I'm groovy. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm shooting clips just like a movie. Ooh, yeah, your girl roll a blunt, then she wanna do me. Yeah, she wanna do me. Smoking the blunt though, roll it. No, I never stunt though. Hell nah. Roll up that blunt, bro. Light it. It smell like a skunk, yo. Yeah, it stink. Oof. Rolling up that thing. What you think? It's filling up my tank. What you doing? Yeah, that shit stink.
Yeah. Ooh. Damn, that shit stink. Damn, that shit in my house stinking up my place. And now I feel misplaced, cause my mama found my stash, damn, she said, boy, that is gas, where'd you get that from? The shells, I said, mama, be quiet, don't tell, please don't tell, and I won't tell, we just getting high, float in, I'm in the sky, if I lie, I die, if I lie, I die, I told you I'm bleeding. You better believe me, man. We getting lit, we getting lifted, my flow so gifted, pay attention, you know we on it, they really want it, they gotta pay for it, if they really want it, cause ain't nothing free, nah, this gas ain't cheap, hey, come on, Harry B, come on, Harry B, come on, Harry B, we getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke, yeah, we getting high, cause we like to smoke, we like to smoke.
Hey. I just hit this motherfucking Backwood, man. You already know how I'm coming, you already know how I'm rocking and rolling, so I don't really know why y'all like, hey, I don't know why y'all play with me, damn, hey, I'm blowing on this wood, y'all think shit really good, shit ain't good in the hood, it's not, lost a couple niggas ain't good, R.I.P. my soul, so they got on Magnolia, everything he can replace, 75 they play the trenches. Hey, nigga, it's a chase. Took what? Did the race without took his pack in his face. Gang shit, spit in his face. Manufacture spit on the dick. Shot. And shit is split. Pull off a wig. Boy, that bitch bald headed blue bill and that pussy Caillou. Hit the bitch, pass off like an alley hoop. Begging that bitch like Michael Jordan. I'm slapping the nigga, I'm slapping your hoop. Hey.
They know how we move, ayy, riding with the crew, hey, throwing up my tools, yeah, throwing up the dudes, hey, JoJo toting on the stick, he gon' make some moves, hey, smoking on the gas, back with blowing up the room, woo, What you smoking on, little nigga? What you smoking on? That gas ain't really that strong. That pack ain't really that strong. When I smell you smoke it in the dough, you smelling what I'm on. Hey, 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 Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teammates up. And let it be in the cut, rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teammates up. And let it be in the cut, rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Fuck it up, rack it up like Mickey, make it icky like Mickey. Spit hanging from my mouth sticky. From up top, you look pretty. Make me Millie, rock with my Jimmy. It's AR whole 50. See you next century in theory. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And let it be in the car, all the newbies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teenager. And let it be in the car, all the newbies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up. Bad bitches coming through the back for teammates up. And then the P in the car, rolling doobies up. Bags on me, cash on me, yeah, I fuck it up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back from the break. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you can't bet the story.
Good note.
Yeah, we're back though, ladies and gentlemen. We live here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Spy holding up here, man. Spy holding up. Trying to break out of the upper band here. Still fighting resistance here. Tesla holding up. Everything's just holding up here. It looks like the market is anticipating Biden now, seeing what he has to say in 20 minutes. It says he's going to announce his budget for the fiscal year 2023. So he's announcing his budget. This Biden got a budget. Wow. Biden got a budget, y'all. He telling us what his budget is. So we might need a budget too here. So the market is kind of on the clink, clink, hold your horses here type moment here, waiting for him to speak in about 20 minutes. But consolidating mostly to the upside here. I'm saying the dip is getting brought here and not letting it fall too lower than it was this morning, I'm seeing. But things are holding up here. Amazon's breaking out to the high right now. Tesla's coming back up to the high end. Everything's picking up here, you guys. Everything's picking up here. I see Upstart on the high here. They broke out about $2 right now. A little something slight. Let's see here. But other than that, man, markets is kind of chilling out here. That's why I just really been playing music, man. Just playing music, just trying to stay positive here, keeping good energy. You know, music is good here for the soul when you're doing things like this or you're working out. So yeah, I'm just trying to just stay positive right now. Just keep playing music here. There's not a lot of briefings because a lot of, like I said, the main people have COVID. Secretary Jen and her backup have COVID. Elon Musk announced he has COVID. So they're probably doing a lot of contact tracing and a whole bunch of stuff. They just probably don't want no governors or no president, nobody to really move around and do stuff. It's a lot going on. Including the war situation still going on. They're trying to end it, but it's still going on. But, ladies and gentlemen, with all that being said, I'll sum them into one. Main thing is patience, patience, patience. Get up, go do something else, move around, keep your eye on it, glance at it, but don't stare at it. Move around, ladies and gentlemen, get the blood flowing. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break. When Biden go live, we go live. We'll be right back.
Fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little whore. She probably got a nigga for replay, replay my EP, yeah, replay my EP, yeah, replay my EP, hey, replay my EP, talking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, don't even ask the cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, I do what I want, I say what I want, I be the one with the gun, hey, I be imagining, they know when I come, hoes seeing hoes like lunch, that's in the back, they fucking in front, tell little bitch what's up, let's fuck, bust my nut, but I don't fuck up, so, you know she a dime, but she ain't mine, nah, cause I don't never cup, nah, little bit, wait, what, nah, what, hold up, what, I don't cup, fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, don't even ask the cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, how much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, I ain't spending shit, take me to the private room, private show, how much is the private show? I ain't spending shit, take me to the private room, yeah. Take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants your Benji. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fuck the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. Ooh, fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, don't even ask the cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, I do what I want, yeah. I say what I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, yeah. When the fuck I want. Wait, what, huh? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. I'm the boss, nigga bomb. I'm the boss like a plunge. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, I buy what I want, like a boss, don't even ask the cost, like a boss, I just know the code, I'm the boss, Replay, I'm a indigo, I'm the boss, yeah. We got packs, we got threats, yeah, that gas. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. We got packs, we got threats. Fuckin' out, yeah. Just at my jack, bitch, I be on the go. So, got that dope for low. Fresh up off the boat, dope. Cause I'm the hood stove. I got that green, I got that coat. Smoke a O, yep. 4-0, yep. I take your fucking back, secure that fucking bag. Better before we snatch and grab, yeah. And you won't get it back. My goonies never slack, bet on that. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, yeah, smoke a O. We got bud for low, we got coke for low, yeah. Dope overload, yeah. We be smoking dro, ayy. Pull up to your spot, set up shop. You get popped on the spot. Wow. If you get a drop, we don't fuck with ops. Thotty stop, suck my cock while I'm rolling up a block. You can't hit my blunt, nah. You a stupid one, yeah. I be having fun with a bitch that use a tongue. If she swallow when I come, Ali, I'm the man. Hey, grab that Palmer, it's a Dutchie. OG tasting clutchy. If she says she wanna fuck me, got me feeling lucky. Big ol' packs, big ol' racks. Pour that quality from the act. Big ol' bricks, like I'm Shaq. Yeah. Big ol' dope, yeah. Smoke a O, smoker, oh, S-O-L-O, smoking choke, yeah. Big old dope, wait, what? Hold up, wait, what? What? Huh? What? Hold up. No. What? Hold up. What? This is replay. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Yeah, I'ma shine. Dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah. And I'ma shine, yeah. Cause niggas dope, I just do the most, I'm gon' go. I been funk, gotta choke, I up that bit and blow. It get gritty in the post, so you better hold your own, for sure. I'm the realest and they know, quit the fuck your bit, yeah, nigga. Take your hoe, smoker, on my S-O-L-O, hot shit. I be on the grind, on my money mine. I just put the shit on time, I'm that nigga that's for show. I'm that boss, so put that replay on repeat, till I drop that repeat, yeah. Then that 3-peat, hey, this that Ali, and they gon' respect me, yeah. I'm a indigo, hey, I'm a indigo, yeah, I'm a indigo, dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah, and I'ma shine, yeah, I'ma shine, yeah, dead or alive, I'm about mine, yeah, and I'ma shine, yeah, I'ma shine, I'ma grind, time is mine, replay,
In the lab, 25, 9, G-Pen got me high. 25, OG. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Predicting the kitty, she acting all kitty. Let's talk again, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch want a penny, I gave her my penis. I'm trapping for lays, I'm trapping for chicken, I'm trapping for money, I'm trapping for bitches, I'm trapping for sisters, I'm trapping for children. It's for the rumors that make a decision. Fuck all that pressure, go handle your business. Predicting the kitty, she acting all kitty. Let's talk again, this shit ain't no tennis. Bitch want a penny, I gave her my penis. Bitch want a penny, I gave her a penny. Then she got fucking greedy. She said, can you call up Jimmy? I said I'm Hendrix in the fucking spirit. You already know, chill with all that weirdness. I be moving dope. Y'all nigga move that dope. Hey, y'all nigga move his flow. Yeah, I just move my hoes. And I got hope. And I don't choose sides. And I'm down to ride. If a niggas try to slide, just know 3.1 for. Look at this power. It's my money going towards the sky. Voila, Magi, who did? Who, yeah. Won't give a fuck about nothing in hell. But you gon' turn up, we gon' turn up to them. We gon' turn up and pop this ass. Yeah, niggas don't give a shit if they drop this ass. Yeah, niggas all about the cash. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, yeah, we a spaz. For that cash, we on your ass. For that cash, you ain't gotta eat grass. Don't do that shit again. You know what I'm talking about. The end. So, fuck niggas ain't my friends. Say it, and say it again. These fuck niggas ain't my friends. The end.
Bricks on the beat.
Slitter P. Shout out to Bricks. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck the fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in an angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse or a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up before, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might wanna treat her. That you might wanna beat her too. But I don't beat them physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't bleed, she told the judge that. Fuck that hoe, I'm back on my shit. I gotta get this dough, I'm gotta get the money, gotta fuck a hoe. If she tryna fucking fuck me, fuck that hoe. Gas is all I fucking know. Getting money is all I fucking coach. And I be boasting. And you niggas be roasting, y'all hot. Y'all ain't never toasting, y'all not. But me, I'm always toting them Glocks. Me, I got that 40, you can write. Or you moving work. Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work. Driving a foreign car, that bitch go skirt. Like your bitch in the angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. Getting vaccine, getting them gone. There's money going round around. Round around. I just do it for the town. Y'all fuck niggas, y'all fucking clowns. I ain't never been fucking down, none of that fake shit. I've always been real. I always shoot to kill like Kill Bill. Nigga, I am a steal. Nigga, you can't take this. If you take this, you got to be on my playlist. Niggas talking that fuck shit, but nigga, I ain't even fucking with it. Ayy, nigga, I ain't even fucking with you. Nigga, I'm doing my own thing. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. Before you want it, you gotta call me man. You gotta call me man. Just call me first. If not, I'll put you in a hearse. If not, I put you in the dirt. You're moving, work. If you're moving, work. If you're moving, go work. I got 15, I got 15. Got 15 like in my pocket. 15 like he gon' pop it. 15 he gon' pop it. I got 1500 just pop shit. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I been 15, he gon' pop it.
I bet 15 he gon' pop it. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 in my Robins. I got 1,500 who want it. I got 1,500 what you gonna do for this motherfucking money. I got 1,500 for your mama. I got 1,500 on my mama. I got 1,500 on my mama. I got 1,500 bricks. This got 1,500 bitches. This got 1,500 chickens. I got 1,500 chickens. Got 1,500 in the kitchen. 1,500 is the chicken. 1,500 is the chicken. 1,500 is the slice. 1,500 is the slice. Nigga, I shoot precise. Life I live's no lie. Ain't it life I live no lie. You niggas is selling no dice. Selling no dice. Oh, we got 1,500. I got 1,500. I got 1,500. I got 1,500. Y'all 15 mummies. Y'all 15 dummies. I got 1,500 in my pocket. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 gon' pop it. I got 1,500 gon' pop it. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 in my pocket. I got 1,500 gon' pop it. I got 1,500 gon' pop it. Ay. I got 1,500 gon' pop it. I got 1,500 in my wallet. I got 1,500 in my wallet. When I was 15, nigga, I was popping. When I was 16, nigga, I was popping. When I was 17, I was making profit. When I was 18, I was making dollars. When I was 19, ain't no way. I don't wanna talk about it. No. 20 just sound perfect. It sound perfect. 21, I was in birdie. I like. Time out. T.O. Cause this bitch, she like. She died. She cry. 1,500. I got 1,500. I got 1,500. She got no money. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. If you're tuning in, we are live here. If you're tuning in now, you catch the recap here. It is 2:43 p.m. here, and the stocks ain't really did nothing today. Been mixed bag here, consolidating in the air though. We do see that that we're in a pullback uptrend here, still bull market. We're seeing the Bulls regain momentum fully now, wipe the Bears out again. So the SPY is back on the bull market here. SPY is back on the high. Market's back on the high here. We're seeing names start to pick up here. Amazon and Tesla has been leading the way all the day, and now they're just chilling out at their top end there. They can burst through. If they burst through, I think the SPY going to have to break that 453 level for it to burst through. Tesla to see $1,100 on the board, and for Amazon to see at least about $3,350 on their board. But we're saying for it to really get there and hold, ladies and gentlemen, Amazon just reached it now, $3,353.30, but will it hold here? Looks like we got 1, 2, 3. If you want to really count the main, you got about at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it depends on how you're looking at it. At least 3 to 5 tops here on Amazon here. So we are seeing resistance at these levels, and they all have been pulling back here, as you can see. Pulling back to 33.17, so that's a steep dip right there. You don't want to get caught buying that on the high and it comes down on you. So you really want to be cautious right here. It might come back down, but at the end of the day, it's 2:45 p.m. We're creeping up here on close now. So will you think it'll come down today or tomorrow? That's what you got to be really starting to key in now. If you're trading options, ladies and gentlemen. But if you're just investing, buying shares, hey, have at it here. You might want to try to take a chance of risking it buying on the high, but I wouldn't recommend it, or I wouldn't recommend anything. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm just saying here, you probably should have brought the stocks on the red, and the ones that are in the red, you might want to look into buying if you're here, or if you are just buying shares anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, Tesla's back on the high, 1092. Looking for that break, like I said, 1,100. Biden's about to begin shortly with his budget for the fiscal year 2023, which is next year, ladies and gentlemen. But he's going to let us know what's going on in that category here. It looks like AMC is still short squeezing over there. They're on the high, $26. up $6 here today. About 30%. That's a 30% mover there. So if you would have brought that dip and loaded up, that's a lot of profit over there right now at AMC. The memers are taking over the market. So I'm pretty sure GME is moving here too, and they are on the high 174 right now, up about 15%, $22. So that's a good move right there for them. Oh man, Amazon looks like it's wanting to hold above here now too, above 33.50 here. Let's see how long it stay out the channel. That's the key right now. It got to stay out the upper channel and really rally here at these levels. That's the key we're trying to find out here. If not, we know this is definitely the top. It can be shorted back into the channel, which would be VWAP. We'll be back to the middle, you guys. So we're going to see here what it does. But as of right now, I'm looking at the VIX. The VIX is just sideways selling off down here at $20. So that's a bullish sign there that the VIX is at $20.58 right now. That's why you do see the market kind of taking off here, starting to squeeze here to the upside. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're getting short squeezed again here towards the upside. Market picking up here. That is good if you're a bull. The trend is confirmed reverse here at this point, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know by now, now you know. Now you know. Man. So yeah, man, yeah, we just waiting on Biden right now. Coinbase on the high here. They over 200, you guys, so they're holding above 200 here. And what I'm starting to notice now is certain names are holding above, a little bit above, out of their channel, just a little bit because the SPY's out of the channel, just holding out of the channel, just a little bit above, over resistance here. They're turning their resistance levels into mount support slowly here. Amazon is picking up here though, 3,356 here, so they're starting to pick up here. They're channeling out. The SPY's channeling out with it. Tesla's on the high still, 1,092. Still looking for that break above 1,096. LCLD got at about 1,095. So I'm waiting on them to top me before I even think about re-entering, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm cool with what we earned here today, man. 38%. That's fine with me. I'm fine. Little quick, what, $5,650 in one day, overnight, over the weekend. Can't complain. You wake up to stuff like that, right? That's a blessing. All you did was risk your money for the reward. That's all you had to do, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. The market is 10% buy, 10% selling, and 80% holding. And before y'all quote me on that, hold on, I'm gonna make sure I'm right. I'm gonna pull that quote up because that's a real true quote right there, and I want to make sure that I got the right one. Because what I just said was very true, because that's really what the market is, you guys. And I'm trying to make you learn something here. I'm trying to teach you something here that you can pay yourself, or you can learn. Come with LCLD. We can help you learn yourself how to make some real money legally. This type of stuff, man, it helps your credit. It helps you out of anything. Get a car, house, whatever you want in life. This is it right here. This is the way to go. But the market, you see, I got a lot of here. I'm really giving y'all free sauce right now. I shouldn't even be doing this. I should have just had it pulled up. But I'm just scrolling through my these are my LCLD quotes here. Let's see here. The one I'm looking for, I got a lot of them, but the one I'm looking for is approaching me. It is approaching me. It is approaching me. It is approaching me. Right here, trading is 10% buying, 10% selling, and 80% waiting. So yeah, I was where I quoted it right. And that's really all trading is, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10% buying, 10% selling, and 80% waiting. You have to really have patience in this market, ladies and gentlemen, to really get paid. That's really what it boils down to. But I would say that 10% buying and 10% selling, before you would do that, that's so easy to do. You want to do your research first. You don't want to just do that and not have no research behind it or nothing backing it before you just do it, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what they kind of say there. But the market's on the high, though. Just 3,360 on Amazon just tagged it. So they just tagged the high there. 3,360 on Amazon just tagged the high. Looks like Tesla is still sitting here right now. Ain't moving there by that 1,095, 96 level. But it looks like it's coming about $2, $3 away from it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. The spot's still picking up here. 453.75. I told y'all we can break this. Stocks will pick up here. And that's what Amazon's doing. They're being a terrific example moving here along with the market right now. So yeah, Amazon's short squeezing right now. That stock split news is starting to probably pick up over there. There's probably people starting to realize, hey, it's more over here, 20-1, and it's running right now. It's on the high here. Let's see what it does here. This looks like the start of something, though. This looks like the start of a breakout here. It might tag. Oh, man, are we about to see 3,400? Amazon? 3,400? Wow. Because we're getting very close. They're breaking it here. They're going up. I'm not seeing nobody stop anything. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Somebody better be, uh-oh, here we go. 3,364. Amazon's picking up here, you guys. SPY's picking up, too. Tesla's starting to move, too, now. Y'all see that, right? Yeah, it might be resistance right here. They playing, so be cautious, because you should have already really brought this dip. You should have brought this dip during lunch. This is that lunch dip right here. That's what this is. This is that lunch dip. They went long, and they're getting paid right here, right now. So we are still waiting on Biden here. He will begin shortly. The market's breaking out, you guys. Stay cautious right now. Stay very cautious right now. The market is breaking out to the upside. We are in a bull market. I just showed you what it's about. It's about 10% when you're trading, that is. This is not how you, well, same method for when you're investing into shares and you're buying shares. But when you're trading, it's 10% buying, 10% selling, and 80% waiting. So have some patience with me, ladies and gentlemen. Have some patience with the market. It's going to play out here. There will be another move here. As you see, it's breaking out here now. So it might be another leg to the upside here. We're in a bull market, ladies and gentlemen. What do you expect here? You know what I'm saying? This is what the bulls do. This is how they get down. This is a bull market, ladies and gentlemen. Some people say it might be a bull trap. What is a bull trap? Looks like a bull trap is what I got right here is just a buy indicator, and a reversal. People think that this right here is upside will reverse soon, and eventually it will, but I'm not seeing a bull trap right now. I'm seeing a bull market. I really feel like the trap hasn't been done yet for the bulls, but the bears, yeah, they got one. Bears got a real good trap there. The whole first 3 months, they're probably wiped out with no honey, hibernating early this year because of their trap. But we're in a bull market right now. What is a bull market? A bull market is defined when the stock market, aka SPY, is consistently going up. What are you seeing right now? The technical analysts expect a stock is in an uptrend if it holds above the 200-day moving average, ladies and gentlemen. Line, if it holds above that 200-day moving average line, meaning that the highs are getting higher, and that's what we're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. The SPY is literally doing that. Tesla, Amazon, literally doing that. So this is what it is here right now, ladies and gentlemen. Be cautious with that Amazon. You might want to catch a dip, but it's running here. It's out the channel a lot, and I don't even think it's wanting to come back to the channel. So we might get a test at 3,370, 80, maybe 3,400, ladies and gentlemen. That will be your height here, as far as I think Amazon could possibly take it here by close, maybe tomorrow, maybe by Friday. But they definitely got another at least $40 on them if needed, if not the pullback. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see what they're going to do here, though. Biden's about to begin shortly. When he walks out, we'll pull him up live from the podium, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We'll be right back.
First thing I do is start trapping. Hey, you better start adapting. Like a charger, you can be adapting. Just a piece to my chapter. I'm getting money, you all after. I'm getting money, I'm your father. I get money, you better look at me like your daughter. And she like my style. Every time I fuck her, she say wow. And my gun do go pow. not on no soldier boy shit. That's some clowns. I ain't with that fuck shit. Nigga try me, he gon' get bust quick. Man, fuck it. Man, fuck it. I ain't gotta discuss it. Since a youngin', motherfucker, I been getting money. Yeah, I got them counties, counterfeit. Free my niggas out that county, out that pen. They my rounds P, my dog. I'm a double G, double. Yeah, I'm from the east, but I throw it the west. Cause I love weed and smoke, nigga. Yeah, smoking on that Cali bud, please. If you know about Chaser Bag Stream, Chaser, yeah, that cash me. About 100 racks to my cash, please. Hey, go chase a bag, go chase a bag, go chase a bag. Hey, I love that fucking cash, I do it. I do it. Yeah, cause I love that bag, and I get that bag. Hey, chase a fucking bag, go chase your fucking bag. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Sirens in my hood, that's every day in Shotsbury. Another body getting buried. In the bag, from the bag. It's scary. Yeah, the trenches in the trees, never play. My niggas fucking carry it up. My niggas fucking carry you mean beef chicken. In the fucking stoop, yeah. You get whipped up in the loop. Yeah, y'all niggas get the boot. So you better tell your shoe, cause I'm trippin', yeah, I'm trippin' out your roof, and I ain't trippin' on shit, but I'm getting money, count my dude, count my dude, can you count to 2? Can you count? Bands, nigga, ooh, 0,000, ooh, that's a fucking 100,000, like, ooh, 100,000. Yeah, bands, chase a bag, getting bands, I'm saying. What the fuck is you saying, my man? Cause you hurtin' in the plan, my man. Well, get that bag, go up. I get that bag and go up. It's chase a bag and get bucks. I chase that bag and get bucks. Hey, like Milwaukee nigga. Call me honest, cause I'm honest on my future shit. Now let's be honest, nigga. You hear that loop, nigga? In that beat, nigga. I'm in that coupe, chasing bags. I'm in that coupe. I'm chasing bags. I'm in that coupe. I'm chasing bags. I'm in that coupe. I'm chasing bags. I'm in that coupe. Ooh, no sauce on me. Yeah, this round 2. We in that Newberry, nigga. What it do? We smoking on that Astro Perk. Yeah, we.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Biden's live here. Looks like we just started about not too long ago, probably like 40 seconds ago. We're live.
Well, good afternoon, folks.
Spy on the high, 454.37. High today. Amazon's on the high.
Let me begin by saying that thanking Director Young. You know, you've heard me say this before over the years. My dad had an expression. He said, "Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget. I'll tell you what you value. Don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." Well, the budget I'm releasing today sends a clear message to the American people that what we value. First, fiscal responsibility. Second, safety and security. And thirdly, the investments needed to build a better America. The first value is fiscal responsibility. The previous administration, as you all know, ran up record budget deficits. In fact, the deficit went up every year under my predecessor. My administration is turning that around. Last year, we cut the deficit by more than $350 billion. This year, we're on track to cut the deficit by more than $1,300 billion. $1,300 billion. That would be the largest one-year reduction in the deficit in U.S. history. And here's how we're achieving this record deficit reduction. First, we're growing the economy. We've created a record 6.7 million jobs since I took office, and we've generated a GDP growth of 5.7%, the best economic growth we've seen in this country in over 40 years. This has led to substantial increase in government revenues and dramatically improved our fiscal situation. Secondly, this record economic and job growth has made it possible for us to responsibly and significantly cut back on emergency spending. Earlier in the pandemic, it was right to give people help to make ends meet and to keep this economy going. Because of the progress we've made dealing with these emergencies, the labor market is strong and unemployment claims are at historic lows. We ended the pandemic unemployment assistance programs because Americans are back to work. I'm calling for new pandemic subsidies for large businesses to not continue those because those businesses are back and moving again as well. But because we have to put this economy in a strong foundation, even the Delta and Omicron variants of COVID-19 and the cost of Putin's aggression in Ukraine have not required an additional fiscal package for state and local governments. But we still spend what we need to spend to continue to fight COVID. Those expenditures will be dramatically less than last year. Compared to 2020, we're reducing the size of the deficit relative to our economy by almost 2/3, reducing inflationary pressures, and making real headway cleaning up the fiscal mess I inherited. After my predecessor's fiscal mismanagement, we're reducing the Trump deficits and returning our fiscal house to order. Now, the budget I'm releasing today will continue this approach. It makes prudent investments in economic growth, a more equitable economy, while making sure corporations and the very wealthy pay their fair share. And I would add, nobody making less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We can do this by, one, passing legislation that lowers costs for families on things like child care, health care, and energy costs, while lowering our deficit at the same time. We can give hardworking parents raising children tax relief that gives them just a little bit of breathing room and lowers child poverty. We can give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices. This will bring down the cost for seniors and reduce the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. Congress can do this all right now. They're debating it now. We can also restore fiscal responsibility. The Trump tax cuts added $2 trillion in deficit spending and largely helped the rich and the largest corporations. Under my plan, as I said, no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay additional single penny in taxes. No one. If you don't make $400,000, you're not going to pay a single penny in additional. They're debating it now. We can also restore fiscal responsibility. The Trump tax cuts added $2 trillion in deficit spending and largely helped the rich and the largest corporations. Under my plan, as I said, no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay additional single penny in taxes. No one. If you don't make $400,000, you're not going to pay a single penny in additional. They're debating it now. We can also restore fiscal responsibility. The Trump tax cuts added $2 trillion in deficit spending and largely helped the rich and the largest corporations. Under my plan, as I said, no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay additional single penny in taxes. No one. If you don't make $400,000, you're not going to pay a single penny in additional share. Pay a little bit. A firefighter it's my hope that Congress enacts this law this year so I can sign it and we can get to work. The second value my budget reflects is security. Security at home and security abroad. My budget tackles security in two key ways. First, it secures our communities at home. This is an issue families in every part of the country face. I've said it before. The answer is not to defund our police departments. It's to fund our police and give them all the tools they need, training and foundation and partners and protectors that our communities need. The budget puts more police on the street for community policing, so they get to know the community they're policing, allows the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the FBI to hire the agents they need to help fight gun crime and other violent crimes in our communities, and funds body cameras and make sure police work with our local communities and are accountable to these communities. It funds crime prevention and community violence intervention, drug treatment, mental health, criminal justice reform, and reentry for people coming home after incarceration. All demonstrable ways to reduce crime and proven ways. Security also means national and international security. This budget provides the resources we need to keep Americans safe, ensuring that our military remains the best prepared, best trained, best equipped military in the world. This budget also provides additional funding to forcefully respond to Putin's aggression against Ukraine and its economic, humanitarian, and security consequences. The world has changed. In addition to dealing with terrorist organizations, for the second quarter of the 21st century, we're once again facing increased competition from other nation states, China and Russia, which are going to require investments to make things like space and cyber and other advanced capabilities, including hypersonics. And this will be among the largest investments in our national security in history. Some people don't like the increase, but we're in a different world today. America is more prosperous, more successful, and more just when it is more secure. We can restore fiscal responsibility and safeguard our security at home and abroad while meeting the third value, what I call building a better America. Let's provide universal preschool, cap the cost of childcare at 7% of a family's income. Like many families, that would cut the cost of childcare in half. It'll make college more affordable. My budget doubles the maximum Pell Grant. The families making under $50,000 a year to nearly $13,000 and helps more than 8 million students who rely on Pell Grants to pay for college. My budget invests in building more homes to keep us up to deal with the skyrocketing cost of housing for the middle class and the poor. My budget lowers family energy costs with tax credits to help people make their homes more efficient. Research and development to broaden the reach of solar and build a clean energy future. My budget also invests in other areas of bipartisan common good. I call them unity agendas. I spoke to them at the State of the Union. Beating the opioid epidemic, taking on challenges of mental health, supporting our veterans, and ending cancer as we know it. This budget includes investments to get Americans the mental health services they need, and we need them. And when it comes to fighting cancer and other diseases, my budget funds a new organization called ARPA-H at Health and Human Services at Department of Health. And it stands for Advanced Research Projects for Health. It's based on DARPA, the Defense Department program, that led to breakthroughs in technologies like the internet, GPS, and so much more. ARPA-H will drive breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases, including Alzheimer's, diabetes, cancers, and more. And here's what this all adds up to. Historic deficit reduction, historic investment in our security at home and abroad by modernizing our capabilities in both areas, and an unprecedented commitment to building an economy where everyone has a chance to succeed. A plan to pay for those investments that we need as a nation. That's what we do. So I look forward to working with the members of Congress, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to deliver this budget and keep delivering for the American people. I want to thank you all. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Let me, Kelly O'Donnell, NBC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you believe what you said? Thank you, sir. Do you believe what you said, that Putin can't remain in power Or do you now regret saying that because your government has been trying to walk that back? Did your words complicate matters?
Well, you asked 3 different questions. I'll answer them all. Number one, I'm not walking anything back. The fact of the matter is I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward the way Putin is dealing and the actions of this man. Just brutality of half the children in Ukraine. I just come from being with those families. And so, but I want to make it clear, I wasn't then, nor am I now, articulating a policy change. I was expressing the moral outrage that I feel, and I make no apologies for it. My personal feelings. Secondly, you asked me about, well, what was the second part?
Complicate the diplomacy of this moment.
No, I don't think it does. You know, the fact is that we're in a situation where what complicates the situation at the moment is the escalatory efforts of Putin to continue to engage in carnage, the kind of behavior that makes the whole world say, "My God, what is this man doing?" That's what complicates things a great deal, and but I don't think it complicates it at all. Let me go to Steve Holland, Reuters.
Mr. President, thank you. When you say that you're not walking anything back, you do feel that Vladimir Putin should be removed from power? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I was expressing just what I said. I was expressing the moral outrage I felt toward this man. I wasn't articulating a policy change, and I think that you know, he continues on this course that he's on. He is going to become a pariah worldwide, and who knows what he becomes at home in terms of support. But,
are you concerned this remark might escalate the conflict?
no, I'm not. I'm not at all. Look, and you know, look. The other thing is that a couple people have asked me as well. Might well speak to it unless you want to ask the question, but you know, that other governments have suggested that this is a problem. I'm escalating things. No. And has it weakened NATO? No, it hadn't. NATO has never, ever, 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 ever been as strong as it is today. Never. It means that I would hope it was expressing my outrage. He shouldn't remain in power. Just like, you know, bad people shouldn't continue to do bad things. But it doesn't mean we have a fundamental policy to do anything to take Putin down in any way.
What made you add that? Because that wasn't in your prepared remarks, we were told. So what made you add that at the end, Mr. President?
Because I was talking to the Russian people. The last part of the speech was talking to the Russian people, telling them what we thought. And I was communicating this to not only the Russian people, but the whole world. This is just stating a simple fact that this kind of behavior is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And the way to deal with it is to strengthen and keep NATO completely united and help Ukraine where we can. Cleve, you had a question. Where is he?
Thanks, Mr. President. On your budget, you've said repeatedly that at the State of the Union that you're not for defunding the police. I do wonder how much emphasis you think should be put on alternative forms of crime prevention, not just defunding the police, but you know, crime reduction in communities.
Oh, a significant amount. I've laid that out in detail in the budget. For example, we do know that intervention programs work. We do know that what police need, they need psychologists in the department as much as they need extra rifles. They need people who are in the department who can deal with the crisis that the police are going through as well, dealing with their crises, they're dealing with their mental state and how they're handling things. They need social workers engaged with them. I lay it all out. And it all works. If you see these community intervention programs, they work. They actually reduce crime. They significantly reduce crime. So that's a big piece of it.
To follow up, is any of it related to political pressure from Republicans saying that Democrats are soft on crime, that that you guys are careening to the left?
Isn't it kind of fascinating? When I first got elected, I was being beat up because I supported the police too much for the previous 30 years. No, that's what I think. Ozma,
Surprised to get called. Thank you, Mr. President. Are you willing to try to meet with Vladimir Putin? And I have a quick follow-up to that. When you last met with him face-to-face in Geneva, you had described that as a productive conversation. You said that he did not want a Cold War. And do you feel, given the actions, though, that have happened over the last few months, I guess I'm asking what has changed in his mind?
I don't know what's changed his mind. His behavior has changed. When we met, remember what we were talking about. We were talking about setting up a strategic dialogue and talking about the relationship of NATO and Russia and facing off in the regions and how we could have more transparency and all the rest. It was a normal discussion I had going all the way back to Kosygin and others back in 100 years ago when I was a young senator. And so what changed was nothing remotely approaching that. Remember when he first met with me, he said, I have two objectives. This is the second or third time I met with him. He said, I have two objectives. One is to make sure that they never become part of NATO, and two, to make sure there are no long-range missiles in there, in Ukraine. I said, we could deal with the second one easily, but we can't close the door on the first. Because when we talk about missiles, we want to talk about what's also on the Russian border heading toward Europe. Do both. And then if you notice that demand list of his, not with me, with others, have escalated significantly in terms of what he thinks is necessary. Thank you for.
We need some more clarification.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you very much.
I know you're going to ask a really nice question.
Well, it's an important question, I think. Are you worried that other leaders in the world are going to start to doubt that America is back if some of these big things that you say on the world stage keep getting walked back?
What's getting walked back?
It made it sound like, just in the last couple days, it sounded like you told U.S. troops they were going to Ukraine. It sounded like you said it was possible the U.S. would use a chemical weapon, and it sounded like you were calling for regime change in Russia, and we know
none of the three occurred.
None of the three occurred?
None of the three.
Mr. President?
You interpret the language that way. I was talking to the troops. We were talking about helping train the troops that are the Ukrainian troops that are in Poland. That's what the context. I sat there with those guys for a couple hours. That's what we talked about.
So when you said you're going to see when you're there, you were not intending to
I was
see
referring to meeting with and talking with the Ukrainian troops that were in Poland.
And when you said a chemical weapon use by Russia would trigger a response in kind.
It will trigger a significant response.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to tell you. Why would I tell you? You got to be silly.
The world wants to know.
The world wants to know a lot of things. I'm not telling them what the response would be. Then Russia knows the response. All right, I'm going to take two more questions. 1, 2.
Mr. President, I still want to get back to your original words that he cannot remain in power. Can you help us understand, you have more foreign policy experience than any president who's ever held this office. Whether those are your personal feelings or your feelings as president, do you understand why people would believe you, as someone commanding one of the largest nuclear arsenals in the world, saying someone cannot remain in power is a statement of U.S. policy? And also, are you concerned about propaganda use of those remarks by the Russians?
No and no.
Tell me why. You have so much experience. You are the leader of this country.
Because it's ridiculous. Nobody believes we're going to take down. I was talking about taking down Putin. Nobody believes that. Number one. Number two, what have I been talking about since this all began? The only war that's worse than one intended is one that's unintended. The last thing I want to do is engage in a land war or a nuclear war with Russia. That's not part of it. I was expressing my outrage at the behavior of this man. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. And it's more an aspiration than anything. He shouldn't be in power. People like this shouldn't be ruling countries, but they do. The fact they do, but doesn't mean I can't express my outrage about it. Last question.
Thank you. You've said that you're confident that your comment won't undermine diplomatic efforts. But just to be clear, are you confident that Vladimir Putin sees it that way, that he will not use this as an escalatory?
I don't care what he thinks. Look, here's the deal. He's going to do what he's going to do. Look,
But you're not concerned that he may see your language and view that as a sign of a reason for escalation, use that as an excuse to escalate, given his
No.
recent behavior?
given his recent behavior, you should, excuse me, I shouldn't say that to you. Given his recent behavior, people should understand that he is going to do what he thinks he should do, period. He's not affected by anybody else, including, unfortunately, apparently his own advisors. This is a guy who goes to the beat of his own drummer. And the idea that he is going to do something outrageous because I called him for what he was and what he's doing, I think is just not rational.
You didn't say we're going to meet him again. Would you meet President Putin
No.
ever again?
It depends. No, it's not a question of the question is there something to meet on that would justify him being able to end this war and be able to rebuild Ukraine? That's the issue.
Can you just can you say yes or no, Mr. President, whether or not you would be willing to meet with President Putin
It
again?
depends on what he wants to talk about.
Okay, last question.
What if he wanted to talk about negotiations? Now, what if he
Hello,
wanted to
you said Supreme Court. Don't play that.
Well, you can't leave that hanging. Just real quick, two matters on the Supreme Court. While you were away, there were reports about the wife of Justice Thomas and texts that she had with former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Should Justice Thomas recuse himself from any cases involving the January 6th insurrection or former President Trump at this point?
I'd leave that to two entities.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Ask the second question.
No, two entities. Go ahead. Sorry.
One, the January 6th committee, and two, the Justice Department. That's their judgment, not mine.
So, on Justice Thomas recusing, you don't think he should, or?
I said that. I told you those things get into legal issues. That in fact, I told you I would not tell the Justice Department what position to take or not take, and I'm not going to instruct the Congress either.
And did you get any chance to watch much of the Judiciary Committee
I
hearings?
didn't get a chance to see any of it, unfortunately.
The fact that Republicans were questioning Judge Jackson on matters like former sentences related to child pornography cases or the definition of a woman, does that, as the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, make sense to you?
Look, this is one of the most qualified nominees ever nominated for the Supreme Court in every respect, in terms of her disposition, her intellectual capacity, her experience and background, serving on three additional courts, a woman who is totally, thoroughly qualified, and will be a great addition to the court in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you think that Russia is behind the life poisoning of those Ukrainian negotiators?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that's it. Thank you for joining that. Marcus picking up here. Oh. So I think they really reacted here to that. They like that whole budget plan here that he had. He just explained there. Oh man, they really like that. The VIX is selling off here. We might get the VIX at 19, y'all. Wow, this is really bullish, man. This is crazy reversal in a short period of time, man. We really might be looking at all-time highs again here soon, but we don't want to get too out of line. But this is creeping on up here. 454.59 on the SPY is the high today. Just tagged it as Biden walked off. The VIX is down here, $20.19. Triple Qs is all the way up here, 363 high today. Yeah, high today. Tesla still back up there at that 1,092, 1,096 level. They took it to 98. Still haven't touched. They took it to 97, excuse me. 1,097.88 is resistance. Still haven't touched 198.99 or 1,100. 1,100. We haven't saw that. So that's where the resistance is, really right there. And they're trying to fight it right there and break that wall. If they break that wall, 1,106 maybe approaching next. But right now, it looks like this is great support right here at 1,000 or 190 on Tesla until they can really get more confirmation on that stock split and check on Elon's health. And when trying to get that factory reopened here this week. And they got a lot of data coming out next week. Delivery numbers is coming out. All that stuff is coming out soon here with Tesla, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. That was Biden's briefing. We do have one more briefing here today. It looks like the Deputy Secretary Andrew Bates. This looks like a double backup here for both Jens. Because like I said, both of them got COVID. He going live or she I don't know who this is. Andrew Bates, never heard of him or heard. They're going live in 4 minutes. So let's see what's going on. And like I said, COVID is still real, you guys. So be sure to wash your hands. Be cautious of others. Space out 6 feet. If you ain't wearing no mask, you know what I'm saying? 8, 12. Cover your mouth when you're coughing. Just be cautious. Wash your hands, really. Try to eat healthy, man. Those type of things there. Get some good herbs, drink some herb tea, all that type of stuff. It's really good for. I'm telling you, it fights the virus and mucus. Especially where I hear that the winter's ending and the weather's changing. It's about to warm up here. You know, the body usually don't get used to that at first. Here, you got to make your body get used to it. So just stay healthy out there. Wash your hands. Get some hand sanitizer, you guys. But yeah, other than that, man, market is really looking bullish, man. Really, really looking good, man. I'm really proud of it, what it's doing here. Like I said, a tremendous turnaround here. At the start of 2022 was looking very scary, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's that one meme. I ain't gonna lie. They almost had us. They had us, I'm telling you. And I've said this on the episode before, but it's that right now. I ain't gonna lie. They almost had us, but in the second half, you know, it turned around there. I gotta find that meme there. See if I can find that real quick before the briefing start. This ain't nothing else to do. And I do want to show y'all that slap on Will Smith too before we get started here. Because, yeah, I think y'all need to see that. I don't know if everybody's seen this. Yeah, I don't think everybody's seen it, bro. I really don't, bro.
Huh?
Huh? You ain't seen the Will Smith slap? What? Huh? You ain't seen that one meme when they was like they had us in the first half?
Huh?
Oh, I gotta show y'all now. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? This is really how the market is right now, you guys. Peep this out. This is what the market just did here from 2022 at the beginning all the way up until now.
I mean, it was going a little back and forth. You guys knew it was going to be a tough dogfight out there, and it was. So what were you guys able to do to come back and win this thing?
All right, well, at first we started slow. We started real slow. And, that's all right. That's okay, because sometimes in life you're going to start slow. That's okay. We told ourselves, hey, we're going to start slow. We're going to keep going fast. We're going to start slow, but we're always going to finish fast. No matter what the score was, we're going to finish hard. We're going to finish fast. Yeah, they had us the first half. I'm not going to lie. They had us. We weren't defeated, but they had us. But it took guts. It took an attitude. That's all it takes. That's all it takes to be successful is an attitude. And that's what our coach told us. He said, hey, it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. You're going to go out there. You're going to battle. You're going to fight. You're going to do it for one. You're going to do it for one another. Do it for each other. You're going to do it for yourself. You're going to do it for us. And you're going to go out with this win. And we believe that. We truly did. And it's an awesome feeling. It's an awesome feeling when you truly believe that you're going to be successful. Regardless of the situation, regardless of the scoreboard, you're going to be successful because you put in all the time, all the effort, all the hard work, and you know that it's going to pay off. And if it doesn't pay off, you continue to give God the glory. If you still lose the game, you continue to get each other's back. And that's what we realized. Win or lose, we realized that we were going to be all right. It was going to be okay. We're gonna keep smiling. It was awesome. Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, the market in one wrap right there. So, yeah, man, that's just where we're at right now, man. That's just where we're at right now. But, yeah, man, that's just where we're at right now in the market. We're in power hour, too. We got about 30 minutes left here. Market about to close in about 30 minutes. And y'all said y'all ain't saying that Will Smith slap?
Huh?
Oh, my gosh. Whoa. I know it's all over the internet. He's trending here. I know it. I know it. I know it. Let's see if this is right here. Let's see if they got it. Oh, they cut it. Oh, they tried to cut it. So you would have to see. Oh my gosh. They're so good. Somebody might have it. Hold on. Somebody gonna have it. Somebody gonna have it. Oh, nobody gonna have it. They ain't gonna show it. Hold on. Oh, they did. Somebody got it. Right here. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen.
After the slap.
Oh my God. It was one of those slap punch like in the hood. Like, bro, what the fuck? Why would you say that in front of my motherfucking mom, nigga? Ladies and gentlemen. That's what we saw last night live on the Oscars. That was in script, but the smack was too hard. It was out of script. That's what it just felt like when I seen it, man. It was crazy, man. But let's wind it back right here, you guys. Let's wind it back. He slapped the shit out of Chris Rock. He even said he was a little woozy there. Screen was blurry. Yeah, probably seen Toodle Bird, Space Jam.
At the Oscars, this after Rock made a joke about Jada Pinkett Smith being bald.
What the fuck is you talking about? Oh shit, man. He about got knocked out. If he ain't take his medicine that night, he was going down, y'all. You can tell. Look at his steps. Look at his legs. Look at his feet here. I ain't even trying to play, bro, but I'm just saying, bro. Look at this. What happened, guys? Look, this is how I know it was scripted. This cameraman right here, boom, dead giveaway, boom, boom. That's how I feel it was scripted. This guy right here. I don't see no security. It was like that moment was like he had it. He wanted it. They waited. They planned it. They plotted it. It was a perfect shot, man. It was a perfect shot, man. Oh, man. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show it to you one more time, man. Hold on. One more time. This there. Don't be talking about my woman slap right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you. Telling you, ladies and gentlemen, that was it. Like that was the effect that smack had, and it actually smacked the market up here. The spot's picking up here, you guys. We're about to begin shortly here with the Andrew Bates briefing here. Market about to close here. Spot's picking up. VIX going down. More bullish action here. This might continue. This might top out here. We do not know. But one of the others coming here. This is going really good to the upside here. Like I said, this might continue or it'll be a pullback for sure. They're going to take profits. It's either one of the two at this point. It's out of channel. It's looking good. It's a close, really bullish uptrend going. Bull market showing itself now. It sucks. I know if you was on the wrong side of the trade, you guys, it sucks. But it's a learning mistake. It's a learning mistake. We all had to go through it. We all have to go through it. Reason that being is you can't cheat in this business. You can't cheat because it ain't no answer. Ain't no right or wrong answer. You got to do your research. Ladies and gentlemen, you do your research, you might get an answer. But at the end of the day, it's about booking profits to confirm you were right. Oh, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, this is Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We got a mixed market here. Russia-Ukraine crisis is still pending here. The Nasdaq's in the green 1% here. The S&P 500 is up about 45%. Finally picked up here. The Dow's down only about 1%. Market about to flip green, you guys. So the first green bean here we seen all day overall here. Market been mixed all day, kangaroo red. First time we seen might be getting an all green market here for the first time here towards the end of the day, and there it is. Yeah, the Dow's just witched green here, so we got it. So we got a green market here now, ladies and gentlemen. The bull market is on here. You got your confirmation if you've been waiting. That's your signal. If not, enjoy the show, ladies and gentlemen. The market's picking up here. Andrew Bates here. He's about to talk here. More than likely, he's going to pick it up more at this point. It's getting closer to close here. We're seeing the levels break where they need to break. Biden discussed his budget. He proposed a $5.8 trillion budget plan with tax hikes with military and spending. So that was the key thing there. Investors look like they like that. The market is turning green here. Smart money's following what he just said here to us, to the public. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned here for what's next here. We're going to see what the secretary is going to follow up and say. Biden can be a little misjudged there, and so we can get a seesaw here. But just stay tuned and see what the secretary is going to say here. Keep in mind, this is not the original secretary. This is the double backup. Both secretaries did have COVID, so excuse them and respect that. But this is Andrew Bates speaking for them or her. I do have no idea, never seen this person. So we're going to tune in live for that. When we see them walk to the podium, ladies and gentlemen, we're going live. Amazon's on the high, 3,375. Amazon feeling like Will. This is the Stock Market Live, ladies and gentlemen. With LCALD. We'll be right back.
I'ma try to make it. 25 acre productions, man. Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Please stop all the faking. You know that I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. I'm headed to the money, though. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to make it. No, you'll never take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah, I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though.
To the money, though. Headed to the paper route. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, the paper route is gonna take me out. Yeah, take me out the hood. Have me eating good. Yeah, yeah, I wish you would. Try to take my meal. Try to take my paper. Come out of the ground like I am an undertaker. Yeah, my nigga, no, I'm never faking. Yeah, I sing too. Yeah, I ain't just draking. Yeah. No, I'm never faking, yeah. Run up on me, you mistaken, yeah. Yeah, what you taking? No, I'm never faking. Yeah, I'm with the crew, doing what I do. Yeah, I'm on that earth. Yeah, I smoking true. Yeah, I'm in the crew, doing what we do. Yeah, no love, yeah, to you. Ooh. Cause you know I'm gon' make it. No, you not gon' take it. So please stop all the faking. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah. I'm headed to the money, though. I'm headed to the money, though. Yeah, I'm headed to the money. Don't look at me funny, leave your brains looking runny. Sunny side up, yeah, I'm on that lane, yeah, you know I'm double cut. Yeah, I got the green, yeah, you know I'm rolling. Yeah, you know I'm smoking. Smoking on the yeah, I roll that gas, yeah, I'm smoking on that perk. Yeah. You know I'm trying to make it, yeah. You know I'm trying to make it. You know I'm trying to make it. And you will never take it. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, stop the faking. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. Snap back for you get fitted. Yeah, boy, I'm not kidding. I'm trying to make it out. Yeah, I'm 22, but you never take me out. Yeah, you never take me out. Yeah, you're not gonna take me out.
And then some of his secretaries got COVID. So these the backup secretary for body. That's why I say
I'm texting a thought right now, nigga. I'm in the studio, man. Be patient. You know what I'm saying?
Probeats Productions.
Digging her down while I'm grabbing her head, and I'm pulling it right now. Hitting it from the back. She like it like that. She like it like that. She telling her man she go for the night. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. She ain't coming right back. Giving me top, straight off the top. Damn. I love that shit, nigga. It excites me, bitch. Pussy good, water, hella wet, mouth cold. All she made me think about is when I get home. Is you home alone? Can I come over? Fuck you in the shower? Hey, hit you on the couch, yeah. Hit you in the room, yeah. Nut on the pillow, damn. I left him right there. Hey, now my kids is napping right on your face. Ooh, I just hit it today. Ooh, I just hit it today. Picked up a new pack yesterday. Hey, smoked the eighth with her. Now I can't leave her alone. Head is a babysitter. Damn. Hold up. Stop. Don't think I'm slipping in here. I got that rocket in my sock. Ooh, kick the door if you want to. I might have to squeeze on you, niggas. Ooh, here is who is you? Lay it down, money in your pockets now. Bands on me like I got a lot of bands. Bands on me cause I keep a lot of bands. Mad up, nigga, what is you saying? Your girl over there screaming right now. I just whacked some nigga, he ain't know it. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Now I gotta leave you here shaking. Pull off, that's another juju. Just hit my side hole up in Charlotte. Told me to come through right after I leave over whatchamacallit. On a highway 85, smoking no good threats. I just got a new pack. I just got a new pack. Don't forget that. Pull up on the mama. Ooh, she like it like that. Hair long, I like it like that. Red bone, I like them like that. Yeah, and she naked. Water dripping all over her body. No lotion, just straight hydraulic pumping up in her stomach. Up in her stomach. No cartoons, real nigga. I'm up in her stomach. She all open, soaking wet, water dripping. Damn, she wet. Fuck her good, cause you know she the best. I fuck her good, cause I love her. Yeah. Yeah. Get it. Get money. Yeah. Hey. No love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Hey, no love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga kid is still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Hey, hey, young nigga, smoking Cali bud, counting Cali money. You niggas know what's up. Since a youngin', tell them pull up at the Wendy's. In the back, I show you Grammys. Then I'm driving off in Granny's whip. Hey, still rolling up. Hey, I still know some plugs. You can get what you want, just come and shop with us. I feel everything that I drop on this beat. Smoking good weed. I already told you that. Come pull up in the 4, I'll show you where that dope be at. We smoking good threats. Ain't no love for the plug, he can't get nothing back. Hey, ain't no love for the plug, bitches in it for the thrill. Young niggas keep the steel, shoot that chopper at will. Shoot that chopper at will. No love for the plug. Bitches in it for the thrill. Young nigga keep it still. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Yeah. Shoot the chopper at will. Shoot the chopper at will. Yes I will. If you try me, fulfill that steel. That's better. You don't want that. But I'm peace like meta. So I fall back on everything though. I got a letter to me. Yeah, that means you cannot reach my peace. Hey, that means that I'm on the beat. And you better hear me listen cause I'm spiritually. Hey, Yeah, got the choppers at will, cause Trump put us in this situation, yeah, he put us all here. Hey, it's the law and that's facts, hey, so better watch what you say, hey, yeah, come on this shit, yeah, like this, nigga try this, yeah, be real, represent, and never ever switch. Young niggas still get.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're tuning in. We're waiting on the secretary to talk here. They're talking about the stock split. Tune into this.
Instead, in August 2000.
There are more efficient ways to go about making sure.
12-month mark. Do you think that will be the case for Tesla, given some of the head like stock?
Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live, everyone. Quick check of the markets here as we've got just about 18 minutes left in trading until the closing bell. And you're taking a look at the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ, all in positive territory right now. The Dow by the hair of its chinny chin chin. Flat, but to the upside by about 5-6 points there. We'll round that off too. Let's check in on one of the sectors weighing on the S&P 500 earlier. Financials were under pressure today, still are under pressure. Right now down by a little more than 0.5% for the sector. You're taking a look at the XLF, which tracks the S&P 500 financial sector, and taking a look at bank stocks specifically, ticking lower on concerns of a flattening yield curve. Take a look at JPM, that's down by about 1%. You've also got Goldman Sachs lower by 0.9%. Bank of America, same ballpark there on a percentage basis. Citigroup down by 1.5%, a little bit more than that. And additionally, Wells Fargo down by about 1.9%. And so we're continuing to keep a close eye on those. Also looking at shares of Barclays very briefly here on the day,
where we should demand as well as now the manufacturer.
Right here, this what I wanted you guys to see right here. Yeah, check this out. I'm gonna replay it here. I wanted you guys to hear this. Hold on. I think I got it. Okay,
Demand as well as now the manufacturing footprint where supply is no longer going to be an issue. I think it could ultimately double units year over year going into 2022. The
anticipated shareholder vote or split that you would be buying further into, Dan?
right here, tune into this, guys.
Look, I mean, it's one of those fundamentally is why you buy Tesla. And I think fundamentally that's something that continues to sort of move higher based on where we see demand as well.
Fundamentally, because they already had a good one in August 2020.
Going to be an
It
issue.
was 5-for-1, you guys. Sorry, my bad. It was 5-for-1.
Year over year going into 2022, despite obviously some of the issues that you're seeing in China and some of the COVID issues. But look, retail, obviously like stock splits. And I think Tesla, that there's always going to be a debate, but the stock splits is something where they believe as the stock continues to get higher, they're going to continue to go down this path. And it's hard to argue with the last one where the stock's up about 3x since that in August 2020.
And history certainly seemed to be on Tesla's side with the stock split. I mean, companies have outperformed the S&P 500 after.
It is definitely options. I seen Amazon, they had Apple. You feel me? Options. You feel me? They gave you choices there. Amazon, as I told you, Amazon 20-for-1 stock split. They announced on March 2022. Google announced February 2022 20-for-1. In August 2020, Apple did a 4-for-1 stock split, and Tesla did a 5-for-1 in August 2020. LCAOD just had entered at that time, so caught it at the right time. It was just one of those. I brought the dip. I brought the pandemic dip. It hit instantly, you guys. Changed my life, man. I really had to look into this stuff. Ever since then, I've been here, and I'm here with you guys now, man. We're going to continue to keep it rolling for generations to come, you guys. So that's what I plan to do anyway. But, yeah, it's 3:50 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. We got about 10 minutes left. We're still waiting on the secretary here to begin shortly. I can tell you now, if he don't approach in about 10 minutes, we're going to shut it down here at LCAOD. We'll just have to catch with the word tomorrow. The market is about to close here, ladies and gentlemen. So go ahead and get your final decisions ready here. It's still an opportunity here. It's only Monday. Wow. Wow. It's only been one day, and look at the blessings scrolling in. Wow. That means there's more to come, ladies and gentlemen. You should just be patient. Again, 10% buying, 10% selling, 10% what? Patience. Yes. No, 80% patience. Excuse me here. Sorry, I'm looking at numbers. 80% is patience, though. Yeah, 80% is patience. You want to have some patience and some hope and some faith, you guys, in your creator, whoever you believe in. Mine is God, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we're doing very good looking at higher highs here, reaching the heights of heaven here, ladies and gentlemen. There's no limit to your income. Remember that. You can control that. Nobody else. Don't blame the government. Go out and get it. They want you to. There's opportunities out here, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody can do it. Don't feel left out. Don't forget that. Market is finally green here, though. Market is finally green. Oh, my. Oh, my. We're in a bull market, you guys. This is a bull market here. Uh-oh. It looks like the bears have gave in, and they're just buying here now. There's no bears here. They're clearing the way here. I think the bull has found the arena, ladies and gentlemen. The S&P 500 is up 42%. The Dow's up 1%. The NASDAQ is up 97%, ladies and gentlemen. So we got a green market here. SPY's at 455.25. That was the high did. Pull back here, 454.50 now. We're seeing a pullback here towards the end of the day. Of course, people are going to take profits. It was a fun day here. Hopefully, this can continue tomorrow. Or if not, we'll see a healthy pullback definitely by Friday. We know what's in store here at LCALD. We're just going to anticipate the next movement, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about. Anticipation, patience. That's it. Anticipation, patience, ladies and gentlemen. Patience. It pays, ladies and gentlemen. It pays. But with that being said, we're waiting on the secretary still. We don't see him here. Like I said, in about 7 minutes, market is going to close. You're going to hear that ding, 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 ding. It's approaching us. Uh-oh, they just turned it on right in time. They must have heard me. They funny. All right, so we're going to keep it on because we do need to hear this. This is important. We you can never not learn too much. That's the key.
Can't wait for the Jan 6 committee to get that refusal out. I know. So yeah, I'm going to make my 3:30 script.
Good afternoon. So today, we are pleased to welcome Shalonda Young and Cecilia Rouse to the briefing room to address your questions on the 2023 budget. We have just a few announcements before they go into the President's budget. As we disclosed to all of you this morning, the President tested negative as a part of his regular testing cadence. He was last tested Friday as a part of his regular testing rhythm, and additional testing requirements for travel to and from Europe. Moving forward, he will proceed on his regular testing schedule, and we will continue to update all of you out of an abundance of transparency. And of course, we wish Kareen and Jen speedy recoveries. They are currently both following CDC guidance and will be back following a negative test. Jen shared this morning that she's feeling stir crazy and will be back soon. First, on Judge Jackson, Judge Jackson continued to build support last week after she spent over 20 hours in marathon confirmation hearings, demonstrating her credentials, intellect, character, grace, and the value of her deep experience. She reminded the country of why the president chose her and why she has been endorsed by conservative judges, the Fraternal Order of Police, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, dozens of police chiefs and sheriffs who lead many of the busiest departments in the United States, and 83 former state attorneys general from both parties. Polls keep showing that she has strong backing among the American people, with some indicating that she has the most support of any Supreme Court nominee since John Roberts, who she ties with and with whom she shares a similar philosophy about judges serving as referees who decide cases based on the law and the facts. She has now met with more than a majority of the Senate and is continuing her engagement with senators today and throughout the week. Judge Jackson responded to Republicans' request for in-person meetings by promising to sit down with any member who wanted to, and she is honoring that promise. Something else that speaks to the strength of Judge Jackson's qualifications, which a series of Republicans have affirmed make her unquestionably fit to serve on the Supreme Court, and to the strength of her record, is the multitude of fact checks from the press, from retired judges, and from former prosecutors who have dismantled attacks brought by a small group of GOP senators. The truth is that every single one of the specific senators who joined in these bad faith attacks on her sentencing record with respect to child pornography has voted for numerous Trump-nominated judges who sentenced defendants for the same crimes in the same fashion, below guidelines widely considered to be out of date across the judiciary, and below what prosecutors sought, which is also a norm. For example, last week, the Washington Post fact-checker wrote a piece headlined, "These Trump judges fail Hawley's sentencing test for Jackson." The New York Times fact-checking team also covered this, writing, "Critics of Jackson's child sex abuse sentences backed judges with similar records." The Trump-nominated judges they surveyed received broad support and even included Sixth Circuit Judge Amul Thapar, who was on Donald Trump's shortlist for the Supreme Court. This was all on top of a raft of other fact checks already establishing that the basis of these criticisms was dishonest. And then, in terms of the budget, as you heard the president discuss earlier today, he has released his second budget, which builds on historic deficit reduction his agenda is delivering by means of the fastest economic growth in almost 40 years, on top of record-breaking job creation and unemployment reduction in 2021. The president's budget will help bring more jobs back to America, make us safer at home by increasing funding for police, and more secure in the world by investing in our national security and alliances. And it will pay for these crucial policies by asking the ultra-wealthy, the top 100th of 1% of Americans in terms of income, billionaires and 100 millionaires, to pay an income tax that's aligned with what most people in the workforce pay. We encourage Republicans in Congress to support that approach, rather than their proposal to raise taxes on half of
1 minute. 1 minute. Make your final picks, ladies and gentlemen. The market did just pick up there, as you saw, into the close here. Oh, man.
First time in the briefing room. She is the director of the Office of Management Budget, having been confirmed by the Senate with bipartisan support earlier this month. As director, she serves as a senior advisor to President Biden and plays a critical role in implementing the president's vision across the executive branch. Previously, Shalonda was the acting director of OMB for the last year and the clerk and staff director for the House Appropriations Committee, where she oversaw the $1.3 trillion annual appropriations bills. We're also joined by Cecilia Rouse, who has been here.
Market closed, ladies and gentlemen. It's closed there. 4 p.m. Market is closed. Ding, 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 ding. That's it. Oh, man. VIX sold down to $19.80. Wow. Spot shot up here. That's a bull market, man. Wow. We're going to listen to this until it goes off here. 4:56 after hour. Spot still going, man. Wow. This is amazing. This is amazing. This is amazing. So we're going to tune into this here. When this goes off, we're done. It's a wrap here with LCLD for the day. We're gonna get back live with you guys tomorrow.
For OMB director, this is like prom day, so I'm very happy to be here with you today. You've heard the president say this. You heard him say it this morning. Budgets are about values. In his 2023 budget puts our values to work in 3 key ways. First, it's fiscally responsible. The budget shows that we're on track to reduce the deficit by more than $1.3 trillion. This is the largest year-over-year decline in history, and less than half of the deficit the president inherited. And that's no accident. It's a result of the president's strategy to combat the pandemic and grow our economy, a strategy that has built on smart investments and helped jumpstart our recovery. And that strategy has paid off. In 2021, we created more than 6.5 million jobs, the most our country has ever recorded in a single year. Our economy grew 5.7%, the most in 40 years. And the unemployment rate has fallen to 3.8%, the fastest decline in recorded history. Because of that progress, we're able to responsibly draw down emergency spending measures and increase revenues. The budget outlines the president's vision to expand on this progress. Its investments are more than fully paid for through tax reforms, ensure corporations and the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. It achieves significant deficit reduction over the next decade. And it ensures no one earning less than $400,000 pays a penny more in new taxes. Second, the budget invests in security, both here and abroad. Here at home, it includes investments to keep our community safe, put more cops on the beat for community policing, fight gun crime, and advance criminal justice reform. The budget also strengthens our military and leverages our renewed strength at home to meet pressing global challenges, making one of the largest investments in our national security in U.S. history. Third, the budget will help us build a better America by investing in education, making more here at home, combating the opioid epidemic, driving medical breakthroughs, including in cancer, and taking on the mental health crisis. The budget also makes clear that the president is committed to working with Congress to pass legislation that reduces the deficit, cuts costs for families, and expands the productive capacity of our economy. These are all things we can make progress on together, and we're looking forward to working with Congress to advance these priorities for the American people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This budget builds on the solid economic gains of the first year of this administration. The recovery over the last year has been extraordinary, quicker than independent forecasters had projected. Over 2021, real output grew by 5.6%, the fastest since 1984. The unemployment rate fell at its fastest pace since modern data began in 1948. The labor force participation rate of Americans ages 25 to 54 grew by the most since 1979. This robust recovery has put us in a strong position today. The U.S. economy is more than 3% larger in inflation-adjusted terms than it was just before the pandemic, the fastest recovery in the G7. Healthy household balance sheets and a strong labor market make us more resilient to external shocks. The strong recovery has also put us in a better fiscal position as faster growth helps lower the deficit. The budget builds on this solid economic growth. It is a continuation of President Biden's commitment to address long-standing issues in the economy and make investments that will ensure robust, sustainable, and equitable growth. First, the budget is fiscally responsible. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, revenues are up and pandemic relief can slow down. The result is deficit reduction, which will help ease long-term inflationary pressures and make our fiscal trajectory more sustainable. Second, the budget bolsters domestic and foreign security. Increased security here and abroad not only protects lives, but it also reduces uncertainty, which allows economic activity the room it needs to renormalize and grow. Third, the economy makes important investments in the American people. A healthy, cared-for workforce is a productive workforce, and it lowers costs for families, easing price pressures over the longer term. Now, I'd like to close with a word about our forecast. In many ways, the forecast looks healthier today than it did when we locked it all the way back last November. The economy has created, on average, 600,000 jobs per month since then, including through the Omicron wave. And the unemployment rate has fallen an additional 0.8 percentage point. Challenges have also arisen since last November as well. The most obvious is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This may well put upward pressure on energy and food prices. That, in turn, could reinforce inflation, which was already an issue prior to the invasion due to the pandemic, supply chain constraints, and a strong demand for goods. But as I said earlier, the strength of our recovery has put us on solid ground to weather economic shocks. Independent forecasters anticipate that inflation will come down. Americans are back to work and the economy is strong. The President's 2023 budget presents a fiscally fair and responsible approach to continue to invest in America and meet future challenges.
Josh, would you like to start us?
Sure. Director Young, Josh Bose with AP. I want to understand the reserve fund for whatever comes out of negotiations with Congress. You said on the call this morning that talks are ongoing. The budget says of the president's priorities, they include the expanded child tax credit, something that we previously believed was off the table. Can you give us a sense of where negotiations are and what we could expect in terms of how active they are, such that you felt obligated to exclude those priorities from the total?
One, let me start where you ended. They're not excluded. What we didn't do is detail things, so we did not get ahead of negotiations. You probably heard that I spent a little time on Capitol Hill. What we don't do is get ahead of congressional negotiations. We certainly don't negotiate in public. The reserve fund is meant to hold revenues enough for whatever framework comes out of Congress. What we're not doing is double counting revenues. So the revenues we're holding in the reserve fund are different. For example, we're not counting the savings from prescription drug reform in the deficit neutral reserve fund. That they can use that if they want. We're not counting that for our 23 budget. So one, we're not going to negotiate in public. Two, we need to leave revenues for legislation the president has consistently called on Congress to send to his desk. And that is, I think, as clear as I can be.
Sure, but it's been an exhausting month, as we can all attest to, and I imagine that's true for you as well. Have you had any talks or negotiations with regard to this in the last month with members of Congress?
Look, I think an easy way to not get anything done is to negotiate in public. We're not going to do that. The 23 budget, I think, is the responsible thing to do, to hold enough revenues so Congress can use those if it wants to send legislation to the president that reduces the deficit and reduces costs for the American people.
Sabrina.
Thank you so much. You're placing a lot of emphasis with this budget on deficit reduction. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is it an effort to persuade Senator Manchin and other centrists who have raised concerns about the deficit, or does your administration believe that the deficit is in fact getting too high?
Let me remind you, this president sent on a budget. This is his second one. And in both budgets, he has paid for his proposals. This is a classic Joe Biden budget. So just as he did last year, we're putting forward proposals that do two things. Establishes a tax system that's fair, where corporations and the wealthiest pay their fair share, but it has the added benefit of paying for needs of the American people, like reducing child care.
What specific proposals beyond the wealth tax would lower the deficit by $1 trillion over the next decade, as you say?
So one, we're already in the process from last year to this year, reducing the deficit by $1.3 trillion. The proposals in the budget would also bring about another $1 trillion decrease. In addition to the billionaire income tax proposal that we have in the budget, we also believe that we should take the individual rate back to 39.6%, and also bring corporate tax rates back up, not even quite back up to where they were before the Trump tax cuts.
Steve?
Cecilia, you mentioned that the Ukraine invasion is going to have a complicated inflation. Could you talk a little bit more about that? What should Americans expect? Higher gasoline prices, food? What do you think?
So as the president has said, this is an important place for the United States. This is an important moment for democracy. But what we do know is that Putin's invasion of Ukraine will have impacts on both energy prices and food prices. So he has, as the president has said, we can expect that while our sanctions are going to have their focus and most of their impact on the Russian economy, that we can expect that we will see a bit of impact in the United States as well. So the first we're seeing is some impact on gas prices and oil prices. We can also expect through fertilizer and energy prices to see some impact on food. That said, the president is focused on doing what he can to ensure that those increases are contained and that they are not, they're doing what he can to ease them for the American people. So that is, he's worked with our partners to increase an additional 60 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And he has other options on the table that he will be considering as they come up. In terms of food prices, the U.S., we don't expect a shortage here because we are net exporters, but we are acutely aware of the fact that there are regions in the world that depend heavily on exports of wheat in particular and other grains from the Ukraine and Russia, and we're working with our partners to ensure to minimize the impacts globally.
Nancy.
Just for Dr. Rouse, just following up on what you said, how is the White House preparing to deal with those food shortages, particularly when it comes to wheat in places like Africa, the Middle East, and the developing countries? And should U.S. farmers grow more wheat this year instead of corn and soybeans, given those possible food shortages?
So first of all, we are a net exporter of many of those food commodities, and farmers respond to price signals. And so with the price of food rising, they will be responding by making additional plantings and trying to take advantage of the increased price signal. So the market will work as the market will work. But the U.S. is working with our partners. USAID is right in the middle of it, and other international food organizations to get the food and to ease the price pressures for other countries around the world.
To follow up on that, is there, have you considered altering the sanctions to make it clear that there's no restrictions on agricultural trade with Russia?
So the sanctions have always had carve-outs for humanitarian needs. The focus of the sanctions was to be on Putin and his close circle, but to minimize to the extent possible the impact on the Russian people. So there has been a carve-out for humanitarian aid, and we will absolutely be working to ensure that they get the food that they need.
So you just spoke about thanks, Andrew. I wanted to follow up on what the administration's proposed in police funding. So $3.2 billion is for grants, local and state grants. Then the other $30 billion, the White House has called it, quote, mandatory resources to support law enforcement. What does it mean by mandatory? And how will that money flow to presumably local governments and states for police forces?
The budget, two major spending categories: discretionary, which will go through the appropriations process. That is where we're asking for the $3.2 billion. There are traditional accounts like the community-oriented policing account and Burn JAG that the Appropriations Committee already funds. We're asking for increases in those accounts. The mandatory side, it is a new proposal. We would have to work with and are planning to work with the authorizers who typically move mandatory legislation on the parameters of that funding. But what is clear, and you heard the president talk about this earlier, in addition to cops on the beat, we want a community focus. We also know that it takes a comprehensive approach, that police forces around the country should have mental health services, psychiatrists. That's why our community violence initiative, we're asking for money not only in DOJ and in HHS on the discretionary side. So the plan is on the mandatory side is a new proposal to work with those authorizing committees to ensure that it is both strong on the policing side, but also have these wraparound services.
On the mandatory side, are there any goals in terms of how many more police officers could be added nationwide, or any priorities? You mentioned a couple of them, but in terms of what you want to see this money used on, and how much leeway will police forces have versus it coming down from the federal government on where the money can go?
As you know, these decisions are best made at the local level, not even the state most often. when it comes to policing efforts. So what we plan on doing is working with the judiciary committees to ensure that we provide flexible enough funding, but be very clear that we expect a community focus, and also that we have the wraparound services necessary, including mental health services, to make sure that we bring down violence in our communities.
And when you talk about unemployment, do you take into account the millions of Americans who have lost, who have left their job? Do you take that into account? So we're calling on MJ.
You all have said that the inflation estimates for this budget were set in November, and if the invasion were to be taken into account, the outlook would look pretty different. So should we expect an updated analysis from this administration on that front to take into account the invasion? And also, just in terms of the timeline, do you all have an estimate for when people can expect things to level out again? Can we expect that during this calendar year?
So we will be doing a mid-session update of our budget later this summer. That is typically what we do. And obviously for next year's budget, we will use a new budget that will not be quite as old, at least for next year. Outside forecasters who have been, who are studying this as well, expect that inflation will be higher than they were anticipating back when we locked our budget, so then at the beginning of the year before the invasion. But they do expect that as we learn to maintain economic activity while we are still working through this pandemic, while supply chains continue to improve, although obviously there's uncertainty there with, for example, lockdowns in China, but we expect them to work through that we expect supply chain challenges to ease. We do expect inflation to ease this year and into next year.
We have a 4:15 out, so we're going to need to go, but just send us any other questions you have in the press office.
What happened to Jake Sullivan?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. They're done there, so that's it for today, you guys. What a day, man. What a day. Wow. What a bullish day here for Tesla and Amazon, man. It looks like we're having a round 2 of the stock split action. Competition, man. Competition. It's beautiful, though, man. It's beautiful to seeing the top companies compete like this, Tesla and Amazon here, and holding the market up, man. It's really beautiful. People really didn't think it could be done. They thought maybe they would flush with the overall market, but nah. They got $1 trillion market caps now. You're talking different bags there, buddy. Different bag. We're talking T with a T with as in Tristan. T as in tweaking. T trillion dollar market cap there with Tesla. And Amazon there, and they're announcing the stock split. Woo! So they're now offering $10 billion back towards their stock. Man, they got a lot of cash. That's on the sideline. Think about that. Once a reset, man. But man, now is the time to be buying into that. Trying to catch a dip here. I don't really see Tesla trying to come back down. Not after announcing what they did today, man. That was a lot of news here. Should you buy Tesla stock after the split? Why did Tesla stock jump today? Look at all this news surrounding it. Tesla adds to a wave of mega cap stock splits. So, yeah, they really talking about it now. Tesla's proposed stock split as smart strategy move reiterates outperformance rating 1,400 price target. So they're trying to get to 1,400. Okay, I see what they're doing. So that's about another $400 before they split. I get it. That's what's up. See, I didn't even know that. But that's news right there, though. So, yeah. It's basically confirmed. It's basically confirmed. It held today. It's confirmed, you guys. It's confirmed it's going to happen. That probably won't dip too much more. It will have pullbacks. Don't get it twisted now. Market go up and down, but it ain't going back to that 700. It's a wrap. Over with that. Crush it. Rest in peace. Done. History, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD, and we're going to wrap it up here. The market closed in the green, you guys. Let's get it with it. Close that. Then we're going to wrap it up, man. It's over with today, though. What a day. Give yourself a pat on the back, man. If you learn something, you earn something today. There's always opportunity tomorrow and the next day and the following day. We're here till Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Same time. Be here, be square. Oh, man. The Dow closed at 27%. The S&P 500 closed up 71%. The NASDAQ closed at 1.31%. So the market closed bullish, ladies and gentlemen. The market closed very bullish. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. Hope you play the recap back. You learned something from it, man. You learned something later on, because I know some of y'all, most of y'all working my Discord. Y'all won't be able to sit here live with me all day like this. So that's who I do it for, man. The wealth community and the wealth group, the Discord people, and my clients and my company. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing it for families and generations to come, man. We're doing this for everybody. So like I said, hopefully y'all catch the recap. If not, just tune in tomorrow. We will be live 15 minutes before the opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Market close bullish, you guys. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Either a pullback or this will continue in the bull market here. We don't know. We'll find out on tomorrow's episode, March 29th, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. See you guys tomorrow. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let cash accumulate over days.